Yo, I got it working now, huh, boys? I got it working now. Welcome, people of the YouTube intro, but also Twitch intro, because this is on Twitch, Saberleaf Network. In case I add this into the actual video that is going to come from this. I'm going to start this off with just saying things that may or may not be important before we actually head into the visual novel. Wait, okay, yes, I do have that on the screen. Good. I have to make sure that I know the viewers. Who knows? Maybe. I don't know. Either way, no stream last week because technical difficulties. I had to figure out how to link my actual Twitch account to the stream elements that I use from my Twitch account. I have the music muted because I'm pretty sure it's too loud, but to be honest, no idea. I don't know, don't care. I'd rather you hear my voice and some background noise and audio over it. So let's see, updates, anything crazy that I thought of. Let's see. I'm working on episode 2 of Name in Progress. Anybody who watched the first episode, thank you for even taking the time out of your day for clicking on something like that, because that is something very different from what I normally do. I'm working on the second episode. It's going to have the Hart brothers and the uses of the Blood Eagle, and I'll explain changes that I've made from it because of the executives. I've noticed today that squirrels... So, I have like a picnic tree, like squirrel thing, on a tree. I have that. And I put corn on it. And these squirrels go crazy for that corn, man. They go nuts. They go crazy for it. I was looking at one, he was spinning the thing around. Let's see, anything else that's stupid? People, I guess. You call them stupid. Especially me. I'm pretty sure I got the title right. You know what? Let me check that. Let me make sure that my title is correct. I mean, that's right. So, I'm confident I'm fine. Confident is a strong word for me to use. So let's see, what else? I think there might actually be a ghost in this house. Because there's like a lot. I was sitting here drawing pictures for that Name in Progress episode that I was working on today. Making progress on. Not a lot because I forgot I needed to record audio for that last week and I didn't. So that was fun. But anyway, so I'm sitting here. And let me see if I can recreate the noise that I heard and see if you guys even hear it. Because I don't know if you're even going to hear it. So I'm going to stand up, walk over. Now that's what it sounded like if you even heard that. Something was thrown into a bookshelf behind me. And I look, and that thing was nowhere near the actual bookshelf. So that's fun. So if you hear me stop and then say, yo, what the hell was that? That's why. I will say May 8th, keep an eye out for a different type of stream. It's going to be reactions to the Backlash, WrestleMania Backlash pay-per-view. And then whatever I want to watch at the end of that. So after the pay-per-view, because I guarantee you they're not going to keep it going till like 3 a.m., I'll be reacting to maybe like Game Theory or something. Just something that I pick randomly. I think that's about it, other than the fact that a guy approached a person that works at a store that I shop at, complaining about how they didn't have any like Tropicana Big Juice, even though he had a coupon for it, because obviously they make it for a coupon. And I'm just sitting there chuckling because it's like, I'm glad I don't have to deal with that guy. Who? I don't know how people be doing that. Meanwhile, I'm just stuck in a void and can't speak to people outside of it, because if I do, my soul will disappear, because from what I'm told through the executives, is that my soul leaves to get me stuff, but my body stays. I can't physically leave the void, but I can make my soul leave the void. But if my soul interacts with people, I disappear. According to them. I'm not going to believe them, but I haven't seen the outside for like what a year now. That's how long I've been uploading videos that have actually been edited. I'm just talking to people. I'm just talking to telling things about what's happening. But yeah, I can't physically leave, as far as I know, from the executives for that 1 year so far. And that's it, I think. If there's anything else, I'll add it while playing the game. Move these gift cards out of the way, because I need to get books in order to entertain myself other than other ways. Because yes, I don't just watch YouTube all day, despite what people may think. Now, hopefully, I can switch the scene, because it's been a while. So I'm going to switch it over, and then unmute the desktop audio, as far as I know, based off of what I have. I'm going to transition, and then we're going to unmute the audio. It's not even showing up, which is fantastic. It's supposed to, which is even better. Is it because I wasn't clicked on it? Maybe if we do that. I swear. Good old... I may have to exit. So I'm going to exit this. I'm going to exit the game. Then I'm going to reload the game. So I guess we're back to talking, because at least I can troubleshoot this pretty easily. So we're going to go back in. Because of course we are. The stream cannot be normal, Capture specific window, that. I may have to... There we go. There it is. There it is. As you can see, I'm playing Umineko. I have it set to episode 1, because I looked up episode 1, and it specifically said 7th translation. So, yeah, we're good now. We're good now. I can see it, so... I can see it now. By the way, Ozzy, if you want to refollow to get your little notification, go ahead, but you don't have to. So you can hit unfollow, refollow, it don't matter. So, trophy for editing the settings, by the way. I didn't touch it past the settings to make sure that it was set to the right thing. Again, I'm pretty sure I've mentioned everything that I needed to, other than I had to make a new Twitch account, because I forgot my password for my old one, but we should be good, because I think I have the password now, and I definitely have the email. So expect streams, potentially every Sunday, at 8 p.m. to around... You're completely unspoiled on Umineko? I am. I have no idea. The only thing I've seen was, like, your retweets of stuff. That's the only thing I've seen, Ozzy. That's the only thing I've seen on it. So, if anything, I might recognize a character or two. Because I may have watched, like, an anime rap battle in the past. Because, yes, I am a cringy son of a bitch. So, that is definitely great on that. But, yeah, so, stream on 8 to, like, 2:30. Potentially. Every video should be... YouTube video should be uploaded in the morning, though, on Sundays as well, starting now. As far as I know, that should be actually everything. Huh. Should be everything. You know what? Again, if I come up with something, we'll just do it. So I'm going to hit start. And if it's not... And if it doesn't work, the story, Unspoiled, is such a great roller coaster ride. I hope you enjoy. I hope I do too, because from what you've told me, this is good. So, as a first visual novel experience, other than Doki Doki Literature Club, but I didn't even play it. I watched Markiplier play it, so I'm not even counting that. So I'm going to hit start now, because there's nothing else I can think of. Welcome to begin the game. Suspended games can also be resumed from here. I don't know what welcome to Rokuj, whatever that says. I'm not even gonna try. I feel like I'm gonna say it racistly. So we're gonna hit start. I said start. There we go. Each time you finish an episode. Okay. You have already played to remove the lock with the unlock button. Okay, well I haven't played any of them. So welcome to Rakenjima, I think. The Golden Witch extends you her heartfelt greetings. Before anything else, please make yourself at home. There's nothing to think too deeply about. Just be silent and take in the events in their entirety as they unfold. Read the episode description. That's exactly what I'm doing. That is all that is asked of you. The difficulty level is standard. Let us at least begin on the trodden road. I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to be silent. So if I miss something, I'm going to miss something. And that is just how I play. So I think I'm ready. I read the description. It says don't think too deep. So Occam's razor. That's what I have to live by. And then just take in the events. All right, I think I got it. Let's start it. Let's open the door because I think that's no wait, that was actually a projector probably. I don't know if I have to skip anything. Because I read somewhere that the story is undoubtedly nothing more than fantasy. It could not possibly have any relation. The classic nothing is related bit. So it's in Japanese. I don't know why I thought it was going to be in English, but I'm pretty sure you guys can read. I'm gonna assume I hit space. Well, I am Irish. This I have to read. The old physician let out a sigh as he removed the stethoscope. Two elderly men could be seen in the dimly lit study, which was filled with dust and a sickly sweet stench. In the corner of this room, which was much larger than what most people would call a study, was an expensive-looking bed, a man undergoing a medical examination, and the physician conducting it. There was also what appeared to be a servant watching them over the whole scene. Is that a priest? I'm assuming that's a priest. Kinzo. I'm just gonna read the last name because the last name, unless that is the first name, I don't know how they written it. But Kinzo. The alcohol is loyal. As the man bearing his chest for the stethoscope rearranged his clothes, he spoke unapologetically. Kinzo-san. Why is that in green? It's just, okay, you know what? I'm not gonna question anything. I'm thinking too deep. Too deep. No. This probably is leaving me, so. I think not. I think my character is not. I don't know. I don't know anything. Butler man. After eyeing both the master, who demanded the alcohol, and the family doctor, who forbade it, Genji, the old butler, silently gave a slight nod and carried out his master's orders faithfully. That's a good butler right there. The family doctor, Nanjo, let out a deep sigh once again as he watched the butler busy himself alongside the liquor cabinet. There was a smell filling up the room. This sweet, poisonous aroma felt as though it melted the heart, if not the soul itself. There's a book in the settings that will explain the green text for you. It's usually to explain Japanese language things, so it's not necessary. Okay, well, I already know san is a term of... I don't know exactly what thing it is at the end of a sentence, but I know they use it because that's how they use it. I know. So I don't need to even learn that one. All right. It was the smell of that venomous green drink that the man could bear to part with.
南條、お前は私の長きにわたる親友だ。今日まで私を長らえさせてくれたことを深く感謝する。
私は何も医者としての忠告など金蔵さんは全く聞いてくれませんからな。
I mean, that's true. I mean, he's not listening to you now. So.
お前とて差し間違えた手を待てと言っても聞かぬではないか。
Who plays chess?
ならば愛子というものだろう。
this visual novel is not relatable anymore.
親方様。
Because I can relate to having a butler, obviously.
すまぬ。薬は切れても死にはせんが、こいつが切れては死んでしまうでな。
I'm not even. Disregarding Nanjo, who had his face set in a resigned expression, Kinzo took the glass that Genji was holding out to him. Very few people would associate that venomous color with an alcoholic beverage. I almost said beverage.
Nanjo.
The hell is a beverage?
正直に話せ。私の命はあとどの程度持つ？
5 minutes.
さて、どのくらいと申し上げれば、そのお酒を控えてくれますよな。
5 minutes. I've solved your problem. Nanjo once again let out a sigh of resignation. Then he finally spoke to Kinzo as the latter swirled his glass.
長くはありませんな。
He asked how long, and you just tell him you don't have long. He knows that, that's why he's asking the length.
どの程度に長くないというのだ。
Thank you, Kinzo, for telling him how stupid of an answer that was.
このチェスで例えましょう。
Who plays chess?
金蔵さんの詰めもなかなかですが、私のキングを追い詰めるには至りますまい。
So they were playing chess and then stopped to do a medical exam. Yeah, that's how that works. Okay. I see how this is. Nanjo's gaze was directed at a side table with a massive chess set placed on top of it. Judging by the positioning of the pieces, the game seemed to be entering its final stage. Black's rook and bishop were cutting deeply into enemy lines. White's king had already been castled and cornered, so that even an amateur could see that the match would reach its conclusion before too long. Sure, I knew that. Complete amateur. Every time Nanjo came to give a medical examination, both of them would make a few moves. Nanjo was hinting that Kinzo would most likely fall into his eternal sleep before this game could be concluded. These were less the words of a physician than they were the words of an old friend.
普通の患者になら遺言を書くよう勧める頃です。
So why not write the will?
遺言とはなんだ南條。私の屍をどのように食い散らかせとハゲタカどもに指南する書き置きなのか。
Now we know why he didn't want to write a will. Alright, fair enough.
いや、違いますぞ。遺言は意思を残すことだ。遺産分配のことだけを書くものじゃない。
Well, if it was me, I'm only caring about the inheritance. Brother, alright. I don't care about what we do with him. Tell me what I'm doing with that mansion with that money.
ほう。
Dude just called me a hoe. I'm sorry if that's how I act.
遺産分配以外に書くこととは何なのか。
心残りややり残し。
I don't know, it's a will, just write anything.
受け継いでほしいことや伝えたいこと。
Isn't the things you want to pass down to others a part of the inheritance?
何でもいいんです。
I feel like these characters don't have that much common sense, but you know what? We'll roll with it. Yes, I insulted you, my good man.
受け継いでほしいことや伝えたいことだと
There's a lot of time spent setting up the characters and setting, but it's all necessary. Umineko has the best character development I've ever seen by far. Well, to be honest, I don't pay attention to character development that much. I can't tell you what I've seen that has that good character development. I guess it would only be the shows that I think are the Sean seal of approval, where it's like, yo, you gotta watch this show no matter what. And there's only like 2 of them. So I guess Kipo and the Age of Wonder Beasts and Violet Evergarden. But I don't even know if the character, maybe your third eye will open, Umineko is really next level. If I start seeing demons because of this game, because that's what happens when you open your third eye, I'm not gonna, I'm gonna be real mad at this game. I already got a ghost throwing crap at me. I don't need a demon. Maybe I am the demon. That's a thought for a rainy day. But anyway, yeah, so those shows, I don't even know if I like them because of the character development. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I don't really focus on the show's character development. I look on the whole show in general when I think it's good. I'll look at individual. You know, if I think a show has bad stuff in it, I'll just say the show was bad. Even though it could have the best story possible, but the character development sucks. I might be like, yo, this show wasn't that good.
バカバカしい。この後ろ宮金蔵、後に残したいことも伝えたいこともただの一つもないわ。
But you're going to leave behind stuff. So it doesn't matter if you want to leave things behind, you have to, because you're gonna die. I assume. Unless this is some I can never die.
そして裸一貫で死ぬ。
Okay.
バカ息子どもに残したいものなど何一つないわ。
It's like he wants to end where he began, with nothing.
もしも訪れる最後が今日だとしても、今だとしても。
If this was the stereotypical anime, the end would come exactly after he said that.
私は何も恐れることなくその死の運命を受け入れようではないか。
I'm gonna predict it now. He's dying. I've seen enough shows. He's gonna die right now.
すべてを築き上げた。富も名誉もすべてだ。それらは私と共に築き上げられ、私と共に失われよう。
But how though?
後に残してやるものなど何もないわ。
How's he just gonna not have anything?
何もない。あとは野となれ山となれ。墓も棺も何も望まぬわ。それが魔女と私の契約だ。
So that must be the witch in the bottom there with the underneath the whole name, because it says Rondo of the Witch and Reasoning. So that must be the witch. I assume. There's gonna be a lot of assumptions with this one.
初めからその約束だからこそ何も残らぬのだ。何も残せぬのだ。
That's a paragraph. After reaching a furious crescendo, Kinzo suddenly slumped over. I called it. He's dying now. His expression was limp and feeble, as though an evil spirit had possessed him and then left. His death happened. That's why if you're in a show, never say, "Oh, I don't care if I die right now, you're getting shot, you're dying." Okay? It's like if you're in a war and you mention how you can't wait to go back to your wife, you're dying. I'm sorry.
だが未練がある。
What show was I watching? It was I think it was an anime, and it was a bunch of soldiers. They were on a train or something, and they were talking about what they can't wait to go home to. And one guy said, "Oh, I can't wait to go home to my wife. Oh, I can't wait to do this." One guy said, "I can't wait to go home to my shoes," and he died. I was like, okay, fair enough. Screw your shoes, dude. You're not gonna wear them. It was either an anime or it was like a crappy Family Guy bit. It was one of the two, because that just sounds like a Family Guy bit.
残すものは何一つないが、残したまま行けぬものが一つだけある。
But isn't that the okay? You know what? I can't question. If I start questioning, that's when. Exactly. So write the will.
もちろん生きているうちにこなせればそれでいい。
What's he gonna write it as a ghost?
だが万一の時、残されたものがそれを引き継いでくれる。自分に万一があっても必ずその心残りが解決できるように残していく。
But people can be spiteful, so I don't know if they want to
それ
carry
が
it.
遺言というものです。
When Nanjo tried to gently pat Kinzo's shoulder, the dying man flew into a sudden rage and battered away Nanjo's hand.
ダメだダメだダメだ。私が生きているうちでなくてはならぬ。私は死ねば魂はすぐに契約の悪魔に食らわれて消え去ってしまう。
It's too early for demon talk. We got about until this stream is over, because that's the witching hour right there. We gotta wait until 3 a.m. Alright, Kinzo, we gotta wait.
死後の世界も安らぎも私にはないのだ。
So, I'm gonna assume again that the witch was like, "Yo, I'll give you this if you give me your soul." But that could just be Satan. So I'm not sure. The
だ
Lord.
から全ては私が生きているうちでなければならぬ。
So
だから遺言状など私には必要ない。
why haven't you done it yet? Is
そ
the next
のよう
question.
なものを書く暇があったなら私は見たい。もう一度見たい。
Mysterious it.
ベアトリーチェの微笑む顔がもう一度見たい。
Beatrice or Beatrice, whatever. That's compared to the name that he has. That is such a like an English name.
ベアトリーチェ、なぜに私をこれほどまでに拒むのか。
A lot of confusion. But
今こそお前に与えられたすべてを返そう、すべてを失おう。
so is she the witch?
だから最後にもう一度だけ
The names are
お前
actually
の
very
ビジョンを
important.
見せてくれ。
Winky faced with the chat guy. Are they? Because to be honest, I'm assuming I should pay attention to the names.
ベアトリーチェ、頼む交渉だ。聞こえているはず
great,
だ。
now I gotta
お前
remember
は
names.
そういう女だ。
I'm not gonna be able to remember names from for Japanese voice actors. I'm sorry. Like, shouts out to the people who voice acted, but I like
頼む。
To me,
姿を見せてくれ。
I can't tell when ones are different. So
いるんだろう。
it's because I'm not used to hearing Japanese my whole day. So
聞こえていながら姿を消し、今もこの部屋のどこかで私を嘲笑っているのだろう。私の前にもう一度現れてくれ。そして微笑んでくれ。
but can't complain.
なじってくれてもいい。望むならお前の手で私の命を奪ってくれてもいい。
I'll state this before I go any farther. There might be some criticism coming from me, but that's not me saying that the game is bad. That's just me criticizing, because I like doing that sometimes.
このまま一人で死にたくない。お前の微笑みを 再び一目見るまでは絶対に死ねないの
Good
だ
on that one. Okay.
ああベアトリーチベアト
Well, I'm
リー
gonna
チ
try and recall some stuff. Okay. So, a heavy drinker, he's gonna die soon. He doesn't want to give anybody anything, but he wants to see Beatrice one last time. Even though his doctor's like, yo, cut back on the alcohol, my guy. Fair enough. I can't, because I'm not focusing on the chess game, because that's thinking too deeply, and it warned me not to.
この命はくれてやるお前にくれてやる
Criticism is fine. You'll probably change your mind on most things anyway as time goes on. Well, that's usually how shows go. The first episode usually is not the best episode because that's when the show has to just throw things at you to get you to know what's going on. Whereas later on, you'll understand more things so they can throw some more crazy things, but you'll be like, yo, I know that it could happen because of this, because you told me in the first episode, even though I didn't understand it then. It's like Seinfeld. Seinfeld's pilot episode, kind of bad, but it got better later on. So 1 is definitely Umineko's weakest part by far. Alright, good to know. Good to know. Again, fits the pattern. I will say this. I don't know why I don't watch more anime in Japanese. It only gets better and better as time goes on. Yeah, fits the analogy. But I don't know why I don't watch more shows with Japanese voice actors, because I will say Japanese voice actors definitely put in more emotion than English, but I think I listen to English better because I don't want to read subtitles. I will if I have to. Like Spy Family, I'm watching that right now. Well, not right now, obviously, but, you know, when I can. That's in Japanese, so it's perfectly fine for me. Not opposed to it, as some people might be. Opening. I don't know if I should watch this. Because this is what I read somewhere, that this spoils some stuff. So if anything, I'm just going to listen to it. Go to OP. The song or the actual opening? Ah, it has subtitles too. You should watch. Okay. I'm gonna wait to say anything because the first day, October 4th, 1986. Again, I'm gonna... Door of Summer, that's the song that's playing. Alright, I assume I can talk now. Hit a little Matt Lee on you. I will say this, I look at openings based off of the song. So, I don't care about what's in the opening, because the opening is just going to be a bunch of like, oh, this is like the best, like, animations we can do. Look at that. Ooh. You know, so I go based off of the song. Song's pretty good. I like the kind of epic melodic stuff, like epic melodic metal. Good things. I will say this, because I forgot to say it at the beginning, when I was doing my whole just talking. If you need links to like follow me on anything, I have them on my Twitch account, like in the about page. Umineko also has the best soundtrack ever. You're in for such a treat. I don't know. I played a lot of good things with good soundtracks. I'm a sucker for 8-bit stuff. I mean, this is pretty good right now. Ace Attorney has some good stuff, though. I will say that. So we'll see if this can compete, because I think Ace Attorney might be the best, like, visual novel kind of type. This isn't even... Ace Attorney isn't really a visual novel. I don't count it. Unless other people count it. I don't know. But either way, I have the links to stuff like YouTube channel, Discord, Twitter, Instagram, a donation page. If you want it, I'll paste it in the chat or something. Or you can just go to my about page on my Twitch channel. It's in there. Click the image for the donation or click the links on the side of something. Don't know. I didn't really pay attention to where they were, and that'll lead you everywhere. But whoa! Crash Bandicoot style, whoa. And also, if there's a good soundtrack, I'm putting both headphones in. So if I'm speaking louder, it's because I can't really hear myself. I'll turn it down a little bit more, though. I couldn't help but scratch my head and marvel at how far things have come in recent years. We used to go by boat. Back then, we were all forced to endure nearly half a day of swaying back and forth over the sea before we reached Nijima. Things have gotten so much more convenient these days. Still, I've never been on a plane this small. I've flown in a huge jumbo jet before, but this will be my first experience in such a tiny one. It's gonna shake, isn't it? They say smaller boats shake more than big ones, so I guess the same rule probably applies to planes. I have been in a small plane before, and I can confirm that they do shake a bunch. If I'm correct, at most I've been in a plane like 18 times. That's a lot. And I'm gonna be in a plane like 4 more times in May. I'll let you know what's going on when we get to the days before it happens. So then you guys know, hey, something's going down. That was also something I failed to talk about. But, again, that'll be later on. Ah, just spare me. George! Dude, George! I might call him Costanza because we were talking about Seinfeld earlier, even though his name is the same as his last... I don't even know anymore. I think it's first name. Because that'd be weird for his first name to be Hiroshimiya. If I probably butchered that. It's been a while since I had to say actual names instead of it being George. So I can assume my name's Badler? Okay. I like how I didn't even catch on the Badler part. I was busy talking about George and I looked down. Okay, yeah, it is my brother. Because I couldn't tell from the Kun, but I'm playing Yakuza Like a Dragon, or I was for a little bit. And I've confirmed what that meant from looking at character profiles, so... Most of the characters in Umineko are in the same family, so they all have similar names. Good to know, good to know. So so first names are the important part. I like having Ozzy in chat right now because he's filling in some gaps for me that I probably wouldn't understand. It told me some stuff. Yeah, first names are pretty much all you need for Umineko. Makes sense. Fair enough, and most are English-sounding names anyways. I was talking about the last name, but you know what, if the last name doesn't matter... Then I'll just focus on the fact that this dude, I might call George Costanza. Just because. We were talking about Seinfeld earlier. That's what's gonna flow off the mind.
あれから6年も経ってるんだし。
Okay, it's been 6 years. So 1980.
もうバトラ君も子供じゃないか。
Don't know what relation you are to me, but I'll probably figure that one out eventually. I was gonna say brother potentially, but we'll confirm. We'll confirm
兄貴はタバコも酒も OK ってか
That's my
よ。
opinion.
タバコは興味ねえけど、酒は飲んでみたいよな。
Trust me, I've had alcohol before. It's not fun, at least for me. And I'm part Irish, so that's kind of going against my heritage.
兄貴なんかおじさんの遺伝子あんなら相当飲めちゃいそうだけど。
So not direct brothers, because they would say our dad.
僕の場合は好きで飲むというよりは仕事で飲む方が多いからね。日本のビジネスは酒抜きでは難しいよ。
そうっすよね。だから俺も今晩の夕食あたりに初挑戦してみようかなって。
Wait, so he drinks anyway?
ダメだよ。バトラ君はまだ未成年じゃないか。
Yeah, that's bad. If you must know, if you shall will, I've never had a drink until I turned 21. I'm a good child.
未成年の飲酒は発育に悪影響を及ぼす可能性がって。
Wait, I don't like the fact that you stopped saying that. I'm gonna assume what you meant, and I'm gonna think
こ
that
ん
I'm
だけ
wrong.
タッパがありゃ、俺の発育は十分っすから。
I don't think that's what he was talking about. Are you tall enough in that department?
むしろちょいと身長縮めた方が服が探しやすいくらい。
I puffed my chest out proudly. So I am playing as Badler. Until I hit my growth spurt, my height was below average in my class. He said that because Badler had a growth spurt since he last saw him. Alright, well, I like forming my own headcanon. So my headcanon is he was growing normal. Obviously here we got the growth spurt, but he's also mentioning the fact that, you know, his little member, it might not grow, you know, because of the alcohol. But then I grew and grew, and before I knew it, I'd passed 5'11". Or for you, what is it? Metric. That's what it is. Metric people out there, 180 centimeters. I guess I have all that muscle training and those shady mail-order performance-enhancing drugs to thank for that. This dude took steroids. Before then, I never dreamed that I'd shoot 10 centimeters above George Aniki, who'd reached his peak height early on. Damn, I'll bet my relatives all say, "Look how big you've grown, Badler-chan," or something. It's also embarrassing. I wish they'd just give me a break. Yeah, well, at least you're not 5'7", okay? Calm down there, boy. Anyway, my name, Badler. Well, it's pretty damn weird, don't you think? I did call that out earlier. I've got to wonder what my parents were thinking when they named me that. I've never met anyone who could read it right the first time, except if we spoke it in English. Usually it'd get called Sento-kun. Sorry, but that's not even close. My name is written... That's how it's written. Can you read it? I can't. The first part is my family name, Ushiromiya. That's a fairly plausible Japanese pronunciation so far. The problem is my given name is made up of the characters for fight and person, and it's pronounced badly. Perfect pronunciation. Thank you. Battler. Because it's the character's fight in person. Really hitting the creative genes here. His parents really were like, his parents were hitting the creative genes. Put it all together, you've got Hiroshima Badler. Pretty crazy, right? It's crazy enough that my parents decided to call me that, but It's even more crazy that some government worker let them make it official. Both groups are at the top of my must-kill list. You know, I'm gonna say, I did have a list like that once. As a joke. And then I was like, you know what? If one of these people dies, and I have this on my, like, if I have this, I'm first suspect. Yeah, that's on a phone that I can't access anymore because I don't know the password to it because, well, really an iPod Touch. But I can't access that anymore because I don't know the password. I'm not gonna reset it. So, if one of them dies of unexpected causes, uh-oh. I'm not gonna say their names on here, but I put somebody on top of that list and I was like, all right. And then somebody was like, dude, you shouldn't have that. And then I thought about it and was like, yeah, I should delete it. But then I never did. And now it's still on there. This is why I say at one point I might go to prison for murdering somebody, either because I actually did it or I was framed. Because I'm just stupid. There you go. That's fair enough assumption. Anyway, this is one of my cousins. I knew it would be explained eventually. Cousin. His name is, you can read that for yourself, pronounced Hiroshima George. Or Jorge. I might say Jorge sometimes. He's 5 years older than me, so he must be turning 23 this year. 18, that's my character age, 18. Yeah, 18. I had to do the math like a third time on that one. Since the Ushiromiya cousins consist of 2 boys and 2 girls, I end up playing with George all the time. I'm gonna question my pronunciation on that every time, and I'm not gonna say it right. At one point. And because I've always thought of him as a big brother, I still call him Aniki today. That's why he said that. Okay.
しかしバトラ君は大きくなったな。
Hideyoshi hitting that line. Yeah, let's go.
男子3日を渡れば刮目して待つべしとはよう言うたもんや。
Must be one of them Japanese proverbs, because I've never heard that in my life.
やっぱり地かしらね。
Eva or Eva?
ルドルフも高校くらいまでは身長そんなになかったのよ。
We got a reindeer?
成長期が遅い方が最終的には伸びるのかもね。
Oh, Eva, best voice actress. Okay. Let's hope she speaks one more
そ
time
んなことないっすよ。
so I can hear it because I'm not. Because I wasn't. We got it.
男は中身も伴わなくっちゃ。
そうや。バトラ君は分かっとる。
Hideyoshi reminds me of like a Italian mob boss. He's got like the slicked hair and a wacky mustache and a suit.
男は中身で勝負なんや。常に己の鍛錬を忘れたらあかん。そして虎視眈々とチャンスを待ってドカンと開花させるんや。わしもまさか今日会社社長なんて一国一城の主になれるとは思わんかった。
Company president.
そうや。あの無一文の焼け野原がわしの原点なんや。
Exactly like Kinzo, I think. I don't know. He might have been a All I know is he was rich. He had a fortune. This stout, plump, old guy is George Aniki's dad, Uncle Hideyoshi. He's the husband of Dad's older sister. In other words, we're not blood related. He's nice to children, sociable all the time, even quick to give out some spending money to us kids. Simply put, he's an awesome uncle. He speaks in an odd and very noticeable Kansai dialect, but he's actually a natural-born Kanto man. Apparently, impressions are everything in the business world. So, speaking a different style than other people's an act that makes him stick out more. This dude knows, okay, you know what, this guy's smart. This guy's smart. Let me stick out so they pay attention. now I know why he's president. However, here he gets embarrassed when talking within earshot of a real Kansai person, so he switches back to standard Japanese. I don't really get it, but he's definitely an interesting person.
すぐ自分の自慢話に入っちゃうのがたまに傷なのよね。
He is super big-brained. Compared to me, he's literal god. Let me rephrase that. According to, based off of me, he is a literal Stephen Hawking.
およしなさいな。
I can see why you think she's the best voice actress. Oh no, I like Kinzo just a tiny bit more. Just a tiny bit, I think. I might need to hear her voice actor a little bit more, but Kinzo is kind of.
耳にタコができちゃってるんだから。
I can definitely see. Yeah, Kinzo has a great voice actor, but I can see why you like her.
ねえ。
そんなことねえっすよ。
To me, Badler just kind of sounds like generic, like, protagonist voice actor, which I guess is right, because I technically am him. I'm hearing his inner thoughts, so it makes sense.
でもいいじゃないっすか。
I just kind of get reminded. So, I played a Sword Art Online game for my channel a while back before I deleted all those videos because they didn't fit anything anymore. And he sounds like a voice actor in that game. Just generic voice actor. Badler. Just generic voice actor. It's just like, yo, here you go. Here's a random guy.
語れる武勇伝があるってのは男としてかっこいいことだと思いますよ。
Like, that's the best way I could put it. Just generic protagonist voice actor.
俺なんか語るような話は何もないっすからね。
Not bad, but still not
あら、
the
そ
best.
うバトラ君なんかそのルックスでいっぱい女の子を泣かせてそうだからさぞかし武勇伝が多そうだと思ったんだけど。
Wait, he is? That okay, that I did not expect Badler to be voiced by. Wait, who was Badler or Kinzo? He's actually voiced by. Let me hear this guy. Let me hear him speak.
うわあ、だ。情報弾じゃないっすよ。
There's no way this dude voices Jotaro. Alright, I'm gonna go on record right now. Joseph is the best JoJo. Joseph is the best JoJo, so putting that out there. But I did not expect to read that today. I will say I watched everything but part 5 of JoJo's in sub. And I'm mad that I didn't watch part 5 in sub, but it was on Toonami at the time when I got to it, so I was like, okay, I'll just watch it on Toonami. I shouldn't have, because sub is obviously the way you have to go with JoJo.
そんな妙な武勇伝あるわけないじゃない。
Well, to be fair, I never watched Attack on Titan in sub except for the first season, because that was on Netflix subbed only, because then I watched Attack on Titan in dub on Toonami. So, like I said, I watch most shows dub unless I can't. Then I'll be like, okay, sub is perfectly fine. Or if the dub is bad. If the dub is bad, I'll switch. But I haven't really encountered terrible dubs. Speaking of Attack on Titan, I can't watch that show anymore. I think the characters are making the dumbest decisions of all time. And I just refuse to watch it, especially since they now have final season part 3. If anything, I'd rather read the manga than watch it.
むしろ紹介してほしいくらいっす。
あら、あるんでしょ武勇伝。 おばさんにも後で教えてね。ジョージったらそういう浮ついた話が全然ないんだから。
This is George Aniki's mother, Aunt Eva. But yeah, Umineko has amazing voice actors everywhere and amazing character writing. The voice actors really get to flex their skills. Well, I haven't really listened to this music. Hold on. Because that ending sounded good to the song. I haven't really been paying attention to the music, but that doesn't matter at the moment. But yeah, we'll find out how good they are. We'll find out how amazing these voice actors are as this goes on. She's my dad's older sister. She and Uncle Hideyoshi are a pair of jokers, and they've always teased me back as far as I can remember. This sometimes made them a bit hard to get along with when I was small. The music is so relaxing here; it's perfect background music. I will say it does sound good. Trying to think what I don't know if it's because it's been so long since I played this game as a kid, but I'm kind of getting reminded just a tiny bit of the Harvest Moon game on the Wii. Because that was back when I only had a Wii, so the Wii games that my sister and I got were like the only video games I could play. Because that's the only system I had, till I got a DS. But I think it's only the piano. Well, I guess the events of the last 30 seconds prove that they can still be hard to get along with. It's definitely inspired by Harvest Moon. Yeah. It definitely reminds me of it. That's probably why I think it's good, because it's unlocking like a memory of when I played that game but never really cared about it. I just wanted to play a game, so I popped that one in. Even so, George Aniki's family is interesting and fun, and they seem to get along just fine. Sheesh, that's pretty much the total opposite of my family.
バトラ君、ルドルフさんを見なかった？
あ、さっきお手洗いに行くのを見ましたけど。
I'm not gonna say anything yet.
まだ出てこないんすか？こりゃぽっくりいっちまったかな。ナムナムナムナム。
自分のお父さんにそんな言い方はないでしょ？
Okay, still not gonna say anything because things have not been fleshed out yet. Actually, Kyrie has biggest brain out of anyone in the room, not gonna lie. Well, I mean, she is kind of rocking a suit right now, so... That's how I can determine if you rock in a suit.
まあ、あの人のお手洗いが長いのは今に始まったことじゃないしね。
ああ、アンニャルは昔っからそうです。雑誌持ってトイレに入るのやめてほしいんすよね。
I mean, what dad doesn't take something to read with them? Top tier character design too. Yeah, I don't know why, but I really like the cross imagery going on because I'm a sucker for like religious outfits for some reason. Like not religion itself, but you give me a character that is like Christian or something, and he's like a guy who fights, and just deck him out with like armor with crosses on it and everything. I like a cult, and I like religious kind of looking outfits of like the Christian and like maybe the opposite, Satanism, satanic kind of designs of characters with outfits. Not like, oh, I'm a devil, so give me horns. More like, oh, hey, I'm gonna paint my face because I want to look like a demon type deal. You know, that's just
何の雑誌持ち込んで何をしてんだか。
There's a lot of occult shit in Umineko. It's great. I can deal with some occult stuff. Always like learning about cults and the occult. I know a lot of things from ghost shows, which is not applicable knowledge, because it's probably wrong, because I can throw this water bottle that I have right here and claim it's a ghost. Unlike that toy that got thrown at me. Oh, I got another ghost story. I got hit in the hand once, just randomly, in the room that I'm in. Oh, I 100% believe there's a ghost here. So like I said earlier, if I stop and say, "Did you hear that?" it's because I heard something. And I've only had 2 experiences.
あら、そんな心配は全然不要よ。私と一緒にいる以上、そんなこと一人でさせやしないもの。
Okay, so she was talking about what? Okay.
なんの話か。後でじっくり聞きたいっすね。
Why are you so? Wait, wait.
親父め、玉まで握られてグーの音も出ないわけだ。
No.
握っとかないとどういうことになるかよーくわかってるでしょ。
Umineko totally won't spook you out then. It might. It might. It could definitely spook me because eerie stuff is what I like. I don't like jump scares, but if something's eerie and I'm like, oh, like the atmosphere gets me in games more than anything else, because jump scares are cheap. You gotta build the atmosphere. You gotta give me like a layers of fear type deal. Psychological horror. That's what I like. I don't like cheap. Umineko is all about atmosphere. It's what I like. Give me the psychological horror. So visual novels are so great. This is a great starter for one. But yeah, give me layers of fear. I just want something to. I just don't want enemies that chase you, because that's cheap in my opinion. Every game does that.
いやいや、まったく。あのクソ親父の手綱はキリエさんにしか無理っすよ。実の息子の俺も喜んで譲っちゃいますわ。
ええ、任せてちょうだい。そういうの得意なのよ。
This woman is my father's wife. Exactly why I didn't say anything. I literally was about to just mention waifus, and I was like, you know what? Let's not mention it until I know what this character is. Until I know it's not directly mother. But I will say this, I always make a waifu. I put that in loose quotations, because that's just a meme at this point with me, of every series that anything that I watch or do. So who knows? Maybe. Don't know. But 100% I will decide on a waifu by the time I'm done with this whole Umineko type business. Her name is Ushiromiya Kairi. Umineko has so many great contenders. As you can probably tell from our conversations, she's not my real mother. No, I thought you and your real mother, were talking about some great stuff. We'll see if they have contenders, in my opinion. She's basically my stepmother. Because for me, a lot of things matter, and most of the time it's what the character looks like and not so much their personality. Their personality gets added on later, and I'm like, you know what, maybe not, now that I know more of their personality. My real mom died 6 years ago. Okay, please don't be like Made in Abyss and do a joke right after you tell me something that's kind of tragic. Kairi-san is the woman Dad married afterwards. I'm not going to spoil Made in Abyss for you because that took place in the last episode. I'm not even going to say it because I don't know if I'm going to add this to the video later. It's understandable for someone my age. I could never bring myself to call his new wife Mom. I didn't see it already, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I just finished Made in Abyss, like, last week. And the moment happened, because this is last episode, like, final scenes, the moment happened, and then they did a stupid bit, and I literally had to pause it and go, why? Why did you even have to do that? I'm still, like, reeled back, kinda, on what I just saw. And I doubt she feels like using the word son on this massive kid who's no relation to her at all. We aren't little kids. We know there's nothing to be gained by fighting. So we decide that we won't force ourselves to pretend that we were family. I've decided to act a bit more frank with her, acting as though she's a friendly neighbor instead. Who is, you know, who is doing some things with my father. It's much easier if we just keep a little distance instead of forcing ourselves to act all close and making each other uncomfortable. Kairi-san has always been very open about all this, and thanks to that, we've been able to get along pretty well. Then, just when we were bad-mouthing Dad about being in the bathroom, the man himself came back, wiping his hands with a handkerchief. Why'd I expect him to be fatter?
バトラ
なんだよ親父。
What the hell are you doing?
耳つねんな。
Ah. I don't know. I feel like they could have, for a second, because of the conversation we were having earlier, I thought he was pinching me in the down low. But I feel like that'd be a little too weird.
また母さんと俺の悪口を言ってたろ。
Yes.
なんでお前には父親に対する尊敬の念ってやつがわかねえんだ。
いででででででででででで。ああ、いでえよ、クソ親父。俺の耳伸ばしたって空は飛べねえぞ。
That's a Dumbo joke. Get it? Because that elephant flew in that movie with his large ears.
ほれほれ。縦縦横横丸書いて逆に回して倍率どんどんさらに2倍。
Of course. Why not? Why not just throw a Konami code reference in there?
お父様、失礼なこと言ってごめんなさいって言ってみろ。
冗談じゃねえぜ。そういうのは会員制のお店でやりやがるってんだ。だから話せって。
Like I told you, amazing writing already coming out. What, the fact that he's pitching his ear? Or the fact that I thought he was pitching his balls? This old bastard is my dad. I think I'm pretty tall myself, but Dad's just about as tall as I am. It's no surprise that Aunt Eva started talking about Dad's blood when she saw my height. By the way, my height isn't the only thing I got from him. It seems having weird names runs in the family. Dad's full name is written. You can't read it, can you? I can't read Japanese, so... yeah. Come on, it's just... Anyway, this guy's name is pronounced Rudolph. I must hate grandfather for giving him that name. Was his grandfather Adolf? As far as I'm taking that joke. Still, there's no reason to pass that weird name being tradition onto me. As the old bastard twisted my ear all over the place, Aunt Ava snuck up behind him and grabbed his ear.
こらこらルドルフ。息子に乱暴してるんじゃないわよ。
That's not abuse. That's not abuse. Trust me. You gotta get like punched for it to be abuse. That's just.
言ってよ姉貴。
That's just pulling on the ear. I got pulled on my ear all the time. But not by my parents, by people at by the I can't speak. My stuttering is coming out that I developed somehow. I had my ear pinched and pulled by people I knew at my high school. There we go. Gotta speak slowly. I watched too many YouTube videos on 1.75 times speed just to get them out of the way, so I speak fast. Just calm down. This scene perfectly illustrated the relationship between the prankster younger brother and the older sister who could deal out punishment to him despite his size.
エヴァ姉さん、そのくらいにしてあげてください。同じ分、後で反対の耳を私が引っ張って伸ばしておきますので。
I know exactly when you're gonna do it too. Doing the bounce.
あら、ごめんなさいね。キリエさんの引っ張る分も残しておかなくっちゃ。ルドルフ。
I got things to say, but I don't know if I want to say them. I don't think these words should leave my mouth.
後でたっぷりキリエさんにお仕置きしてもらいなさいね。
God, why did my headcanon make this so bad? My headcanon is making this sound so wrong. There's also an autoplay button if you hit A on the keyboard. Alright. Well, I like to make commentary after lines. So, I'll turn it off when need be, but for now, we're gonna hit A. But like I said, my brain is making up too much sexual headcanon. They're into BDSM. Come on, it's obvious. A.
たく、姉貴こそ弟いじめもいいとこだぜ。
When I
秀
feel
吉
like
兄さん
turning
も
it off,
こんな姉貴を拾ってくれて本当に
I'll
あ
hit
りが
A
とう
again.
ございます。
So obvious.
兄
Yeah,
さんの
it's
寛大さ
it's
がなかった
blatant.
ら今でもまだ売れ残ってますよ。弟として申し訳ないです。
誰が売れ残るって？
After taking 2 to 3 steps back, and Eva unleashed one of her beautiful high reverse roundhouse kicks, which stopped just a centimeter away from the tip of Dad's nose. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to leave autoplay off because that's going too fast for me to like actually read it out loud. Or even read it in my head. Because as soon as I started reading the first sentence, it already, like the first part, it already unleashed like 3 more lines. So we're just gonna continue hitting space. After starting out with Tai Chi Chuan for a figure, Aunt Ava then developed an interest in the Chinese martial arts. After that, she went through karate, taekwondo, whatever that word is. I'm gonna try my best. Capoeira. Capoeira. There you go. I just gotta say it like with a southern accent so it's less offensive. Because the southern people don't know what the hell they're saying. That's that capoeira. And what is it she's learning now again? Well, anyway, they say a woman's weapons are in her lower body, and that's literally true for Eva. Or Eva. Or Ava.
ルドルフ。側頭部直撃だと一発で混沌するわよ。
Good old temple shot.
この間演舞でミスって相方泡吹いちゃったんだからね。
Wait, in a practice match, aren't you supposed to hit the other person? It's a practice match. It's not a wrestling event.
いやいや、足癖の悪い姉貴で本当に申し訳ないです。
Dad, completely unfazed, shrugged and smiled ironically at Uncle Hideyoshi.
わしには兄弟がおらん。だからエヴァとルドルフ君のじゃれ合いを見とると胸がポカポカしてくるんや。兄弟や家族はほんまにええもんやな。
あら、ジョージ君に弟を作ってあげるという話はないんですか？
I'm telling you, this family's freaky. How are you gonna talk about that in front of George? I'm gonna tell you right now, I know exactly what's going on behind the scenes with these 4 people. And that's called a fatal 4-way in wrestling terms. Wink, wink.
もうジョージ君も立派な大人になって手も離れたでしょうから次の子がいてもいいでしょうに。
Just looking at Kyrie, she looks like a freak.
おいおいキリエ、生まれてくる子の苦労も考えてやれよ。
It's so much funnier looking from your perspective. well, I'm sorry. I've been raised through the internet, and my perspective have always been if someone's gonna say something like that sounds disgusting, they have to say pause afterwards to mean like, yo, I didn't mean it this way. I didn't mean it sexually. It's like if I walked up to something and be like, man, you're hard as a rock, and I'd have to say pause. If I was like telling them, dude, they're like tough, I'd have to say pause because then it'd be like I'm talking about something else.
よくこの性悪姉貴から生まれて、ジョージ君はあんなにもまっすぐ育ってくれたもんさ。本当にジョージ君は偉いな。うちのボンクラに今度爪の赤を分けてやってくれよ。
そんなことないわよ。
Wait, don't share anything with
エ
me.
ヴァ姉さんの教育が間違ってなかったからジョージ君はあんなに素直ないい子になったんだから。ですよね、姉さん。
あらあら、そんなどうかしら。うちのジョージもまだまだ頼りなくって。そうそう、それよりお宅のエンジちゃんはどんな具合なの？吐いちゃったって聞いたけど。
Got the corona?
そうや
Got
そう
the
や
flu?
久しぶりに顔が見れると思って期待してたんやで。大丈夫なんか？
いつも季節の変わり目に風邪をひくんです。
I think a lot of people do.
どうも弱
Just
く
in
て。
general. I was about to say, what is she, a hypochondriac? But that's not even the word for it. What's the... I know the word exists, and it's for people who, like, let's say they get a bruise. They could bleed out from the bruise because all the blood is, like, they bleed a lot. Essentially. That's essentially what it is. Like, if they get cut, they're bleeding. I know there's a word for it.
本当は連れてきたか
I'm
ったん
pretty
ですけ
sure it
ど、
starts with an H.
今回は私の実家に面倒見てもらっています。
それが賢明よ。本家の毒気に当てない方が治りは早いもの。
At the moment, I'll stay up to... Yeah. At the moment, I do plan on streaming till 2:30. Unless something changes. Like, hemorrhaging. No, that's not it. It's not hemorrhaging. There's like an actual medical term for it. Because I know what hemorrhaging is, but it's like an actual medical term for it. Like, this person has this. But yeah, I do plan on streaming till 2:30. Unless something crazy happens and I have to stop. Which obviously I'll let you know. But yeah, cause hell, at 1 a.m. Xfinity can decide to be like, hey, we're doing maintenance on Wi-Fi, so we're just gonna shut everything down. So if you see the stream stop suddenly, it's either because I rage quit, which probably won't happen with this game, or Xfinity decided we're gonna fix your internet real quick.
大人の都合より子供の病気の方が大事よ。
わしな、吐く風によう効く薬知っとんや。
If it's that one Trump recommended, I don't want it. And I forget what that one is. Because they got, I guarantee you it's COVID. Even though this is 1986.
使うてくれや。
Hold on. What major disease was happening in 1986? If there even was one. You know what? I'm going to find that out right now. I'm going to find that out right now. Major disease 1986. Influenza. There you go. Influenza epidemic. When did it end? It peaked in... Okay, yeah, influenza. That's what was going on. Does influenza So what are the symptoms? Now I'm just looking up random stuff. I'll put that there for now. So, what are the... Okay, this just took a turn. What are the symptoms of influenza? Is it vomiting? Yeah, flu symptoms. So, legit is like COVID. Except it's not, it's influenza. I can't believe I got that right, honestly. There's no way I got this right. Just by no... Okay, wow. I'll be going nuts if I got that one right. I like how while I was there, I didn't look up whether or not, what the word was.
ありがとうございます、秀吉兄さん。いつもお世話になりっぱなしで。
But I'm assuming it's influenza, which is very good to know now, because I guessed that. And once the conversation suddenly veered off in that direction, we kids didn't have any chance of butting in. For now, I'm just happy Aunt Ava gave Dad his just desserts for tugging on my ear.
まだ天候調査中がなくならないね。
By my fake watch, yes. George Aniki pointed at the counter. The checking weather sign was still stuck next to the departure times for the flight we were scheduled to board. According to Aniki, smaller planes are more subject to winds and other effects of the weather. And it's not at all uncommon for flights to be delayed because of that. Yep, that's true. Wait a sec. We are totally sure it's not going to shake, right? From down here on the ground, it just looks cloudy, not windy. Well, I guess it's different up where the planes fly, because planes fly above the clouds, my guy.
ちょっと天気が怪しいものね。
They soar higher than the birds. And Ava looked at a TV in the lounge. The weather forecast was being broadcasted, informing us that typhoon was approaching the Kanto region. That'll do it. That'll keep the plane on the ground. Good old typhoon.
また台風か。
Pretty sure typhoon is earthquake and then it picks up the water. Or no wait, is that just that's a tsunami? A typhoon is like a hurricane in the ocean. What the fuck is a typhoon? Is a hurricane in the ocean's just a hurricane? Now I gotta look up what a typhoon is. Typhoon, what the tropical storm. So what? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna assume I'm right. A typhoon
親
is a
族会議
typhoon.
が毎年10月ってんじゃ。これは宿命だぜ。もうちょい時期を選んでくれりゃいいのによ。
Well, I think he's about to die. I'm assuming the he in this case is Kinza.
どうかね。私もお盆の時期にやってくれればっていっつも思うわよ。ならルドルフ、それ今回の会議でお父様と兄さんに提案してみればいいじゃない。
冗談。姉貴が言えよ。俺が何を言っても兄貴は聞かねえよ。
いやよ。私は別に10月でも困らないもの。ルドルフが台風が嫌だからって言うから提案したらって言っただけよ。
俺は台風が来るのはいつものことだなって言っただけだろ。お盆の時期がいいって言い出したのは姉貴だぜ。
あら、去年ルドルフも言ったわよ。
What? Dude just doesn't like who likes typhoons?
お盆の時期なら仕事のスケジュールとも合わせやすいのにって。
Oh, you're talking about the Obon festival.
言ってねえだろ、そんなことよ。
言ったわよ。
I think you're projecting stuff onto him.
私、そういうのは絶対忘れないもん。
いや言ってねえよ。言ってんのはいつも姉貴だよ。
Just trying to get people on your side, you know.
知ってる？
Fair enough.
寸止めって高等技術なのよ。
I don't know how many times I'm gonna see her threaten to kill her own brother. But I feel like this is gonna be a theme. Just straight up, you know how easy it is to kick your head off? Cause I can do it, you know.
チェ、いい年した女がはしたないことばっかしてんじゃねえぜ。
Yeah, lady, if you know what's good for you, you better keep them legs close together. My God. I don't think I've ever heard an insult quite like that one for a while. That was a good one. That's a good one. That Ava's argument. 10 out of 10 rating. Yeah, straight up. This is 10 out of 10 rating. Argument looked no different from a couple of brats quarreling.
普段は父親や母親として振る舞っていても、こうして親族会議で元の兄弟に出会うと、子供の頃の自分に戻っちゃうからだろうね。
I mean, what else are you supposed to do? Siblings be siblings.
と冷静に分析できるジョージ兄貴の方がずっと大人に見えるぜ。俺は将来あんなクソ親父みたいにはなりたくないね。なるなら兄貴みたいな知的な大人になりたいもんだぜ。
Just called his dad stupid. Like straight up, be like, I hope I end up smart.
僕かい？僕なんかまだまださ。社会経験が全然足りないし、社交性も度胸も足りない。バトラ君にはそれらのいくつかがすでにあるように思うよ。だからきっと成人したら僕なんかすぐに追い抜いちゃうさ。
George Aniki scratched his head and laughed, as though trying to hide his embarrassment. Of course, he was just being humble. Aniki entered a university and became an apprentice at Uncle Hideyoshi's company at the same time, studying both academics and how to become a business emperor in parallel. That's right after graduating. Right after graduating, he got into Uncle Hideyoshi's company as his father's aide, pulling up a lot of real-life experience as he devoted himself zealously to his work. His great dream is to one day stand on his own and build up his own kingdom. Aniki is a real paragon of a man, sparing no effort as he strives towards his goal. It's no exaggeration to say that I really respect him. And then there's me. I'm nothing at all like Aniki. I'm living my happy-go-lucky, idle high school life to the max. I've got no dreams for the future. I'd like to just sit back, stay cool, and let the money flow in. But of course, that could never happen. When Aniki was my age, he had already formed an impressive objective and started devoting himself towards studying for that goal, so I guess I can't compare at all. My dad just says, sure, you can study at my company if you like cleaning toilets. Damn it, I'm not gonna be in the debt of that old bastard. I'll find my way myself. If only willpower was all it took to become an adult. Should I go on one of those self-searching journeys that are all the rage these days? Well, it's not like I can mooch off my parents for that kind of money.
Oh!
Something happened. What's going on? Right then, Uncle Hideyoshi shouted out loudly. He's a really nice person on the whole, but he does have a problem controlling the volume of his voice. Like me. When I looked over, I saw that he was greeting Aunt Rosa, who had come late. Thunder Rosa?
Oh!
New song, Hane, Feathers, or Hane.
ローザさんやないか。マリアちゃん、久しぶりやの。
久しぶり。
I'm glad I did not say anything before the character popped up, because that would be prison time. Because I would have said something like, can't wait to see this one, and then a kid would pop up and go, oh no.
マリア、お久しぶりですでしょ。言ってごらん。
お久しぶりです。
It's a literal child, and I was about to say something bad about it. Almost immediately.
よく言えたな。ご褒美に飴玉あげような。おっとっと、あれ？どこにしまったんや。
ローザさん、お久しぶりです。
That dude's literally like your grandpa. Oh, hey there, kid. I got you some candy.
マリアちゃんもお久しぶり。
ご無沙汰してます、キリエ姉さん、秀吉兄さん。あら、バトラ君？大きくなったわね。
いやー今日は会うたびに言われてて恥ずかしいっすよ。
I mean, we did call it though.
おうローザ、遅かったな。飛行機がダイヤ通りだったらギリギリってとこだったぜ。
ごめんなさい、列車の接続がうまくいかなくて。なに、また天候調査中なの？
I mean, why not? It's always the weather.
ぼやか
apparently.
ないぼやかない。
I don't complain. Me and Rudolph are planning on having it near the Oban
船で
Festival.
6時間も揺られるくらいなら、飛行機でほんの30分の方がずっとマシ
6
よ。
hours on a boat? My God, that's a long time.
たとえ1時間余計に待たされたって全然早いんだから。
マリアちゃんも大きくなったで。今身長いくつあるんや？
Let me take a wild stab. 3'7".
身長いくつあるんや？
I swear, if I... Maria-chan parroted Uncle Hideyoshi's question, looking up at her mother. I guess she doesn't remember her own height. She's probably right in the middle of a growth spurt, so her height must change every month. Give it a few more years and she'll suddenly start looking feminine. You know what? Leave it up to this to tell me, hey, give it a few more years and she's gonna start looking... Woo.
この間の身体測定でいくつって出たっけ？これでも少しずつは伸びてるんですよ。
Just give me a definitive height, lady. Don't you mark it on the wall?
ね
去年よりもずっと成長したと思いますよ。
Alright, we're gonna have to game theory this and use pixel measurements.
今年で9歳でしたっけ
9歳。
What's your problem? 9 years old.
そうだね、9歳だね。
She looks really mad at being 9.
マリアちゃんも元気そうでよかった。よいしょ、もう高い高いをするにはちょっと重くなってきたかな。
What, you can't lift a... I was gonna insult this man by saying, what, you can't lift a 9-year-old? I probably couldn't even lift a 9-year-old that high.
うわ、ジョージ兄貴、そりゃレディーに失礼だろ。俺がやってやるぜ。高い高い。
Break... 10 out of 10 writing would be he breaks his spine. Oh, you're making her cry? When I went to lift her up in Aniki's place, Maria stiffened defensively, staring suspiciously at my face. That's right. The last time I met Maria was 6 years ago, and she was only 3 years old. Of course she doesn't remember my face.
マリアちゃん、覚えてる？バトラ君よ。一緒に遊んでもらったの忘れちゃった？
She just looks annoyed, if anything.
無理だろ。
She's like, human interaction has... I don't want to deal with it.
最後にバトラと会ったのは3つの時だぜ。
That's what she's like right now. I don't want to deal with any
3
humans.
つの時
Get
の
me
記
out of
憶
here.
なんか残ってねえ。
My mom can't even remember my own height. Do you think I care about any of this? She must know everyone's face apart from mine because she meets them every year. I haven't had contact with the I'm about to say Ushiguroshi. Ushigurush, the Ushigurush family. The Ushiromiya family for about 6 years now. I gotta like sound it out. So it's no surprise that this 9-year-old girl doesn't have any memories of me. Even I can only just barely remember her being a 3-year-old crybaby. But she looks like she's about to cry right now.
バトラお兄ちゃんよ。ルドルフおじさんの息子さん。わかる？
おじさんの息子さんが、おじさんが息子さん。 Huh? Huh?
We're frying her brain right now. Her brain's gone. It disappeared. The ooh sound was probably your brain going into overload at that complicated explanation. Exactly, we fried it. Guess the phrasing of that was a bit confusing. Ni or Oni, the title used to refer to an actual older brother, can also be a friendly honorific for a boy who's only a bit older than you. Just like Ni or Oni, the word for a big sister.
Maria-chan?
To me, those are said the same way, so.
彼はバトラ君。僕と同じいとこだよ。
庄司お兄ちゃんと同じ？
So you already...
バトラ？
I'm gonna punch this kid.
いとこ。
Yes, I'm your cousin, Badler.
そう。よくできたね。
This part of Aniki is what makes me really look up to him. He's great with children. In fact, marry me. For someone who isn't married, I'm telling you, I got clairvoyance. He's just great at dealing with kids. I'm sure he'll be an indulgent father in the future. Yeah, with me.
お兄ちゃん？
Maria looked straight up at me with a questioning expression, as though asking whether it was okay to call me that.
おや、俺がバトラだ。よろしくな、マリア。
Okay, she turned around fast.
こらマリア、呼びつけちゃダメでしょ。バトラお兄ちゃんと呼びなさい。
いいっすよ、ローザおばさん。細かいことは気にしないっすから。まあマリア、俺とお前は名前を呼びつけ合う仲だもんな。
バトラバトラバトラ。
おや、マリアマリアマリア。
My man just hit him with the ooh woo. I thought they fell. I thought they legit collapsed from the cringe that was placed upon them. We horsed around for a while to make up for the 6-year gap in our friendship. She probably still thinks of me as nothing more than a big new friend, but things will probably work out as we get to know each other again. But I'm surprised. She's just the way I remembered her being 6 years ago. Seems that people just don't change that much after all. I'm a bit happy that she's still the pure, innocent girl I remember. Her name is written Vortex. That is just a cross in the middle of the last one. Of course, is pronounced Maria. The third character looks like a cross, which is pretty cool. I'm clairvoyant, I'm telling you. Maybe I'm just Badler. Maybe I am just him. Her feelings don't usually show up on her face, so it can be difficult to know just what she's thinking. But that's just how she looks on the outside. On the inside, she's just a sweet, normal girl. Then there's Maria's mother, Aunt Rosa. She's my dad's younger sister. Rosa is written... Here's a name that's totally not Japanese. The writing is legit so good that it predicts what you will think most of the time. Same thing happened to me thousands of times. I still want a confirmed height for this kid. I still want a confirmed height of 3'7", what I said. That's the only thing that I want. I don't care about any of the other times it's clairvoyant, because if the writing is that good, then this is going to be fun. But I want a confirmed height later on. Not like anybody telling me what the height is, I just want to figure it out. Maybe in the game. If not, I can look it up at the end. Sorry to say it, but her name's almost as ridiculous as Dad's. I've got to respect her for not ending up as screwed up as he is. When I think about it, all the names of my family sound foreign. Just why is grandfather so obsessed with them? Because of him, even grandchildren have to put up with this weird naming sense. I know exactly why. Because of Beatrice. I'm assuming because I still think the grandpa is Kinzo. It's even more annoying since grandfather's own name is perfectly normal. Yep, that established it right there. Anyway, there's one thing about Aunt Rosa that's a relief compared to the other family members. The old bastard and Aunt Eva have this annoying urge to tease and mock people all the time. But even though she shares their blood, Aunt Rosa isn't like that at all. She has the most common sense among all the siblings. Like Uncle Hideyoshi, she's a kind aunt who will always be on the kid's side. However, possibly because she's more strict as a parent, she's not liberal with handing out spending money like Uncle Hideyoshi. Okay, now we have the entire group of family members who are going to board the plane. At the moment, as though it had waited for us all to arrive, an announcement rang out through the
お
lobby.
待たせしました。新島行き201便の搭乗をこれより開始いたします。
Good time.
ご搭乗のお客様はカウンター前の白線前に2列でお並びください。
ロザ、搭乗手続きまだだろ。急げ急げ。
いけない。マリア、いらっしゃい。
She looks mad. She's gonna look mad a lot. We had to go through a metal detector before going out on the runway. Our small plane wasn't as massive as international flight, but it was still a plane. No, I couldn't figure that one out, Sherlock. Your small plane that wasn't the size of a normal plane was still a plane. You couldn't figure that one out. A staff member holding a metal detector checked us all. Once all of us cleared the check, we followed the staff member out onto the runway. Come to think of it, everyone here is in the Ushiramiya family. It's like this is a reserved charter flight or something. Our group stopped in front of the entrance to the airplane. Then our guide turned around and spoke, looking down at the passenger list as he
それ
did.
ではこれよりご搭乗となります。名簿をお読み上げいたしますので、前方の座席、右側から順に右、左、次の列の右、左と詰めてお座りになってください。
Why don't our planes do this? Go, you're on the passenger list. Here's your seats in order, so enter and go in. That'd be so easier instead of just everybody going in at the same time.
それではお読み上げいたします。後宮秀吉様。
わしからか。はい。そうだ、エヴァ。飴玉あるか。さっきから探してるんだが見つからないんや。
I would say why not get it at the airport, but I doubt that that airport was modern, you know.
後宮エヴァ様。ハンドバッグの中よ。機内に入ったら出すわ。
I've heard that candies are a good way to protect your ears from hurting because of variations in atmospheric pressure when landing or taking off. I know about those all too well. Again, 18 flights. At most. That's probably what they're talking about.
俺の席窓際だといいな。
You probably will.
大丈夫だよ。窓際席しかないもん。
Shorjanki said there are apparently only 2 lines of seats. So this is what a small plane is like. We are totally sure it's not going to shake, right?
後宮ジョージ様。
はい。大丈夫だよ、バトラ君。あんまり揺れないから。
後宮バトラ様。
Hey, I'm sitting next to George.
兄貴、あんまりってどのくらいだよ。船から落ちても泳げるからいいが、飛行機が落ちたらそれでおしまいなんだぜ。
Back then, maybe.
もちろん客席にはパラシュートがあるんだろ。ねえの。
後宮ルドルフ様。
ほらバトラ、感動してねえでとっとと奥行け。
聞いて親父。
Did he kick him in? Because I thought he, because that's what I. He pushed him. I think straight up, just get in there and kick him.
パラシュートがねえんだよ。
No, you don't. Because why would they give you a parachute?
後宮桐江様。ほら、仲良くじゃれてないの。進む進む。
言ってよキリエ。押すなって。ボンクラが進まねえんだよ。
後宮マリア様。後宮ローザ様。
ほらマリア、静かにしなさい。
こちらは機長の川端です。
Ah, Kawabata.
本日は新東京航空201便をご利用いただき誠にありがとうございます。新島空港までは約20分のフライトの予定です。
20-minute flight. Why not? Okay, so 20 minutes. The flights that I've been on have at least taken more than an hour.
上空の気流が乱れているとの報告
A 20-minute flight sounds nice. You just get on, then you get off.
多少の揺れがあるかもしれませんので、離陸後もシートベルトは外さないようにお願いいたします。 兄貴、シートベルト外しちゃいけない揺れってなんだよ。
Yes, that's what you do in planes.
じゃあ僕やな、離陸後はシートベルト外せるぜ。それが外しちゃいけないってどんな揺れだよ。くそー、騙された。何が揺れないだ。パラシュートはどこだよ。やっぱり俺は船が良かった。
Ride on. Legend of the Golden Witch. Oh, is this just, Okay, it is. Jessica. I have not met a Jessica yet. This is kind of just like an opening thing. Might as well check something while I'm here. Yep. Sorry if you heard a little other stream. Had to check something. Because I had to go to Twitch and confirm that we are still on episode 1. Because I don't know, this could have been, hell, this might be just the credits for it. I don't know, we'll see. Get to chill and listen to some music. Saturday, 8 a.m.
やっぱ船だよな。船。
What's really going on about that boat?
落ちる。落ちる。
マリハ、もういい加減になさい。
Man, this kid's even got that sharp tooth that I like in characters.
でも意外ね。
Man, Maria is surprisingly adorable for a kid character. Usually I don't like him. Usually I find him annoying, but I'm starting to get like cheery
バトラ君、
looking at
てっ
like
きり怖い
hearing.
ものなしだと思ってたから。
こいつ
She just makes
昔から乗り
noises.
物がなぜかダメでさ。
She's the definition of Zoomer humor. Just make a noise.
二言目には落ちるだの沈むだの。情けない男だな、おめえは。
うるへえ。
Judging from that, he's got motion sickness.
ありゃ、さすがに揺れすぎだろう。小型機乗るのは初めてだったから、ちょいと答えちまっただけだぜ。
あの大騒ぎでちょいとなの？バトラ君とは海外旅行を一緒に行くと賑やかそうね。おばさんとエジプトとか行かない？
Egypt would be dope to visit, but
14
no.
時間も飛行機に乗れるわよ。
That's why I can't do a 14-hour flight. I don't know if I could. I'd be dying. There'd be a kid screaming on that plane 100% the whole way, and I wouldn't be able to handle that. I'd literally walk over and punch the kid in the face at that point. That last hour, I'd walk over to the kid. Would you just shut up?
いい提
I'd
案
get
ね
arrested in Egypt. They'd send me back in time, work as a slave to build the pyramid. That's why the pyramids were built. I'm adding that conspiracy list to the conspiracies. The slaves were just future people that were convicted in Egypt. Because they already knew that the pyramids existed. We're creating a time paradox. The pyramids already existed, but they were built by people from the future that knew that the pyramids existed. Time paradoxes.
バトラ君、エヴァ姉さんに少し鍛えてもらいなさいよ。それにしてもおかしい。
こらこら、人間誰しも得て増えてはあるもんや。そない笑うたら悪いで。
父さんも笑うのは悪いよ。ほら、マリアちゃんももう笑っちゃダメ。
Man, let the 9-year-old laugh.
もう笑っちゃダメ
No, you can laugh. You can laugh. Nobody else can but you. You're the only one who's alive. I'm very interested in who your favorite characters will be. Well, right now, I cannot give you a definitive statement. But at the moment, it's Badler just because he's the protagonist. Like, that's the one that I feel like I know because I'm seeing his inner thoughts. Second, no idea, because so far all of them are pretty good. I'm not mad. I'm not particularly leaning any other way for all the rest of the characters other than Badler. He's like an inch ahead because he's the main character. I'm hearing his thoughts. God damn it. Is being scared of planes really such a big deal? Everyone obviously thinks I'm a big oaf now. We split up and took separate taxis from the airport to the harbor. So we still have to take a boat. From there on, we'd be taking a boat to the island. Oh, because it's an island. Okay. The islands are right next to each other, so the distance of the trip wasn't that great. By boat, it was a leisurely 30 minutes to the island. When we reached the pier where the boat to the island was anchored, we saw a figure waving at us.
ジョージ兄さん
This is Jessica.
お久しぶりだぜ
いやあ、ジェシカちゃん、1年ぶりだね。また伸びたんじゃないかい？
よしてくれよ毎年言われんのは恥ずかしいぜ
おいおい兄貴、嘘だろ？
Don't say anything you're gonna regret.
こいつが本当にジェシカなのかよ？
I swear to God, if he mentions one thing.
ってことはジョージ兄さん
If he mentions one thing sexually about this character.
このデカブツバトラーなのかよ
We both stared at each other. She definitely didn't look like that in my memories, but I do remember her crazy way of talking.
いいよ、ジェシカ！なんだよ、お前！嘘だろ？何女みたいな格好してんだよ！
I knew he would mention something about looking like a woman. I thought it'd be more sexual than that, but I figured it was going to be in that
なんだ
vein.
よ、これ胸かよ！お前にも胸なんかできたのかよ！
Man, I knew he would mention something about the boobs. I knew for a fact. I didn't directly say it because I didn't want to, because I don't know how old this character is, but I knew for a fact he was going to mention something about the chest. Okay, what is the relation? Oh my god. You know what? This whole family are freaks. This whole family. I thought it was just Kyrie and Rudolph. Nah. Definitely Badler's a freak too. He's definitely a freak. I bet he's the type of person to watch those stepbrother, stepsister videos on those sites. If you know what I'm talking about. He definitely watches those. Okay, 18, we're set. We can lewd this character. She is of legal age.
髪だって伸びりゃ出るとこだって出るぜ。てめえに揉ませる胸なんざあるもんかい。
You know, I'm starting to like Jessica a little bit, just cause of the way she talks.
バトラこそなんだよ。バカみてえに図体だけでかくなりやがって。ちった腕力ついたのか？
ざげんじゃねえ。あれからどれだけ鍛錬積んだか思い知らせてやんぜ。
うぜえぜ。返り討ちだ。
This headstrong girl's name is Japanese characters. She was born under the same unlucky star as me, sharing the same kind of weird name. Anyway, that is pronounced Jessica. Shouts out to anybody named Jessica. Your name is fucking weird. She's Dad's older brother's daughter. That older brother happens to be the oldest son of the Ushiramiya family, so for now, it means Jessica is the direct family heir. Since Jessica and I are the same age, sometimes had little boy-girl squabbles with each other, we've always been used to fighting and joking around together whenever the relatives gather. Jessica grew more quickly, so she always had me beat in terms of size and physical strength. When we scuffled in contest of strength, it usually went Jessica's way. So even though I realized I'd grown bigger, part of my mind was still convinced that I couldn't beat Jessica. I'm noticing a pattern with designs on coats and clothes with the yellow lines. Similar to the logo underneath the letters. I'm gonna point that out now because it's happening more. What am I doing?
なんだよ。何マジになってんだよ。いててて。
What am I doing?
おいおいおい。全然力入れてねえぜ。ジェシカ、お前貧弱になっただろう。
Okay, I'm gonna assume that's that one. Okay.
うるせえぜ。
I'm prepared.
こちとら女やってんだ。いつまでも腕力で男に勝てるわけねえだろ。
Alright, I'm assuming I'm good now. I swear, something just...
そうだよな。俺が腕につけた分の肉をお前は胸につけたんだもんな。俺の腕とお前の胸ならちょうどいい力比べになりそうじゃねえのか。
How much of a freak are you? I think of some pretty messed up things, but this guy straight up is like, hey, I bet if I put my arm in there, you'd crush it, right?
だからお前に揉ませる胸はね。
That's essentially what I got from that sentence.
それよりお前こそどうなんだよ。身長以外にも他のところちゃんと大人になったのか。
I thought when she mentioned stronger, this was where this was gonna go, but I didn't have enough evidence until now. But straight up, hey, yo, your penis get bigger? Man, this writing, just straight up, says a line, but does it in a roundabout way so you say it in your head.
バカやめろ。いやん、この野郎お嫁に行けなくなる。変なとこ触んないで。
Oh, but she won't be when you touch her chin. Okay.
人様が聞いて誤解すること言うんじゃねえ。
Oh yeah, he definitely watches Stepsister, Stepbrother. He definitely does. There's no way he doesn't. Honestly, I was so surprised at how feminine Jessica had become that I had to joke around like an idiot to hide it. Well, considering what a brassy brat she was 6 years ago, anyone would be surprised. I guess she's just as surprised. She probably wasn't expecting to lose to me in a test of strength. After losing that easily, she must be shocked at how much I've grown in the past 6 years. 6 years. Once again, I'm being shown just what a huge gap of time that was.
やれやれ、乾杯だぜ。こりゃもう私じゃかなわねえな。
そんなことないよ。バトラ君にもきっと弱点はあるよ。ね、マリアちゃん。
What, me saying ooh because then I fall on the floor with cringe? Oh no, they're talking about the plane.
ちょ、バカよせマリア。それは内緒にしような。
落ちる？
Yeah, it's about to become fall, as you can tell by the seasons.
なんだそりゃ。
Wait, no, it's already fall because it's in October. Damn.
あいにくだが、この弱点はジェシカにはもうさらさないぜ。何しろ、悪夢の空路はもう終わっちまったんだからな。
Yeah, you're not gonna see the secret now. Secret weakness as I state the weakness.
あとはのんびりチャボチャボとお船の旅さ。あのオンボロ漁船がこれほど恋しくなるとは思わなかったぜ。
Well, judging based off of the boats, they're still pretty small.
ああ、ジョージ兄さん、こいつ頭どうかしたのか。
Yes.
すぐにわかるよ。すぐにね。
At the time, I didn't get what Aniki meant by that big smile.
これはこれは。はあ。
This background music kind of making me feel a little different. It definitely was not. It's definitely different from all the other ones. I got hit with these notes. I was like, damn, okay. I see how it's gonna be then. Chio.
バトラさんも大きくなりまして。
Who's it this time? It's an old lady with an apron. Yeah, that takes me back. I remember now.
バトラ君、覚えてるかい？ほら、お手伝いの熊沢さんだよ。
There are over 200 songs in the soundtrack, by the way. That is a lot.
熊沢のばあちゃんは忘れねえぜ。
And they're all incredible. Well, this one's making me feel a little different. I'll be
何
honest.
しろこの6年ちっとも老けちゃいねえぜ。むしろ若返ったんじゃねえの？
Master of flattery, my guy. That's exactly what you say to some old people. Hey, you look no younger than 103 when they're like 108.
最近はお
And then when they're
肌
not
がピチ
108
ピチ
because
して
they're
きちゃって。
like 80, that's when you go, oh,
ほら
alright then.
胸もますますに大きくなっちゃいましたんですよ。
Everyone's a freak in this game. Damn. This old lady wants me to cop a feel. Everyone's a freak. This whole game is nothing but pervs.
飲んでみます？
ご冗談。
She's not, I think.
俺が揉みたいのはピチピチした姉ちゃんの胸限定だぜ。
Yeah, like somebody I'm related to.
私とて若い日にはそれはピチピチしておりましたよ。
Oh my god. The hell am I reading? Oh, I was quite bouncy in my youth. Dude, this is reminding me of that Riff Shop song that was based off of a kid watching hentai, dude. The last lyrics of the song was essentially their mom in that song going, yeah, I was a porn star. But I didn't have tentacles, you know, doing stuff, and then the kid throws up.
ほらほら、ぜひどうぞお揉みくださいませ。
Man, is everybody horny in this game, or what?
勘弁してくれよ。
This dude wants to cop a feel, this lady wants to get the feel.
若い姉ちゃんだ、若い姉ちゃん。
She is a girl, by the way.
熊沢のばあちゃんじゃねえよ。
The jokes I cracked about Jessica were being turned against me. Come to think of it, Kumasawa has always been the type to tease people. Even still.
おいおいよせよ熊沢さん。
I don't have I don't have like a grandma walking up to me going, do you want to feel my boobs? You want to feel my titties? Like, I don't have them going up saying that.
監獄に半分足突っ込んだ人がはしゃいじゃいけねえぜ。
若い方とじゃれるのが何よりの若返りの薬ですよ。
熊沢さんが迎えに来るなんて珍しいじゃない。どういう風の吹き回しかしら。用事を頼まれるといつも腰痛になるあなたが。
Wait, Wait, is this a... Wait, Is lumbago an actual thing? I thought that was only like a Red Dead 2, like, or like Red Dead thing. Is lumbago an actual thing? I had no idea. Okay. It's lower back pain. Okay. I didn't know Uncle in Red Dead was so smart. I got lumbago.
エヴァ様は相変わらず手厳しゅうございます。急なお買い物がありましたもので、そのついでに皆様のお迎えをしようと思いまして。もっとも、お迎え待ちの老いぼれのお迎えでは景気も悪いでしょうが。
I'm gonna add something to the decrepit old woman, decrepit old horny woman. And Eva spoke sarcastically, but Kumasawa Bachan's years of experience were nothing to sneeze at. Experience in what? She was more than capable of smoothly and coolly deflecting that comment. Well, feels bad to say it, but old Kumasawa Bachan may be past her prime as a servant. She might act as though she's in good health, but between the headaches and her lumbago, her body is wearing out. To tell the truth, the very fact that she's still working is impressive. How old is she this year again? She must be pushing 80 at least. It's incredible that she's still able to act so cheerily.
ますますにお元気なようで。そうだこれ。前に話してたお茶です。ほら、買ってきました。後で飲んでみてください。
Aunt Rosa took a souvenir bag out from her suitcase. To think that she remembered a promise that she'd apparently made last year and faithfully bought it. This sort of thoughtfulness was just like Aunt Rosa. She wasn't the kind of person who would forget or break a promise. Kumasawa Bachan seemed deeply touched, not only that Aunt Rosa had remembered this year-old promise, but that she would bring a gift to a simple servant like her. This woman is Kumasawa Chiyosa. She's a senior servant who's been working at the Ushiromiya head family household for many years. As you'd expect from someone her age, manual labor isn't her strong point, but she's a kind of super servant who can handle just about anything else, from kitchen work to cleaning and laundry. It seems like her only flaw is the tendency to slack off. First, she tries to get away from heavy or troublesome work by playing up her chronic diseases. In Kumasawa Bachan's case, this was probably a sign of craftiness rather than laziness, though it probably doesn't impress those paying her salary. Ah well, even if she's pretty flaky when it comes to work, I can never dislike her. I guess that's probably because of her cheerfulness and her constant smile.
いやー、相変わらずお元気そうで何よりでんな。あれから背中の具合はどないでっか？
薬を飲んでもちっとも良くなりませんで。こればかりはお医者様ではどうにもなりません。
I can't wait till I get back.
不治の病っちゅうもんですわ。
That's gonna be a fun day. Wake up with back pain and dementia. I get the double whammy.
それにしてもジェシカちゃんはますます美人になったな。夏日姉さんに似てよかったぜ。
そうですか？
I thought he was about to say something like messed up too.
私的には全然似てないつもりなんですけど。つうか、親には似たくないです。
We're already past the sexual stuff, but I swear if Rudolph mentioned something about, well, your boobs are about the same size, I'm out.
尊敬してないんで。
I'm out at that point.
ほら、そんなこと言っちゃダメよ。
Kairi, a freak, she gonna definitely say something like that.
それにしても、親に似たくないって言ってる人が多いわね。うちの一族は。
Like me.
あ、それ俺。
バカ言え。お前こそ俺に似るんじゃねえ。お前の鼻が似ててムカつくんだよ。
My nose doesn't even look like yours. My nose looks more like Kairi, but she's not even my actual mother.
何言ってんのよ。呆れるくらいそっくりよ。あなたもお父様もね。
おいおい、そりゃねえだろ。 俺の
I
ど
look
こが親父
nothing
に似
like
てる
him.
ってんだ
And he's supposed to be my father.
傲慢で偉そうなところとかそっくりよ。あんたと兄さんは特にお父様の血が強いわね。ねえローザ。
ええ、まったく。クラウス兄さんもルドルフ兄さんも信じられないくらいお父様にそっくり。
Kraus. That is a German name if I ever heard.
なんで俺だけ女どもに集中放火なんだ。秀吉兄さん、助けてくださいよ。
いやいや、ルドルフ君はいっつも女性にモテてるな。羨ましいで。
相変わらずモテモテでお羨ましいことです。それでは皆様、お船の方へお乗りくださいませ。さあさあ、マリアさん、一緒にお船に乗りましょうね。
一緒にお船に乗る。みんなも一緒に乗る。
I'm telling you, Maria, I don't know what is about this character, but she is an adorable kid. It's like Anya from Spy Family right now, dude. That's what I'm getting reminded of. They're not the same age, but still. It's still a 9-year-old, but still, like when I see a kid in a show, it's usually like that kid's annoying. I get it, it's the zoomer humor of the noises. Every time I hear the noise, I'm like, oh, funny noise.
おや、もう今度は怖くないぜ。波で揺れるのは慣れてるしな。オンボロ漁船の場合、揺れて怖いってよりエンジンがぶっ壊れて漂流するんじゃねえかって方が怖いぜ。
そうだ、バトラ君、言うのを忘れてた。
Alright, George, hit me with it. I know you was plotting something earlier.
あの漁船はだいぶ老朽化してたんで数年前に引退したんだよ。
Oh, hell.
今は他の船が島まで運んでくれるんだ。
ああ、そっか。バトラは新しい船が初めてなんだな。快適だぜ。
I expect Maria to come off of this boat yelling sink.
すっげえ速いんだ。何しろとんでもないスピードが出るんだからさ。
ほう。ってことは、船旅の時間がさらに短縮されたわけか。
Bradley, you gotta know what else that means, bud.
そりゃ素晴らしい。何しろ飛行機よりマシとはいえ沈没の危険にさらされる時間が少しでも短くなるってんだから、こりゃ極めて素晴らしいぜ。
I don't think he realizes.
バトラーはまた落ちる。
そりゃ飛行機の時だけさ。もう大丈夫だぜ。
何しろ船長自慢の改造高速艇らしいぜ。だいぶいじってるらしく、プロペラは高性能のが4機もついてて最高速度は40ノットを超えるとかなんとか自慢してたな。
I wish I understood boat speed.
いつも自慢されるんで覚えちまったぜ。
僕も毎年聞かされるんで覚えちゃったよ。船長は昔外国の漁船と速度比べをして負けて以来スピード改造に取りつかれちゃったんだってさ。
I didn't even notice until now, but George has even got a symbol.
その時の相手は漁船なのに30ノット以上も出せたんだってね。
その雪辱の念が結実してスカッと爽快な超高速改造艇の誕生となったわけさ。バトラもきっと気に入るぜ。
Super high speed modded boat? My first thought was that this would be much better than some beat up boat that might sink at any moment, but for some reason I got this feeling of foreboding. Probably just overthinking it. Again, I expect to start hearing some sink. Alright, back to Hane or Feathers or whatever I want to call it.
おいバトラー、島までは泳いで行った方がいいんじゃねえか。
I feel like there should be a warning here.
バトラ君、柵からあんまり身を乗り出しちゃダメだよ。落ちちゃうから
I can definitely see where they're definitely showing their skills with the voice acting. With that damn it that he said. Going up and down. So this is a super high-speed boat that the captain started modding. Oh yes, that piece of junk fishing boat from 6 years ago doesn't hold a candle to this guy. Why do I feel like I'm about to take off in a rocket? My man's really wants a parachute. I feel like it's getting faster. I have to like put my hand up and just stare at the text box. It's like I can't look at that island anymore. It's freaking me out. It's like messing with my brain. Okay, this guy is definitely a hypochondriac, because that's where you think something's gonna happen. You're scared of it. Hypochondriac is usually, oh, let me look up what I got, and then the internet will tell you it's cancer. You're like, oh my god, it's cancer. I can tell that it's shaking. Is it getting? I can't tell if it's gonna. I can't tell if it's going faster or not, and it's freaking me out. Cause I'll like look up. I like how the first thing I thought of when I read Trials and Tribulations was the Ace Attorney game. Well, I already created a time paradox with the Egypt trip, and I don't want to go on it. Because I know I'm going to enact that time paradox, and I'm going to break the world. And when that comes a lot of Ace Attorney references, funnily enough. Well, I'm going to let you know right now, I'm probably not going to get them all. Because I've only played... I played the trilogy that was on the Switch. And then I was playing through the second one that's like in Victorian England. That was a long one. What enemy? They're just vague references mostly. Well, that's probably... I probably won't get it. Who's the enemy? George? Oh, thank God. Oh, we're back to the one that makes me feel different. So, after I made a huge fool of myself for a while, Aunt Rosa had a talk with the boat captain. He slowed down to a more manageable speed for me. Apparently, the max speed I can tolerate is extremely slow. I don't know why, but this is reminding me of the time I kayaked on a lake. And that lake, oh boy, I was gonna throw up. I was kayaking with somebody behind me, and me and him were both like, we can't do this. We're gonna like vomit. So every time we would just stop for a little bit. I like dry heaved 3 times during it. That was not a fun experience, and I doubt this one would be for me too. But that just now was completely insane. The whole boat was shaking, sliding and leaping on the ocean surface. It felt like I was riding on the back of a flying fish. Jessica was still guffawing at me. That's a word? Guffawing. As I leaned against the railing, tired and disheartened.
さっきは力比べで負けたけどよ。もっと重要な部分で負けてなかったことが分かって、私は嬉しいぜ。
What the testicular fortitude in the size of your grapefruits. Vince McMahon style?
いや、しかし
Even though you're a woman?
くっそー、好きなだけ笑えよ。いつか弱点を見つけ返して、てめえの胸揉みつぶしてやるぜ。
Of course, you're still focused on trying to touch the boobs. Why not? Why not? Why wouldn't I be?
見つけられたら考えてやるぜ。
Is this just a normal thing? Have I never experienced something like that? Childhood female friend where it's like, I'm gonna touch him. Not even a friend, a relative, mind you. Oh God.
バトラヘロヘロ。
ああ、バトラヘロヘロだ。
Okay, good. I didn't pass it off onto the kid.
海も空もごめんだぜ。俺は陸の上で死にたいさ。
Dude's got his life set. All right. Maria's patting my back, so I patted her head in return. Oh, they're head patting. The head pats are starting. Her expression was blank as usual, but I realized that she wanted to console me.
バトラ君、船長が罪滅ぼしにってドリンクをサービスしてくれたよ。飲んで一服しないかい？落ち着くよ。
George Aniki and Kumasawa Bachan brought us all ice-cold cans of soft drinks covered with beads of water. Judging from Kumasawa-san's big grin, our parents inside the boat were probably all rolling around laughing at my moment of pure terror. Damn it, I'm so embarrassed I can't bear to face any of them. If I didn't change the subject somehow, I had the feeling I'd be the butt of everyone's jokes for the whole trip. So I tried to think of something harmless to talk about. I'll touch your tits.
ああ、ジェシカ。クラウスおじさんと夏日おばさんは元気なのかよ。
親父とおふくろ？残念ながら元気だぜ。二言目には勉強しろ勉強しろってうるせえけどよ。秀吉おじさんとかルドルフおじさんとかそういうこと言わなそうだから羨ましいぜ。
とんでもない。僕も受験を控えてた頃はいっつも受験受験って言われてたよ。うるさくも思ったけど今は感謝してるよ。
はあ、やっぱりジョージ兄貴は人間ができてるな。ちなみにうちは絶賛放任中だからな。なんにも言われないぜ。まあ言われたって聞かねえけどな。
バトラさんはまだご実家には戻られておられないのですか？
No, I guess.
まあちょくちょく戻るようには。まだ服とかだいぶ前の家に残してるんで。
I'm assuming we were gonna get some backstory eventually.
バトラ、お家が2つある？
まあな。
どうしてお家が2つ？
Only Maria, who couldn't really grasp the situation, voiced this naive question. However, the others just shot nervous glances at me, choosing not to respond even though they knew the answer.
マイヤ！ほら、船着き場が見えてきたぜ。
Interesting.
ほら、あれ。
So wait, hold on. It's been 6 years, and based off of what I remember, his mom died 6 years ago. So I'm assuming it has something to do with that.
見えるか？
I'm surprised I even remembered that. Apparently, Jessica was trying to be nice by changing the subject. Why was that? Okay, oh well. Then not talk about it if I can help it, but it's uncomfortable to have it treated like some kind of weird taboo. I don't mind it that much myself anymore. Maybe a member of the Ushiromiya family, but the truth is that for these last 6 years I've been living with my grandparents on my late mother's side. I've even been using her family name. Those grandparents passed away one after the other. Basically, I had no choice but to go back and live with the old bastard. Don't get me wrong. I didn't just run away from home or anything like that. The only one at fault here is my dad. I don't really blame Kairi-san. Being able to hold that old bastard's reins and ride him out is no mean feat. Still, the way that old bastard betrayed my mom, well, fortunately, I still haven't fully gotten over that.
もうすぐ着くね。
That's how you clear your throat. George Aniki cleared his throat, trying to change the subject.
失礼しました。年寄りが余計なことを言ってしまったようで、お気に障りましたら。
気にもしてないし触ってもないぜ。気にすんなよ、熊沢のばあちゃん。
Kumasawa-san seemed to regret speaking out of turn, but I was more concerned about being worried over something like that, so I stood up and passed it off lightly. After that, I had a sip of my drink and headed over to Maria and Jessica, who were gazing at the silhouette of the island. The small island silhouette in front of us had gotten pretty close. The island's name is Rokinjima. It's a small island about 10 kilometers around, located in the Izu archipelago. Since they call this archipelago the Izu 7, lots of people think there are only 7 islands, but that's not true. There's actually several more. Well, I'm assuming they call it that because there's 7 big islands. And Rokinjima is one of the minor islands that don't get counted. Exactly, smaller island. Even if that weren't the case, I doubt you find many people who knew about this island. Only people connected to the Ushiromiya family ever go there. In other words, outsiders and tourists never have any reason to care about it. You'll never find this island's name in a travel brochure. After all of Rokinjima is in a state possessed by the Ushiromiya head family. Only the Ushiromiya family lives there, and only people connected to the Ushiromiya family come and go to and from there. There's nothing there except a harbor and a mansion. The vast majority of the island is still just uncultivated forest. Such a waste when it could be made into a nice golf course or something. However, when you realize that the entire coastline is a private beach, it starts to sound pretty magnificent. Why the hell do you want it to be a golf course? You're probably guessed by now, but to put it simply, well, the Ushiromiya family is just rolling in dough. That family apparently possesses a vast fortune, and Dad and the others who make up the branch families have built up plenty of wealth for themselves, finding success in their respective businesses. I've been living a commoner's life at my grandparents' home these 6 years, so I'd completely forgotten. But the old bastard's house really is elegant. Everything about it is turned to match the snobbish taste of the annoyingly rich. Come to think of it, I guess that makes George, Aniki, Jessica, Maria, and me wealthy, high-class gentlemen and ladies. Needless to say, none of us think of ourselves that way at all. I don't see myself as being rich, and George Aniki, who takes self-discipline very seriously, doesn't let himself get too comfortable. Jessica is always complaining that she'd rather move to the city than be rich, and Maria's still a kid who isn't even interested in money at all. Does that attitude really make us any less snobbish? From the perspective of people in poverty who can't pay the bills, we really have been blessed with a lot. This isn't the place to explain any further, so I won't. Anyway, it's the same as not being able to choose the parents you're born from. I didn't ask to be born to a rich family, and I don't think it's really something to be envied. It can be pretty trying when people are prejudiced against you just because you're rich and refuse to judge you by your merits. As I pondered these sentimental thoughts, Maria started shouting and leaned over the railing. She's gonna fall in.
What is it, Maria? Something lost?
Okay, you know what? That kind of made me a little eerie. The music stopped, and then the kid just goes, gone, over the railing. Maria kept yelling, gone, gone. At first it sounded as though she had dropped something, but while she shouted, she also pointed out over the ocean.
どうしたの？何がないんだい？僕も探してあげるよ。
Dude, okay.
何？
I'm like getting kind of little. She dropped something. She would probably have looked down at the floor, but Maria was pointing out over the ocean. Well, what if she dropped it in the ocean? One would assume by that gesture that she had spotted something, but she kept saying that something wasn't there. Strange. However, since my last memories of this place came from 6 years ago, I was able to spot it before Aniki, who comes here every year.
あれ？確かさ、この辺の小さい岩の上に鳥居みたいなのがなかったっけ？
Wait, so how would I remember that if it was 6 years ago? I guess. Then how would Maria... Wait, not... Okay. So at least I know what a Tori is.
そうだ、確かにあったぜ。
I played Ghost of Tsushima.
島に近づいてくると最初に迎えてくれる目印みたいなもんだったからよく覚えてるぜ。
へえ、バトラすごいじゃねえか。6年ぶりなのによく覚えてるもんだぜ。
Well, the guy being in Badler's mind is a self-certified detective because I have played the Famicom Detective Club games. I think that's what they're called.
あったね。僕も思い出したよ。鎮守の社と鳥居みたいなものが岩の上にポツンと立ててあったよ。そういえばないね。去年は確かにあったと思う。
Interesting. So they were still there last year. Was Maria here last year?
大方、波か何かでさらわれちまったんだろう。小さい岩だったしな。だいぶ風化で脆くなってたんだろうさ。
Alright, so we're starting to get into some stuff. I got like...
私もそうだと思ってるんだけどよ。亡くなっちゃったのはこの夏のことなんだよ。なんでもよ。
ある晩に大きな稲妻が落ちてお社を砕いてしまったんだとか。
Okay, yeah, this is definitely building up some atmosphere here. Alright.
鎮守様に落雷があるなど、これは不吉の兆しに違いないと。
The fact that the
たちはささやいておりますね。
The fact that the music stopped and I just hear the waves of the wind is really like is really good. Kumasawa-san smiled impishly as if teasing us, rubbing her hands together while intoning a Japanese phrase meant to ward off lightning. However, Maria apparently took this seriously and stared fixedly over the ocean to where the crag housing the shrine god was supposed to be.
不吉の兆し。
よせよ熊沢さん。マリアはそういう冗談の通じない年頃なんだからさ。
大丈夫だよ、マリアちゃん。偶然だよ。何も怖いことなんか起きないよ。
George Aniki put a hand on Maria's shoulder to calm her down, but Maria's sharp-eyed expression didn't waver.
不吉。不吉。
You know what? I'm starting to get freaked out by this kid. Maria muttered that word over and over. Apparently, repeating a single word over and over is a habit that Maria's had for a long time. However, since the word she was saying was literally an ill omen, it was a bit creepy. Oh, it's definitely creepy. Even I'm feeling that one.
おいおい、マリア。そんなに何度も繰り返してたら、本当に不吉がやってきちまうぜ。
Man, I feel like something's about to happen. I tapped Maria's other shoulder. Maria whipped her head around, stared into my face, and spoke unblinkingly.
不吉。来る。
Wait, hold up, what?
来るってどこからさ
I answered lightheartedly, trying to break the tension in the air. At that moment, Maria held up a finger, raised her arm high, and pointed up to the heavens. When I looked up, I saw that the sky was still just as cloudy, but it had grown a great deal more leaden than it had been that morning. That's right, they were saying that a typhoon was approaching. We had planned to spend one night on the island, but if this storm doesn't pass quickly, I won't be able to make it to school on Monday. Well, I guess it makes for a pretty good excuse to be absent. She apparently sensed some kind of misfortune in this cloudy sky. This music is definitely building up that atmosphere that was going earlier. She's been muttering that non-stop for a while now. Girls at Maria's age tend to be very impressionable. She's just about the age that many girls start to get excited about sixth senses and whether they have any psychic potential and stuff. For all we know, this might be due to her childish, sensitive nature.
大丈夫だよ、マリアちゃん。
Oh, that was eerie.
天気は今夜くらいには崩れるかもしれないけど、明日には良くなって綺麗な青空になってるよ。
綺麗な青空。
そう、明日になれば綺麗な青空になるよ。止まない雨はないし、晴れない雲だってない。
Yep, that's actually a pretty bright way to look at life. I'm not gonna look at life that way, but it's pretty, like, optimistic.
確かに台風が近づいてるけどよ、すぐに過ぎちまうって。大丈夫さ、マリア。
She's having a... She's speaking to aliens. She's having a psychic episode. Maria started yelling, ooh, ooh. Looked as though she was having a tantrum because no one could understand what she was trying to say. What in the world is Maria trying so desperately to warn us about? Unable to understand her, we couldn't help but feel a vague sense of misfortune. I've heard that everyone can feel the supernatural, but that it weakens as you age. That might mean that Maria, the youngest one of us all, still possessed some kind of sense that the rest of us have lost. I wonder if that sense is sending her a warning. At that moment, Kumasawa-san quietly opened her mouth.
なんでも六軒島はその昔。
熊沢さん、その話はなしにしようぜ。
Well, you ain't... Look, this kid's yelling about misfortune. If you got something to share about that, you better share it. Just as Kumasawa-san was about to tell some kind of story, Jessica sharply interrupted her. Jessica's tone was extremely firm for her. No, this ain't gonna be like, oh, I would have told you earlier, but Jessica shut me up. You tell me now, bitch, okay? I ain't taking this. Wanted to push her further, just out of simple curiosity. But judging by the look on Jessica's face, whatever Kumasawa-bachan was likely to say would probably make Maria even more uneasy. If I did try to press her for the story, the odds were pretty good that it wouldn't be anything bright and cheery.
それは申し訳ございませんね。ここの風は年寄りには応えますんで、ちょっと失礼させていただきます。
Gossipers have no reason to hang around after they've been told to stop chatting. When Kumasawa-san finally realized that she'd overstepped her bounds, she went back inside the boat. After she left, Uncle Hideyoshi showed up in her place. Since he'd arrived mid-conversation, he completely failed to notice the complicated atmosphere that hung around the scene. So he refreshingly and unwittingly swept that atmosphere aside. Hey, Jessica, nice chest. Slap on the back. So in the end, it was his lack of tact that brightened the mood.
もう到着だそうやないか。
Thank God it wasn't something like that.
おう、もうちょいやの。
Thank God this might be the only unhorny man here.
今日はのんびりスピードだから時間がかかってもうたわ。
Shut up.
誰のせいやねん。
うわ、秀吉おじさんも勘弁してくださいよ。
I'm honestly surprised nothing sexual has come out of his mouth yet. Because with every other character...
もっと言ってやってください。 たく、バトラのせいで時間かかりすぎだぜ。
Maria probably thought that everyone was refusing to listen to her. She hung her head, wearing a fretful expression. As she did, George Aniki crouched down to meet her eyes and spoke to her kindly.
マリアちゃん、何も怖くないよ。だって僕たちが一緒だもの。
Nah, boy, that's not how that works here.
一緒だと何も怖くないんだよ。
That's not how that works.
言ってごらん。
This kid is straight up yelling misfortune and is pointing at the sky. God is going to kill us tonight. We die tonight. That is the only way this ends. I'm telling you right now, if I'm on a boat and a kid is going misfortune, 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 I'm jumping off the boat and I'm swimming. I'm not staying on that boat.
一緒だと何も怖くない。
Or if I do, I'm definitely gonna be like, yo, I'm not sticking with this kid. I'm leaving.
そうさ、ジョージの兄貴の言う通りだぜ。俺たちが一緒にいると、いつだって何だって絶対に怖くねえんだ。な、ジェシカ。
ああ、間違いないぜ。ジョージ兄さんの言うことはいつも本当だよ、マリア。
ジョージお兄ちゃんはいつも本当。
僕は嘘をつかないよ。だから信じて。みんなと一緒にいれば何も怖くないんだよ。
ジョージお兄ちゃんは嘘をつかない。信じる。みんなと一緒にいれば怖くない。怖くない。
Maria jumped into George Aniki's arms and hugged him tightly. After Aniki patted her head, she jumped away again. That's two-head bats! Her facial expression had undergone a 180-degree change. Turning back to normal, she was once again the ordinary Maria.
みんなと一緒だからもう怖くない。
ああ、そうだぜ。もう平気みたいだな。マリアは強いな。偉いぜ。
マリア偉い。
なんや、どうしたんや。マリアちゃん、船酔いだったんか。
まあそんなとこです。もうじき着きますね。
The harbor was already drawing near. A new trophy is available, apparently. The boat gave a big shudder. Seems like we've docked at the harbor. The boat driver came out and jumped to the pier with the mooring rope. A large man in a tuxedo was waiting there for us with a warm smile. I didn't recognize his face, but judging by his clothes, I guessed he was the servant of the Ushiromiya head household.
お嬢様、お帰りなさいませ。だいぶ遅かったので心配しておりました。
心配ありがとう。バトラのやつが怖がっちゃってよ。それで徐行運転だったってわけ。マジでうぜえぜ。
うるせえ。いつか逆の立場になったら覚えてろ。
At this rate, word will spread to the whole family, and I'll be the big conversation piece during dinner. Even without this, everyone would be talking about me because of that 6-year gap. But now I've given them an even juicier topic. Damn it, why does the Ushiromiya head family have to live on this isolated island? In the meantime, the boat had finished its mooring. A small plank was lowered so that we could get down. One by one, our parents came up from inside the boat.
皆様、長旅お疲れ様でした。奥様、お手をどうぞ。
ありがとう。お久しぶりね。ゴーダさんもお元気？
ありがとうございます。おかげさまで毎日元気にお勤めをさせていただいております。
バトラ君はゴーダさんとは初対面じゃない？確か6年前はお勤めじゃなかったですよね。
はい。ですのでバトラ様とは初めてご挨拶させていただきます。はじめまして、バトラ様。
ああ、俺もタッパには多少の自信があったんだが、でっけえ人だな。
So he's 5'11. I'm gonna say he's like 6'6. You know what? Never mind. That's 6663.
紛れもなく初対面だぜ。
I don't know why I said 6'6. I guess I'm just thinking Seitan from the little demon girl.
こんな大男あったら絶対忘れないさ。
Well, she means big as in like muscle big.
どうも、はじめまして。バトラス。
お待ち申し上げておりました。一昨年から後ろ宮本家にお仕えさせていただいております使用人のゴーダと申します。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。何かご用命がございましたらいつでもお申し付けください。
ゴーダさん、お久しぶりです。
ジョージ様、ご無沙汰をいたしております。お手をどうぞ。
あんた相変わらず大した接客のプロや。もし食に困ったらいつでもわしに声をかけるんやで。いつでも雇ったろ。
Well, I hate to have to go take a BRB at this point in time, but this episode is taking a while because I assume this is still the first episode. So I'll be right back. I gotta do some things. So I'll be back. So this one's actually going to be a fun one to explain. I just need to hit the bathroom. But so, because I'm smart, utter intelligence here. I don't have a stream deck, so I can't switch. I have to use like key commands because I don't have a stream deck at the moment. What happened? Okay, I'll save it when I get over there. I should have saved it, but I didn't because I'm stupid. But what happened? C to pause and then save, yeah. I should have saved when I went, but I didn't. So what happened was, of course, naturally, I put it as control and then a numpad. So I hit control. It skipped like maybe four or five lines of dialogue. So now we have to deal with that, but from now on, I just won't use the hotkeys. I'll just simply use the actual click. So to be honest, this is where I'm at. Ah, okay, thank you. Oh yeah, I skipped a bunch. Is this music even playing? Like, did my desktop audio just decide to quit? I feel like there should be audio here. Yeah, there's no audio. Okay, well, let me save. Did I hit M? Yeah, I hit M to mute my microphone. There we go. Okay, well, let me save anyway. I'll exit. All right, I'm hit. Okay, let me just exit and re-enter. Let me just exit the game, re-enter the game. Simpler, because I hit M like 3 times and it didn't unmute. So I'll just re-enter. Way easier to do. It takes like 5 seconds. It wouldn't be a good stream without some stuff that's messed up. No, so I'm just not getting any audio. Hold on. That is fixable. If I just go to sound settings. Yeah, see, that's where it's at. Hold on. That's working. So it's the game. So let me hit M again. Huh. Would it be... No, it's not that key. What else would I've hit? That's it. That's the only 2 that I've hit. Maybe. Let me check something. Let me open that up. Still not playing. Yeah, it wouldn't be a good stream without it being messed up. Huh. Good old stuff. That's right. It's Alt-M. Of course, the thing that mutes my microphone. So hold on. Of course, naturally I set it to the thing that mutes my damn microphone. There we go. Now it's not muted. All right. Thank you. Wait, I was meant to click load. Okay. I didn't see load. I just hit episode 1, so I gotta... You may perform witchcraft to jump forward in time. Cast a spell, don't cast a spell. What? No. Wait. Can I just cast a spell and it'll bring me back to where I was? It's chapter select. So if I hit cast a spell, it'll bring me to the chapter. Okay, no, it just brings me to the rival. Okay, let me just head back to the main menu. Let me hit start. Now let me click load. There we go. Man, good old troubleshooting. Alright, thank you for being here.
なんだかさっきから違和感があると思ったらあれだな。
Okay, I'm gonna hit H and I'm gonna look. I'm gonna read this stuff. Yep, I'd hire you anytime. You do me too much honor. Please allow me to assist you, Hideyoshi-sama. Goto-san then lent a hand to everyone as they disembarked, greeting them as they passed. His speech and mannerisms had the refined polish of a professional. Now you can hit Z to check the character screen for extra character info. Okay, thank you for telling me. He was very graceful in contrast with his initially tough-looking appearance. His large size made him seem a bit scary at first, but he was much more polite than my first impression had led me to believe. He claimed to have served on the island for 2 years, but he had doubtless worked at a similar job somewhere before. After everyone disembarked, the mooring rope was untied and the boat started to steer away from the harbor. It was probably returning to its home port on Nijima. The captain waved his hand at Pharrell. Maria conscientiously waved her hand back. What, look at controls? No. Wait, because no, that's H. What am I doing? Okay, I got it. I have to hit Z to check it. Characters. Ah, family tree, I'm assuming. Or something. As you meet more characters, character screen will fill up and it will change even more as certain events happen in the game. So I'm just gonna check it every chapter and see. And look, you know, potentially. Kraus and Natsuhi's daughter, in the absence of any irregularities, it is thought that she will eventually inherit the headship of the Ushiromiya family, or rather her husband will. However, she seems to have no interest in all of this. Born with weak bronchi, sometimes assailed by sudden asthma attacks. Kinzo's second child, hostile towards her brother Kraus and opposes him in almost everything from issues dealing with the family fortune to the question of who will succeed the family headship. Usually she would have lost her place in the Ushiromiya register upon her marriage, but she managed to forcibly overcome this by having her husband take her family name. Eva's husband took his wife's name upon their marriage and was welcomed into the Ushiromiya family. Therefore, he does not possess the spiteful Ushiromiya genes, and his bright smile is very refreshing at the family conference. He started his business from scratch and now works as the president of a company operating medium-sized restaurant chains. Apparently, business is soaring and things are going extremely well. Eva and Hideyoshi's son, an affable young man liked by everyone in the family. He is currently studying as an assistant for his father's company, and it seems he dreams of making it on his own one day. The oldest of the 4 cousins, he acts as their leader and arbitrator. Kinzo's third child, along with his sister Eva, he intends to make his voice heard during the family conference to prevent their eldest sibling Kraus from keeping all of their family's wealth for himself. He lost his former wife Azumu 6 years ago and married his current wife Kairi straight after that. Rudolph's second wife, they had been business partners for a considerable length of time before the passing of his first wife, at which time she openly took the position. Served as Rudolph's right hand in several shady pieces of business, guiding them to success. Quick thinking and deeply trusted by her husband. The son of Rudolph and his first wife Asumo turned against his father 6 years ago when he married a second wife immediately after Asumu passed on. He went to live with his grandparents on his mother's side. However, both of these grandparents passed away and he has now returned to the Ushiromiya family after 6 years. This family conference is a chance for him to renew his friendship with his cousins after a 6-year gap. Kinzo's fourth child, by far the youngest of the 4 siblings, it seems that this gives her a weaker position at the family conference. She manages a design company, but she has yet to start taking it seriously, and its financial situation is far from favorable. Rosa's daughter, her father's identity is unknown. She can't shake off the habit of speaking like a young child, which often earns her a scolding. She has no interest in studying or making friends, but is very interested in things concerning the occult and black magic, and thanks to her excellent powers of memorization, she knows all kinds of obscure trivia. Of course, the child that starts talking about misfortune is the one that deals with the occult. servant employed as a chef. While he hasn't served the family long, he has a polished talent for entertaining guests cultivated through his previous jobs and is highly regarded as a servant. Since he was hired by Kraus and his wife, he is more trusted than those servants who had served the families longer and who are thought of as Kinzo's spies. This elderly woman is a part-timer who has served the family for a great many years, despite quitting her job several times along the way. Shrewd and more than competent when it comes to performing her duties, but because of her chattiness and love of rumors, she is not highly regarded as a servant. Let me hit Z again. Tips. Ah, here we go. So you can look at this. Honorifics and stuff. So we got, I know honorifics. Following, yep, I know these. Yep. Kanji. I know about kanji. Here we go. This one I do not know. Derived from Namu Amida Butsu, a Buddhist prayer meaning I follow the Amida Buddha. It is also known as the Nembutsu, often heard in contracted forms like Nanmaida or Namu Namu. It is recited to express mindfulness of the Buddha. After the passing of a relative, the sutra is often chanted to express the thankfulness and knowledge that the dead have been allowed into Amida's pure land. Most Japanese funerals are conducted as Buddhist ceremonies, and Japanese culture in general is full of rituals and religious customs, but it is common to participate in these traditions regardless of one's own personal religious belief. The country is largely secular. Jessica's speech. Okay, so Tori, I know what Tories are. Okay, yeah. So this is the only one that I didn't really know about. This one kinda, but it's like I can just assume that's dialect. Yeah, tips I would have nothing for, so yeah. Yeah, this I'm pretty good on, because referring to yourself, like, I know they drop certain things when it's obvious. So, I say we're set, we can continue.
Umineko no koi o kiite nai sa.
Umineko? Tori no ka?
The goals! If I remember correctly, whenever he came to this island in the past, the seagulls always greeted us with their lively nya-nya cries. Because of that, whenever I hear the cries of seagulls anywhere else, I get the feeling that I'm coming to a family conference. Except for the small part of the island where those of the Ushiromiya head family live, Okanjima has been left uncultivated, which apparently makes it a paradise for wild birds. Supposedly, there's a cliff somewhere that housed a huge seagull colony. Get a lot more important tips as the game goes on as well. So it's essentially just check back. Well, I'll check back at the start of every chapter, or when I feel like something big happened. So Island was always full of seagulls. Not having those seagulls here to greet us made me feel a bit lonely.
どうしたのバトラ君
There's no goals.
ああ、ローザおばさん
Where's the seagulls, man?
いや別に海猫の声が聞こえないんでなんか寂しいなーって
Oh yeah, the goals, we shot them all. They were getting annoying.
あらそういえばそうねいっつも賑やかなのに今日はさっぱりいないわね
どうして海猫いない？
海猫たちも今日はよそで集まりがあるからかなマリアも海猫見たかったの？
見たかった。
なんだってこうもまるっきりいねえんだジェシカがみんな焼き鳥にして食っちまったんかな
Yeah, they shot them all.
物騒なこと言うんじゃねえ
No, it would be more disturbing if I went, we sacrificed them all.
マリアが勘違いするだろ
ジェシカお姉ちゃんが焼き鳥にした焼き鳥にした
そんなの私がするわけねえだろ。
そうだそうだ、ジェシカが焼き鳥にしたんだ。皮につくねにレバーにネギマン。
Skin and meatballs.
皮にくつねり、レバーにネギマン。
Swimming meat dolls. Yeah, that's how we roll. Swimming meat dolls. Dude, if I ever have to say skin and meatballs, I'm actively probably gonna say swimming meat dolls. That is like, that is a high quality miss here. So I made fun of Jessica. Maria tagged along, looking like she was having fun. Well, I never guessed she was such a good spirit. Alrighty then, from today on, I'll make you my #1 follower. So I smiled at her. She beamed, looking overjoyed, possibly because she was happy about this little connection we made with each other.
違うよ、マリアちゃん。野鳥って天気や気圧の変化に敏感なんだそうだよ。
Man's gotta ruin the fun.
今夜あたり天気が崩れそうだしね。
Well, actually, there's a typhoon coming, so the birds have gotta leave.
末早めに引き上げてるのかもしれないね。
ほう、焼き鳥じゃない？
They've been grilled.
ジェシカお姉ちゃんが焼き鳥にしたんじゃない？
She grilled them.
違う。私はそんなことしないって。ほら、バトラも嘘だったって認めろよ。
バトラ君、マリアちゃんは素直な子だから、そういう冗談でも真に受けちゃうんだよ。冗談も少し選んだ方がいいよ。
Well, I'm not the kid who's pointing at the sky yelling misfortune or learning about the occult. George Aniki gently scolded me. Even though I stripped Aniki in height, Aniki was Aniki, of course. There was no choice but to obediently apologize.
おう、ありあり。マリア、今のは冗談だ。海猫たちは今日は素でおとなしくしてるってさ。
バトラは嘘？ジョージお兄ちゃんは本当
Had she actually been tricked, despite all that fun she was having? Her pure eyes made me feel guilty. Maybe I went a little overboard with her after all.
ああ、そうだそうだ。ジョージ兄貴が言ったのが本当だ。天気が悪いんで今日は引き上げたんだろうよ。いなくなったわけじゃないんだぜ。ね、おばさん。
そうよ。明日以降天気が良くなったらきっと戻ってきてミャーミャーと声を聞かせてくれるわ。
うん。天気良くなって戻ってくるの待つ。明日まで待つ。天気良くなるまで待つ。
Maria was in a lighter mood and was looking forward to tomorrow when the seagulls would come back and fill the skies. Still, George Aniki really was amazing at taking care of kids. I think I remember Aniki taking good care of me as well when I was a brat 6 years ago. Aniki, that's probably your gift.
ジョージ君は小さい子の面倒を見るのがうまいわね。
Yeah, I just thought that.
保育士さんでも務められるんじゃない？
なあ、ジョージ兄さんの転職っぽいぜ。私的には社長室でビジネスってよりそっちの方が兄さんのイメージだぜ。
まさか保育士さんは立派なお仕事だよ。
Oh no, children are fucking annoying.
単なる子供好き程度に務まる仕事じゃないね。
本当にジョージ君は謙虚ね。でもバトラ君も子供のあやし方が上手よ。さっきはほんの少しの間だけどマリアとっても楽しそうだった。これからも今みたいに遊んであげてね。冗談は選んでだけどね。
Aunt Rosa winked at me, giggling a little. Don't wink at me. No, in this family, that wink could mean a lot of things. You know what? Nah, you can wink at Badler. You ain't winking at his consciousness. His consciousness is saying no, but his penis is saying, oh yeah. She's a real mother, I thought to myself, who's happy to see Maria having fun.
Oi, Rosa!
I'm tough.
それにガキどもも何やってんだ。
Nothing. nothing sexual has been happening, but I doubt that this family is not filled with a bunch of freaks.
はいはい、今行きます。
The old bastard's waving for us to hurry up. Yeah, we needed to get moving. We might as well have this conversation after setting our luggage down in our rooms.
それでは皆様、お泊まりのゲストハウスの方へご案内させていただきます。どうぞこちらへ。
Goda-san called to everyone and led the way. Kumasawa-san brought up the rear. A serpentine twisting path led through a dim forest. It ran a bit uphill. I guess the path was made all twisty so the slope wouldn't seem too steep. But personally, I'd have been happier if they had the guts to make some stairs than a straight line. No doubt they made the path twist on purpose to put on airs of distance and importance. Before long, we saw garden-style stone steps. Ah, from here on, I do have some memories. Go up these and... At the top of the stone steps, we saw a beautiful guest house. Welcome to Rakenjima. Its facade was lovely, of course, but more importantly, we couldn't enter its doors without having our hearts stolen away by the splendor of the beautiful rose garden spreading before it.
はあ、今年も相変わらず大したもんや。目の保養とはこのことやで。
After climbing the stone steps, the people greeted by this rose garden gave voice to their impressions one by one.
今年は少し花に元気がないんじゃない？やっぱり夏があまり暑くなかったせいかしら。
そのせいもあるかと思います。去年の先に比べると、今年は少々見劣るのが残念です。
Even so, it was a delightful rose garden. I will say, this game makes me feel like I haven't been streaming for like 3 hours, even though I have, which is a good thing. If I can get lost in a game, that's when it's like, okay, that's a good game. Cause I just want to know the story of this. I want to know the misfortune. Like, I'm lost in it because I'm busy just reading. I'm just sitting here reading. I remembered that even 6 years ago, huge numbers of roses had greeted us every year. This rose garden was the first thing that greeted the people who came to Rakenjima. Even our parents who came every year couldn't help but give voice to their admiration. In fact, it seemed to have undergone a power-up from the garden in my memories of 6 years ago. The atmosphere is so incredible, it's hard not to get lost in it. Yeah, like, I look up at my clock that I have, or down at the clock in the corner of my second monitor, and every time that I look at it, I'm like, damn, I've been live for that long? And I'm just thinking, there's no way.
いつ見てもすごいわね。自宅にこれだけのバラ園があったらさぞや素敵でしょうに。
よせよ、誰が手入れすんだよ。バラは虫とか病気とか大変なんだぜ。
そうね。キリエ姉さんは毎日バラの手入れをしてて虫がつかないようにしてるそうよ。
10 out of 10 soundtrack, and it just keeps getting better. Let's go. So by Rose, do you mean this man? Because from what I've heard, she whips the dog crap out of this man every night when they're ready to do something.
え？そうなのかよ。
She's talking
そん
about
な話
you.
は知らないぜ。
It's pretty damn obvious.
そうなんです。この人の場合はバラの方から虫を求めていっちゃうから、どっちかというとたちの悪い食虫植物ってところね。
What insects we talking about? I feel like this is a little too sexual now. Pause. Pause on that one.
ああ、そういう話かよ。
Oh yeah, that's what she means.
たく。ローザ、今日はそういう話は勘弁してくれよ。もうそういうのはすっかり足を洗ったんだぜ。
どうかしら。 ルドルフ兄さんは遺伝子的レベルでだらしないですし。
I knew it had to be something about, like, trying to do a one-night stand with women.
大丈夫よローザさん。
I don't like assuming things in stories,
あ
but
ん
I'm
まり
just
追い
gonna
出してる
start
バラ
saying
なら
it.
根元からちょんって切っちゃうから。
Is the root the man's penis in this case?
物騒なお話ですね。
I can crack my fingers. I'm gonna see if. Hold on, you might be able to hear this. Okay, that one didn't make a noise, but I can crack some of my toes, and they can get pretty loud. So sometimes I always just do it.
モテる男はいつもリスクと隣り合わせなんや。わしも来世じゃもうちょい美形に生まれたいもんやで。
I like how it's essentially like, oh my god, this is such a great visual novel. Let me see if you guys can hear me crack my toes while I'm busy trying to pay attention to this. I feel like I'm ruining this by just being me, but I'm not at the same time.
だから秀吉兄さん、モテてなんかないって。
I just go, let me crack my toes while you're busy trying to be like, how is he gonna react to this
も
one?
物騒な話なんかやめろに。
Just laughing by us.
俺のバラが
Dude,
しお
to
れ
be
ちまってる
honest, to be honest, I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. I've hit the point past where I usually stop recording for just a normal video, but you know, I got to stream for a long time, so then people are just on Twitch at like 1 a.m. goes, oh, this guy's playing Umineko. I love that game. Click on it. So it's on there for a
ほ
while.
らマリアちゃん来てごらん。こっちのバラは特に立派だよ。
バラが立
かぐわしい匂いだぜ。俺のエレガントさにぴったりだな。
おいよせよ。マリアが真似してトゲで怪我するだろ。
She yelled at me as I leaned in to smell the rose's scent with an exaggerated gesture. I guarantee you he did that, like, you can customize the text box and stuff too in the options. I'll probably do that a little bit later then. I'll probably do that for the next time that I stream this, because I don't want to go back into the options and explore. I can do that on my own time. But I guarantee you he did that, like, cup thing with his hands, motioning towards his nose that you see everywhere. I thought she was overreacting, but when I turned around, I saw Maria imitating my every gesture, George Aniki smiling broadly at us.
ほらマリアちゃん気をつけて。バラのトゲは痛いよ。
I've never been poked by a rose thorn. Then again, I've never actually held a rose in my life.
ジョージお兄ちゃん、このバラだけ変。
変？どうしたんだよ。
Maria pointed at a single rose. I immediately understood why she found it odd. In the midst of all these magnificent roses, one single rose was just starting to wilt. There wasn't any particular reason. Some roses flourish and others wilt. That's all there is to it, but Maria seemed very concerned about the only unhealthy one in the group. It must have made her feel lonely.
このバラだけ元気がなくて。
他はみんな元気なのに、これだけかわいそう。
Man, whenever this kid is gonna point out something like and says that's strange, I'm gonna be concerned.
まあ咲いたり枯れたりはそれぞれだからな。一足先にしおれる代わりに、そのバラは他のどのバラよりも早く開花できたんだと思うぜ。
そうだよな。いっぱい咲いてその役目を終えてお休みに入ったってだけのことだと思うぜ。そんなに気に病むことはねえさ。
It seemed that Maria's pure sensitive nature was making her feel some emotional pain for the rose that wilted alone. Even though she understood the logic of it, it still felt lonely to her.
じゃあマリアちゃん帰るまでの間 このバラをお世話してあげるといいよ。
George Aniki straightened up and felt around in his pocket. He then took out the wrapper from the candy he had been sucking on the plane. He twisted it into a thin string and gently tied it to the rose as a sort of marker.
なんだか可愛くなったね。
これがこのバラの目印だよ。後でお水とかをあげに来てごらん。バラさんもきっと喜ぶと思うよ。
お水とかをあげに来る。
せっかくだからこのバラさんに何か名前をつけてあげるといいよ。そうするとバラさんも喜ぶと思うし、マリアちゃんと心もきっと通い合うと思うよ。
That's what I was thinking of. Baseball player got hit with a guy's finisher at WrestleMania for some damn reason. He was like yelling at the crowd about them being in a crappy city, and then Kane, the guy in a mask that was brothers with the Undertaker, came out and gave him a tombstone pile driver. He legit pile drived the guy just because he was like, your city sucks. And all right, yeah. Pete Rose, there you go, because that flower sucks. I don't like that flower. It's dying. Though she still wore her usual sullen face, Rio crossed her arms and began to consider this intently. At the very least, she appeared to have been completely pulled out of her slump. Nice going, Aniki.
ジョージ兄さんって昔っから包容力があるよな。尊敬するぜ。
だな。人徳ってやつだろ。後で爪の赤をもらってきてやるから一緒に飲もうぜ。
この庭園はお前が子供の頃にもこんなに立派だったんか？
私が出てってからよ、こんなに立派になったのは。前の庭園の方が素朴で愛着があったんだけどね。兄さんがちょっと悪趣味にいじりすぎたのよ。前の方がずっと良かったんだから。
エヴァ、ポジティブシンキングやで。昔は置いといて今のこの美しさをめでなあかん。その方が心が安らかになるで。
別にそんな意味じゃん。ただ私は昔の方が素敵だった庭園をあなたにも見てほしかったなってだけよ。
それでは皆様よろしいでしょうか。
I just gotta say this now. Sometimes I'm sitting here just reading the lines and then the music just hits me and I'm like, how have I not like been listening to this? Because I'll be honest, these songs so far have been pretty going pretty hard. I'll admit. I'm sitting here and all of a sudden this piano chorus hits me. I'm like, oh my god. Oh.
そろそろお部屋の方にご案内いたします。
Episode 1 is the weakest soundtrack, by the way. It has the weakest one? There's no way it does. Granted, there's some parts in these songs that I'm like, okay, I can leave it. I don't need to listen to that part. But there's some parts that they just play and I'm like, okay, hold up now. Goda-san called to everyone to ask if we were ready, but our hearts had been completely stolen away by the rose garden that none of us had seen for a year, so we didn't pay much attention to him. Since we weren't a travel group, it wasn't like we had a strict schedule to follow. Besides, since our parents were visiting their old home full of nostalgia, it wasn't like they had to let themselves be urged on by anyone or anything. Understanding the situation, Goda-san continued to wait, smiling widely, until our parents got tired of the roses and told him to guide us to our rooms.
おや？おーい！カノン君やないか！久しぶりやな！元気か？
Uncle Hideyoshi suddenly shouted. In the direction he was waving was a slender boy. That's a boy? That's a dude? Is this gonna be like a CL Black Butler thing? Where I didn't know it was a guy until they specifically said it was a guy? Meeting him right after a huge man like Goda probably emphasized his small stature. The boy was in the middle of transporting piled-up gardening tools and the like in a wheelbarrow. When he realized he was being called to stop, he set down the wheelbarrow, took his hat off, and bowed his head. Okay, let me read this guy. Let me take a look at him. I'm assuming he's gonna be in here. Nope, not yet. Alright, fair enough. We'll wait. He's not in here yet. White Shadow, another banger track Umineko never misses.
Konnichiwa.
This kid seems like the most emo character in here right now. Just, I gotta speak to people. I figured he was probably younger than me, and I realized by the general atmosphere surrounding him that he was another servant. He greeted us in response to Uncle Hideyoshi's call, but he seemed like he might be pretty unsociable most of the time. Emo kid. It was the greeting that lacked feeling. When Goda-san noticed that our interest had shifted towards him, he went to the boy's side and introduced him to us.
バトラ様、ご紹介いたします。後ろ宮本家にお仕えしております使用人の一人です。カノンさん、お客様にご挨拶を。
はじめまして。使用人のカノンです。
Yep, my first impression wasn't wrong. He seemed to be unsociable, at least not so good at talking. Compared to Goda-san, who is extraordinarily polished as a servant, you couldn't help but feel an inexperience typical of his age. When Goda-san urged him in a whisper to give a bit more of an introduction, the boy named Kanon only cast his eyes downwards. Should be in the character screen now since he said his name. Okay, so that's probably... So when they say their name... Okay, got it. Yep, when they say their name. Okay. A young servant performs his duties silently and diligently, but due to his unsociable nature, he is not so highly regarded as a servant. There are several other servants with the On character in their pseudonyms. He and Shannon just happen to be the ones on duty that day. Okay. I don't know what day they mean, but we'll figure that out.
カノンさん、もう少し何か挨拶することはできませんか？
いえ。
Okay, fuck you then.
僕たちは家具ですから。
Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. I didn't know you felt like you were being used as property. My bad, my guy. I thought you were just being an asshole. Continue. You didn't seem to be refusing to greet us out of spite. Rather, he seemed to have fallen silent because he didn't know what else to say to us in greeting. You know, I'm not gonna be mean to him because he thinks of himself as like literal trash. So you know what? I'm not gonna be mean this time.
カノン君は寡黙でさ、余計なおしゃべりはしない性分なんだよ。
I don't think he's shy. I just don't think he likes doing anything of this. He doesn't like being a servant.
愛想は少し悪いけど、根はいい人なんだぜ。誤解しないで。ここに勤めて3年になるんだっけ？確かゴーダさんより1年長いんだよね、カノン君。
Even though he wasn't exactly giving a terrible first impression, Jessica hurriedly backed him up. I see. Apparently his unsociable nature causes him trouble a lot.
そっか。よろしくな。俺はバトラ。18だけど、君はいくつだい？
Let me guess the age. 16. Fell silent, as though wondering whether or not it was a question he'd have to answer. But here again, Jessica plodded.
確か私たちの2つ下だ。
Yeah, there we go. That's how we do it. I guessed his age. Okay, wait, hold up. I swear I just saw something out of the corner of my eye. Hold up. No, this is actually like real life now. I swear I just saw like a black object fly. Dude, I scared myself when that... You're just guessing everything correctly. Yeah, but I'm clairvoyant. I'm still waiting on that height confirmation of that 3'7" for the girl. Maybe like 4'2". But I freaked myself out with that gun thing, and now I'm just seeing shit. I swear I just saw a black object fly. It could have been just a bug, to be honest. I freaked myself out. Alright. Back to it. 16.
はい。そうです。
Looked like he would have preferred not to tell us his age if given the choice. That was... now Umineko's gonna scare you harder. I hope it doesn't. Because to be honest, that ghost that might be down here is probably gonna really want to rib me at that point. Just straight up, oh, you scared now? You better drop them pants and bend over, boy, because I'm gonna show you a good time. That's what that ghost is thinking. I'm like looking around now. But no, I'm serious. The gun literally, like a toy gun from like a Star Wars figure, got thrown at me. Or like thrown at like a bookshelf. Like straight up. I think. Unless it really hit a bunch of things and bounced over there. I described it earlier, so I'm not going to describe it again. So, I hope that's not as scary. I remember that when I was around his age, I hate being asked how old I was by adults. I see. 16, huh? That's gotta be a delicate time. Which means I probably asked something I shouldn't have.
近いとして嬉しいぜ。気さくにバトラって呼んでくれよな。俺も君のことはカノンって呼ぶぜ。
ありがとうございます。お気持ちだけで結構です、バトラ様。
Jessica looked panicky for some reason. She seemed to think my impression of Canon was getting worse because of his refusal. Well, as a girl, Jessica probably couldn't understand the fretful male heart at this age. As his elder, even by just 2 years, I took it upon myself to be understanding of that.
カノンさん、もう少し愛想よくはできませんか？
Dude, let the kid be.
笑顔も使用人の義務ですよ。
This kid's going through something.
申し訳ありません。努力します。
I notice he also has a symbol. Hold up now, because the butler over here, Goda, doesn't have a symbol as far as I can see, but he has one. And neither does a grandma over here wanted to get like sex from me.
カノン君もいろいろ頑張ってるんですよ。
Put that hand down, lady. Put your left hand down there. You've reached him. It looked like he was often worried about being sociable. And apparently he hadn't improved one bit. Goda-san kept his business mild, but let a small sigh of resignation escape.
それではまだ仕事がありますので。
Yeah, go ahead and do your thing, Canon.
失礼します。
Or Canon. I'm just gonna call you Canon. Looked like Canon himself was uncomfortable with remaining silent here any longer. After another They throwing big words at me now, okay. Perfunctory blow, or bow. He turned around and started pushing the wheelbarrow again. Just then, the wheelbarrow suddenly wobbled and fell, scattering the load. Guess the wheelbarrow's single wheel got caught on a pebble and lost its balance.
何をしてるんですか？ささ、早く片付けて。
What, he just dropped it? Goda-san urged him to hurry in a quiet voice, as though hinting that it was shameful for her servant to appear clumsy in front of guests. Canon-kun wordlessly reloaded the wheelbarrow with the fallen objects as if to say that he understood quite well without being told. He seemed to be fine with the light-looking gardening tools, shovels and such, but he looked like he was having trouble getting his arms around and lifting up some sacks of fertilizer.
大丈夫かよ。そそっかしいな。ほら。
お嬢様、お召し物が汚れます。ここはお任せください。
With a smooth motion, Goda-san took the shovel that Jessica had picked up. Behind him, Canon-kun was having trouble with the sacks of fertilizer.
お召し物が汚れる？
安心しろよ。俺が着てるのはそんなお上品なものじゃねえぜ。
Okay, wait, hold up. Their two symbols kind of match up.
それによ。俺はレストランで落ちたフォークをウェイトレスに拾わせるってやつが大嫌いなんだ。
I've never seen anybody actually do that. I've seen just people either leave it on the floor because they dropped the fork and then they just leave it because it's like, I'm not picking it up, I'm just gonna eat my shit. And then I'll pick it up later. I lifted up the other bags that had fallen. Of course, they weren't light, but for me it was a piece of cake. Canon-kun looked at me surprised. It was the face of someone who never would have expected to receive help from a guest.
バトラ様。
Kid.
結構です。僕が全てやりますので。
Look, I don't even really want to be in this family. Not that much, anyway. Not at the moment. That is kind of some poor phrasing when talking to a kid. I'm gonna be honest. I've got it where it counts. You gotta phrase that better, my guy. Never mind, he laughed, so I think he meant it that way. Since Canon-kun looked like he hadn't yet gone through his growth spurt, he was stuck with some sort of weak body. This kind of weight might have been too much for him.
結構重いね。カノン君が苦労するのも無理はないよ。カノン君、気にしないで。
So, okay, I'm gonna stop worrying about the symbols because that's overthinking things. It literally says, do not deeply think, do not be in deep thought during this. Unless it's not. But that also matches. Just a little bit. I don't know fully because I can't really tell with him at the angle. Don't just wink at me.
この程度のことじゃさっきの大騒ぎが帳消しになるもんかよ。
I feel like I don't even know what that wink means. I feel
カノン君にも後で
now
教
I'm
えて
gonna
やる
be
よ。
deep. Now I'm gonna be thinking about everything the wrong way. I'm gonna be like, oh, this has to happen because this has to happen. I'm gonna be studying these symbols. I can't tell what's on her arm. I'd have to get a better glimpse, but it's also another half of the bird. I'm gonna keep my eyes on these symbols. They wouldn't be on here for no reason. Like that. It would probably be like on the back or something. Like if it was a family crest, and it wouldn't be split in half between characters. As they did this, I piled all the stuff back into the real bear. But again, maybe too much thought.
お見苦しいところをお見せして申し訳ございませんでした。
But his is different from all the others, so.
さあもう結構ですよ。言ってください。
Letting the guests, who were supposed to feel welcome, see such a disgraceful thing must have been hideously embarrassing for her servant. Pressed by Goda to hurry up and go, Canon-kun left.
ゴーダさんもいじめすぎよ。
Yeah, because she's got the full symbol on her
意地
arm.
悪言わないで、あなたも手伝えばよかったんじゃない？
これは至りませんで。誠に申し訳ございませんでした。
Without even a twitch in his smile, Goda-san apologized elegantly.
カノン君もええ
He
とこ
doesn't
ろは
even have it
ぎょう
because
さ
he's
んあ
not
る
a
ん
part
や
of the
で。
family. Wait, there's no way. Hold up, did I just discover something a part of Can? Oh, you know what?
ただ若いんかの。
I'm gonna put that in the
いろいろと損をしとる
back burner. That Canon might be a part of this family in some secret way. So I'm gonna put that in the back.
もっ
I'm
たい
gonna
ない
take
わ
it. I'm gonna take it. It's like I'm rotating. It's the freshest idea, so it's going all the way into the back. We gotta sow the old ones first. Gotta get rid of those old.
そっとしといてやるよ。
You gotta get rid of the shit that's gonna expire in a week.
使用人は寡黙なくらいがちょうどいいさ。な、熊沢さん。
ルドルフ様は手厳しゅうございますこと。私ほど使用人で寡黙な者はおりませんとも。
Everyone smiled wryly at that obvious lie. Even she herself didn't believe that, not in her wildest dreams. So she must have said it to lighten the mood. Yeah, that's the kind of character Kumasawa Bachan used to be. The once stiff atmosphere cleared up at once, thanks to her cheerful smile.
そろそろ荷物を着たいわね。
Cause she doesn't have one. Hold up. I just discovered something.
ゴダさ
I
ん、
think.
部屋割りはどうなってるのかしら。
昨年と同じになっております。さあ、ご案内いたします。どうぞこちらへ。
I feel like I stumbled on something that will be furthered later. We head towards a trim, elegantly simple guest house. This was gonna be our temporary quarters for a night. Cannon watched over a hedge as the guests all entered the guest house. Then he let his eyes fall on those heavy sacks of fertilizer piled up in the wheelbarrow. In his mind, he kept going over his previous mistake. Badler, big and strong, had picked up the sacks in front of him. The sacks Cannon couldn't lift himself, as if they were feathers. It would be extremely difficult for an outside observer to guess what emotions that favor had stirred up in Cannon. But as far as you could tell by watching him hang his head, there was something that he just couldn't let go of. Muttered words escaped his lips, but those words he murmured were so soft that they didn't reach even his own ears. Cannon hung his head, slightly biting his lower lip.
バラの庭園は記憶にあったんだけどよ。このゲストハウスっつうのは記憶にねえな。これ建てたのは最近か？
Torian, or Torian, Visitor's Retreat, was written on a gatepost-like thing, but since everyone called it the guest house, I followed their lead. The brand new Western-style guest house, which stood overlooking the roses, had a magnificent design carefully done in harmony with the garden.
正解だよ。建ったのはつい一昨年さ。それ以降は僕たちはこっちに泊めさせてもらってるんだよ。
年季の入ったボロ屋敷よりこっちの方が好評みてえだしな。私も自分の部屋をこっちに持ちたいぜ。
マリアも持ちたい。持ちたい。
I guess you could say my own house was upper class, but to me, felt completely ordinary compared to the head family. The display of wealth was shocking, as was the fact that they'd build this kind of awesome guest house for guests who came over only a few times a year.
エヴァ様、秀吉様、こちらのお部屋をお使いくださいませ。ルドルフ様、キリエ様はこちらのお部屋をお使いくださいませ。
I think they could share a room because I know what's going on.
やっぱりここは綺麗で上品でいいわね。
All four of them, just pack them in the same room.
洋風って
We're gonna end up in there anyway.
本当に素敵だわ。
ほんの2、3日なら洋風もええやろが、ずっといて落ち着くのは断固和風やで。日本人は畳の上が一番くつろげるんや。
新しい家を和風にするか洋風にするかで喧嘩してね。お父さんが和風で着工させたのを母さんまだ根に持ってよく言い合いをするんだよ。
ジョージ兄さんのところは両親仲が良くて羨ましいぜ。うちなんか冷め切ったもんさ。そのくせ私の成績の話だけは連帯しやがる。
All the rooms seemed to be for two people. I was grateful since I wasn't going to be forced to share the same room with the old bastard under the pretext that we were family. Anyway, figured those two wouldn't be able to enjoy themselves with someone like me around. Yeah, but you're into that kind of shit, you freak.
何気持ち悪い顔で笑ってんのよ。
Oh, you wanna know what's with that? He's thinking. He knows what you two are doing in there.
どうせ下世話なこと考えてるんでしょう。
Oh, hell yeah, he is. So family's purged. So, like...
下世話なんてとんでもない。
Maybe not with you and Rudolph, but with him, but with you and him? With you and Badler? Definitely something.
どうぞごゆっくりお過ごしくださいませ。
Again, every time I hear that boing, I'm gonna attribute that to them pitching his balls. Every time. Because that's what I thought was happening the first time. So I'm never gonna not think that. Even though it's the ear, even though I know he's pinching the ear, I'm just gonna immediately assume he's grabbing the nuts. Once again, Dad pulled my ears from behind.
バカなこと言ってんじゃねえ。俺は胃がキリキリ痛み始めてて、とてもそんな元気は湧かねえぜ。今回はお前が主賓だろうが、せいぜい親父や兄貴たちに可愛がられるよ。親父の前では言葉遣いにだけ気をつけろ。あの人、本当にシャレが通じねえからな。ジェシカちゃん、我らが当主様のご機嫌は最近どうなんだ？
去年から相変わらずかな。余命3ヶ月余命3ヶ月って割には 相変わらずピンピンカリカリイライラしてるって話です。
今年も相変わらず不機嫌ってわけね。お守りができるのはやっぱり源氏さんだけなの？
親方様も源氏さんにだけは心を許しておいでのようです。私たち下々では近頃はお目通りすらなかなか叶わず。
また書斎に閉じこもって怪しげな黒魔術三昧じゃねえのかな。何をやろうとてめえの趣味だから構わねえけど、匂いが立ち込める系は勘弁してほしいもんだぜ。
Wait, so he's doing black magic too. Again, they mentioned a witch earlier with him, so yeah, it makes sense.
ついでにそのまま書斎から永久に出てくんなってんだ。
年長の人にそんな言い方をするもんじゃないよ。後ろ宮家を復興させてくれた大恩人なんだから、もっと感謝しないと。
まあ、ごめん。
After being rebuked by George Aniki, Jessica had no choice but to take back her thoughtless remark. The Ushiro Miya family was wealthy beyond belief, but of course, that meant all its members were a bit strange and completely out of touch with the world at large. And at the top of the chain, the family head, our grandfather, seemed especially strange and terrifying, even for our family. Dad said he was getting a stomachache earlier. I imagine that reflected the honest feelings of all the adults here today. No doubt they were jealous of us grandchildren, who could just play around and laugh without a care. From the stories Dad told me, the family head was a violent man who ruled with his fist, beating his children, even his daughters, mercilessly with a wooden sword. If he was so strict and uptight about that, why couldn't he have been a little more conservative with his kids' names? Because of that, even us grandkids have had to suffer. Anyway, I can't say I have any trouble believing those terrifying stories about him. I don't remember meeting him very often, but I think I recall him looking extremely grumpy all the time, always making people cower with that sharp gaze of his. I remember that the room's atmosphere got so tense whenever he was around. You couldn't even breathe. What my dad said about me being the guest of honor now carries a little more oomph for me.
6年前は俺も小学生だったが、さすがに今は高校生だ。失礼のある態度なんか取ったら大変なことになるかもしれねえな。怖え怖え。
確かにこわもてだけど、そんなに硬くなるほど怖い人じゃないよ。決して理不尽なことは言ってないもん。口下手なだけでちゃんと筋は通す人だよ。
I'm assuming you're gonna regret those words when he goes, "These damn kids gonna get nothing from me."
ジョージ兄さんは昔から成績優秀で一族の鏡じゃねえかよ。私たちとじゃじい様の待遇が全然違うぜ。私なんか木刀で引っ叩かれたことあるしよ。
Oh man, I didn't even notice that the symbol behind the logo was the symbol that they got. I didn't even notice that.
尻だぜ尻。それも乙女の生尻をよ。
ジェシカちゃんは本家の跡取り娘だもん。おじい様も特に目をかけてくれてるんだよ。その厳しさは期待の気持ちの裏返しだと思わなくちゃ。
冗談じゃねえぜ。その跡取りってやつはジョージ兄さんに譲るよ。私が担ぐにはちょいとしんどいぜ。
I think I already said it before, but Jessica's the girl heir to the head family. We're only cousins in branch families, so she probably feels a totally different sort of pressure than we do.
ジェシカお姉ちゃんが重い？マリアが持ったら軽くなる？
サンキューな。大丈夫。マリアちゃんには押し付けねえよ。この十字架は私が墓まで背負ってくよ。
You're making good observations. I'm looking forward to how you solve the many mysteries ahead. I'm not looking forward to it because when it comes to puzzles and mysteries, I'm like a dumbass, dude. But I feel like I'm paying more attention in this somehow. She was grateful for Maria's innocent concern, but Jessica's face still seemed to contain some of the uneasiness she felt towards the future. Maybe we were in the same boat. Any high schooler with exams approaching would have trouble hiding their anxiety for the future.
マリアいらっしゃい。
You're already making all the right observations. Got this easily if you keep this up. I don't know. Some obvious stuff will get me. So here's one observation. I noticed her symbol has like a duck in the bottom. Rosa. So there's another one. If this is the only observations I need to do, these are pretty good.
バトラ君は僕と一緒にこっちの部屋だってさ。
Pretty decent, so.
おお、なになに、こりゃ驚いた。親たちの部屋より広めじゃないのよ。わ
お。わ
お。どうせいとこ同士で集まるだろうと思ってよ。大きめの部屋にするように言っておいたんだ。
おお、マリアもこっちがいい。ママと一緒よりこっちがいい。お
お。そうか、マリアもこっちがいいか。よし、ここは俺とジョージ兄貴の部屋だが、特別に出入りを許可してやろう。お母さんには内緒だぞ。
Okay, that just sounded disgusting. Why would she need to keep it a secret from her mom? I swear, everything they say from now on, I'm gonna take sexually. Aunt Rosa was right behind us, but Maria still answered, striking the air with her fist clenched tight. After setting down their luggage in the rooms, our parents had gathered again in the corridor.
Oi, Gaki domo. Omae ra wa dou suru?
We're gonna kill the entire family.
ここでいとこ同士おしゃべりでもしてるか?
Seemed they were heading to the mansion to announce their arrival. Normally, they would make us follow them and greet everyone together. But if that had been the case, Dad would have just told us to come, and that'd be the end of it. Saying it's okay if we don't come, so what do we do?
どうせもうすぐお昼や。子供はそこでくつろいでたらええ。それに表で遊べるのは下手をすると今のうちだけかもしれんしの。
マリアも行く。
マリアはここでお留守番してなさい。いたずらをしないでおとなしく待ってるのよ。
Since Maria is being told to house sit here, we certainly couldn't leave her on her own. George Aniki noticed this immediately and gave a clear reply for all of us cousins.
じゃあ僕たちはお言葉に甘えて留守番してようか。
We're just gonna leave a 9-year-old kid alone in this
1年ぶり
house.
に積もる話もあるしね。
Add 6. Add the 6.
バトラ君なんか6年分積もってるんだ
There you
し
go.
ね。
You gotta add the 6. You can't just say I've been gone for a year.
お子ちゃまな俺はおとなしくお留守番してるぜ。
熊沢さん、私もこっちに残るからよ。あとは大人に任せて若者は退散してるぜ。
それがおよろしいでしょう。奥様にはそのようにお伝えいたします。
それでは皆様、お屋敷の方へご案内させていただきます。どうぞこちらへ。
他の子はともかく、ジョージは成人してるんだから連れて行った方がいいんじゃない？
そんなんでジョージだけ仲間外れはかわいそうやで。いとこ同士の交流も大事や。ほな、行ってくるで。
Oh, the adults left one after another. I was busy. Like, I forgot to read. They left in the same formation as their trip from the harbor, with Goda-san leading and Kumasawa-san taking up the rear. As we gathered in the room assigned to his cousins, George Aniki asked us to excuse him for a second. We rushed over to Kumasawa-san, who was following behind the disappearing adults, and seemed to ask her something. He soon finished his business and came back.
どうしたんだよ、兄貴。
ああ、なんでもないよ。ちょっと聞きたいことがあっただけさ。
マリアにも聞いて。マリアにも聞いて。
何かな。ジョージ兄さんが私に聞かなくて熊沢さんには聞くことってなんな。全 見当がつかねえぜ。
いや、誤解だよ。ジェシカちゃんが何を誤解してるのか知らないけど。
Yeah, I was about to say, is she taking this sexually? Like, Aniki was getting pretty tongue-tied. It's almost as though he felt guilty about something. Jessica knew exactly what he was worried about. At any rate, so fun if Jessica gets to know about it, not me.
なあマリア、俺たちだけのけ者なんてねえよな。
I know about it.
何の話か聞きてえよな。
バトラとマリアも聞きたい。バトラとマリアも聞きたい。
I fooled around while oohing together with Maria.
いや、だから大したことじゃ。
さつけ。兄貴にしちゃ嘘が下手だぜ。拍手しやがれ。マリア、お前は右脇をくすぐれ。俺は左脇だ。
マリアは右脇で、バトラは左脇だ。
ちょっと二人ともやめて。やめ。
What the? That was like the Sims. That was like the Sims sound after they had sex to have a baby in that game. Is that what happened? Maria and I played around chasing George Aniki as he tried to escape rolling on the bed. Guys, high schoolers aren't supposed to bounce around like kittens, but I still miss this kind of fun. Warm, cozy kind of fun.
ジョージ兄さんが熊沢さんに聞いたのはね。
I think he just straight up he's gonna have a baby in like a few days.
まあほらあれだぜ。兄さんも本家は1年ぶりだからよ。その間に辞めた使用人とか入った使用人とかそういうのがいたら挨拶したいってそういうことらしいぜ。
おお、挨拶する。マリアも挨拶する。
なんだよそれ。全然やましくねえじゃねえかよ兄貴。違うな。マリア、騙されるな。兄貴は何か隠してるぞ。尋問再開だ。おりゃ。
やめてよ本当に。マリアちゃんももうやめて。
Were they kicking his ass? I'm sitting there and all of a sudden I'm just hearing just beating the shit out of him on the ground. They stopped tickling him. They're just straight up going, "Where's Mr. Krabs? I'm Mr. Krabs."
多分掃除とか昼飯の準備とかで忙しいんだよ。大丈夫。後でちゃんと挨拶に来るぜ。ゴーダの出しゃばりの出迎えよりシャノンの出迎えの方が良かったって言うんだろ。
Ah, so he likes Shannon, huh? Okay.
Shannon?
Alright, I gotta see what Shannon looks like. I gotta see his type.
Shannon. 思い出したぜ。そんな子もいたな。今も使用人やってんのか？元気かよ。
そういや夏日姉さん、最近頭痛の方はどうなんや。一時だいぶしんどそうにしとったろ。
Alright, we get some new people.
おかげで最近はだいぶ調子がいいです。
Okay.
心配をしてくれてありがとう。
そうだ、これ夏日姉さんにお土産。
いつもありがとう。あなたには何かをもらってばかりね。これは紅茶？
ペパーミントとレモンバームのハーブティー。
Okay, I thought the music stopped because it was about to get like black tea. I'm sensing an omen.
頭痛によく効くって有名なお店のブレ
I
ンドなの。
noticed she doesn't have a symbol anywhere. So I'm assuming she's not.
姉さんにも聞くかなって思って。
She is not a family member. Rosa was always a conscientious woman, probably because she was the youngest of four and much younger than the other three. She managed to grow up without gaining the venomous nature of her siblings. Her kind words got Natsuhi to soften her expression for just a moment. I mean, obviously, because her name isn't like Rosa, but her husband's name is Kraus. It's kind of obvious, actually. So I didn't know why I thought she would be. But it wasn't enough to melt her stony gaze, hardening as it was by long years of mental stress.
そういえばあなた、いっつも頭痛だって言ってたわね。しっかりなさいな。ジェシカちゃん、今年は受験でしょ？人生の節目じゃない。母親のあなたがそんなじゃ頼りないわよ。それに夏日姉さん、私より3つも若いんだから。もうちょっとしっかりなさい。
ごめんなさい。生まれつきの頭痛持ちなもので。
Even under normal circumstances, Eva sometimes failed to choose her words carefully, but her comments aimed at Natsuhi contained shards of obvious malice, though she hid it with a smile. Of course, that fact didn't escape Natsuhi. She frantically contained her urge to grimace and pretend to ignore Eva.
うちのバトラ君も今年は受験でしょ。ルドルフさんも少しは関心を持ったら、自分の息子のために夏日姉さんみたいに頭痛になるくらい真剣になりなさいよ。
俺が何か言えば必ず反抗するやつだぜ。じゃあなんて言うんだ。むしろ逆で遊んでていいぞっていうのか。あいつそういうのだけは素直に聞きやがるぜ。秀吉兄さんのところは受験本当にうまくいったじゃないですか。ぜひ子供操縦術の秘訣を教えてくださいよ。
そうやな。何のために勉強するのかっちゅうことを説いたかもしれんな。個々の勉強に意味があるわけやないんや。そう、勉強っちゅうのは分からんことを自分で調べて身につけるという行為の練習なんや。これができんやつは社会に出ても使い物にならん。国語算数ができろと言ってるんやない。勉強し身につけることを学べっちゅうことやな。
ご立派ですわ。うちのジェシカにもそれが理解できればいいんだけど、今のままではとてもじゃないけど後宮家の跡取りとしては。
いいじゃないの、無理に跡取りにしなくても。女には女の幸せというものもあるんだし、それを親が押し付けちゃ悪いわよ。
予算買えば子供の育て方は家それぞれや。押し付けがましいのはあかんで。
ごめんなさい。夏日姉さんも気を悪くしないでね。
Okay, so the bios already clued me in, but they obviously do not like Natsuhi and probably also don't like Kraus because of trying to be head of the family. Though the light shining in through the window was quite warm, despite the cloudy weather, there was a dark mood about the room, which was probably causing headaches for more than just Natsuhi. As if to sweep away that mood, Kairi brightly made a suggestion to all present.
でも本当に素敵な香りの紅茶ね。早速いただいてみましょうよ。レオポルドの紅茶なんて日本じゃ確か銀座でしか買えなかったはずよ。
キリエ姉さんはお詳しいですね。買ってきた甲斐がありました。
Kairi and Rosa stood up from their seats and made as if to prepare the black tea, but Natsuhi forestalled them.
お二人ともありがとう。それは後でいただきましょう。うちの者がすぐお茶を持ってきますので、どうぞおくつろぎください。
二人とも後にしろよ。ウェルカムドリンクくらいごちそうになろうぜ。
Rudolph gave a subtle signal with his eyes for them to sit down. Kairi and Rosa understood instantly and obediently returned to their seats. The initial greeting of the guests was complete, so it was time for them to be served some tea. It was embarrassing for the host that the tea was late, especially now that the guests were talking about making tea themselves. Natsuhi bit her lower lip, frustrated by the ineptitude of the servants who were late bringing in the tea. Seeing her face, Eva immediately started to giggle. Of course, Shannon had no way of knowing what was taking place in the parlor. She came pushing a serving cart piled with teacups. For no apparent reason, Natsuhi gave her a pained look, and Shannon couldn't help but flinch without knowing what she had done wrong.
失礼いたします。お茶のご用意をさせていただきます。
I think I know why you like Shannon now. There's nothing I need to say.
おう、シャノンちゃん、久しぶりやの。ますますべっぴんさんになりよったな。
I swear if you mentioned something about her chest.
いえ、どうも。
おしゃべりは配膳を済ませてからになさい。お茶が冷めます。
申し訳ございません、奥さん。
She apologized like a small frightened animal, bumped against the serving cart and made a jarring racket as she dropped several teaspoons. Her clumsiness made Natsuhi's expression turn even darker, which made Shannon quail even more.
いいのよ、夏日姉さん。挨拶の一つくらいしたってどうってことないわよ。もう十分待たされてる分、十分お茶も冷めてるもの。
それは大丈夫です。冷めてはおりませんので。
シャノン、早く配膳を済ませなさい。
失礼しました、奥様。
Natsuhi's irritation was obvious by now. The ineptitude that delayed the tea, the clumsiness of the servant, everything pointed to the incompetence of Natsuhi's everyday leadership, making her lose face. As the person in charge of the Ushiromiya head family's kitchen, allowing that clumsiness to be exposed, today of all days, was surely nothing less than total humiliation.
よせよ、夏日姉さん。シャノンちゃんだって頑張ってるのに、いじめちゃかわいそうだぜ。
いじめてなんかいません。
いい香りね。お茶の銘柄を聞いてもいいかしら。
申し訳ございません。後ほど調べてまいります。
Kairi was trying to be nice, hoping to cut through the tense mood. However, Shannon had embarrassed herself instead, darkening Natsuhi's face in the room's mood. By this point, Eva was audibly giggling.
なーに？シャノンちゃん、自分で入れてるものが何かもわからないの？ダメよ。そんな怪しげなものを来客に振る舞っちゃ。こんなお茶じゃ銀のスプーンでもないと飲めないわよ。
すみません。すぐに用意を。
ねえシャノンちゃん、銀のスプーンって何に使うか知ってる？銀じゃないとダメなのよ。なぜかわかる？
いえ、
A teasing smile rose to Eva's face as she stared at Shannon setting the table. By itself, Eva's expression was sweet in an impish sort of way. However, the words being spun from her lips held the keenness of a razor within them. Eva's kind of an ass. Shannon tried with all her might to avoid Eva's continuing gaze. Realizing that Shannon was hard-pressed for an answer, Rosa gave some timely help.
銀は毒に触れると曇るって言われてるの。シャノンちゃんも一つお勉強ができたわね。
They were acting as though this tea needed to be tested for poison before he could be drunk. In Natsuhi's eyes, this was an insult both to the tea and to herself for serving it. Rudolph laughed flippantly and patted Eva's shoulder.
姉貴に銀食器なんていらねえだろ。毒舌の姉貴が一舐めしたら、銀の皿だって真っ黒に曇っちまうぜ。
わしはその毒舌を毎日聞かされとるから、もう毒に耐性がついてしもたわ。エヴァもわし相手には構わんが、耐性のない相手にはちと加減せんとな。
あらあら、ひどい。シャノンちゃんにお茶の知識を教えてあげただけじゃない。
Everyone followed the lead set by Hideyoshi's horse laugh and chuckled, though not easily. Only Natsuhi didn't join in, but for the time being, the conversation inside the parlor could now be mistaken for a lively and friendly chat. As Shannon finally finished setting the tea table, tried to leave, Kairi apologized to her in a low voice for not being able to help. Shannon gave a light bow and made a hasty retreat. Shannon cast her eyes downwards as she pushed the cart down the corridor. Anyone seeing the pitiful way she looked might easily conclude that she'd been bullied in some way.
気を落とさないで。
Oh, yo, Cannon!
姉さんは何も悪くない。
見て。
そういうお役目だから。
Oh, wait, hold up.
奥様もエヴァ様も地獄へ落ちろ。でも、それより卑劣なのはあいつだ。
Cannon glared hatefully in the opposite direction of the parlor. What does it call me, a coward? The preparations for the tea had been delayed by some trifling problems in the kitchen. These problems were not Shannon's fault. In fact, it had been Goda's mistake. After all, there is no way a shelf like Goda would give up a flashy job like bringing in tea when the guests arrived. He had ended up wasting time preparing the tea once again. So when he realized he wouldn't be able to score any points for this job, he pushed the task off, setting the table on Shannon, who happened to be passing by. You might call it a clever move on his part, but there could be no doubt that it was a cowardly one. Oh, never mind. He was calling that guy a coward. Okay.
ありがとう、カノン君。私、全然気にしていないし。
Cannon's silence vividly expressed the distance between Shannon's words and how she actually felt.
ありがとう。カノン君だけでも分かってくれたんで、ちょっと心が楽になったかな。
姉さんは心にいろいろ溜め込みすぎる。たまには自分に優しくしてあげて。
うん、ありがとうね。
Suddenly, they both felt someone's presence and whirled around. A middle-aged man stood there. It was Genji, the head servant. I was about to ask if that was Genji, but I wasn't sure. I was a little skeptical of saying if that was Genji or not, but I remember.
そこで何をしている？シャノン、早く厨房に戻りなさい。
あ、はい。失礼いたしました。
Shannon humbly obeyed and promptly made to push the cart and leave. However, Cannon appealed to Genji in silence, bearing something in his eyes that he could not express in words.
どうした？何かあったか？
シャノンは何も悪くないのに。あいつら。
やめて、カノン君。失礼しました。すぐに仕事に戻ります。カノン君も自分の持ち場に戻って。お願い。
姉さんがそう言うなら。
何事もないなら。
はい。
I hate the fact that every time I feel like I can hate space sometimes, it just continues the conversation. So I can't stop it. From the shadows in the hallway, an old woman wearing an apron watched over them. It was Kumasawa.
おいたわしや。シャノンさん、カノンさん。あの二人がいじめられる理由は何もないのです。しかし、ゴーダさんに嫌われているのは紛れもない事実。ゴーダさんは後ろ宮本家へいらっしゃられるまで、どこかの立派なホテルにお勤めだったそうです。そこで身につけられたというお仕事ぶりは、そりゃ大したものだとは思います。ただ、ゴーダさんはここでは最も年季の短い使用人。ご自身のそれまでの積み重ねによるプライドもあられたのでしょう。彼は自分より長い年季を持ちながらも、未熟で人生経験も及ばないシャノンさんとカノン君をことあるごとにいびられるのです。また気の毒なことに、夏日奥様にも嫌われております。もちろん年季という意味では奥様の方が長くこの家におられます。ただこればかりは奥様にも同情しなくてはなりません。本当に親方様も罪作りな方でございます。ご自身のちょっとした気まぐれが奥様にこれほどまでの劣等感をお与えになるとは。もちろん奥様とて内心はあの二人に辛く当たる言われは何もないことを重々承知してはおります。しかしそれが理屈で分かっているからといってどうにもならないのが人。 ほいたわし。
It happened again. Alright.
私には何もで
I
き
just can't complain about it anymore because
こ
it's
う
just
し
gonna
て
happen.
物陰から見守ることしかできないのです。
So obviously Canon doesn't like being a servant. I thought something crazy was about to happen. The glass broke and I was just thinking, oh, Stone Cold. Should I stop a mud hole? I was thinking that. I saw the glass break. I swear I was about to get a page with the 316. All right, let me take a look. First of all, let me save. We're in a new chapter, I believe. Obviously, we gotta save there. I believe we're in a new chapter. Yeah, chapter 3. Let's look at the characters. Let's see if anything's been updated for people. Nope. Nope. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. That didn't change. That didn't change. That did not. That didn't. And that didn't. Alright. Now it's time to check the tips. Grimoire, yep, there's nothing new in that. That's what I thought, but it was better to check that. Alright, let's continue on. The four of us cousins were enjoying our stories, just shooting the breeze. Anyway, there were both girls and guys here, plus we had people over a wide spread of ages. Adult, high school, and elementary school. Even if we just talked about our own lives, the other three kept listening attentively.
なんかやっと馴染んできたぜ。ジェシカもマリアも6年前からは想像もつかないくらい成長しちまったからよ。正直なところ少しだけ違和感を持ってたんだが、こうして話をしているうちに中身はあの頃から何も変わってないことが分かったぜ。
同じ言葉を返してやるよ。バトラだって6年ぶりだってのに全然変わってねえぜ。図体がいくらでかくなっても中身は相変わらずお子様だってことだな。
マリアもお子様。マリアもお子様。
マリアだっていつまでもお子様じゃねえぞ。お子様から可愛いお姫様に成長してくんだからな。そうしたらまな板みてえな胸もすぐジェシカ並みになるぞ。
Come on, man. That is a literal child, and she is related to you. I'm telling you, this man has a fetish for just incest. But I'm talking about Japan. So of course he does. And that's not an insult to Japan. That's just what they put in their crap.
そしたら回してくれよ。約束だぞ。
Of course he wants to touch him. I should have expected that to be the next line, but for some reason I didn't. She's gonna say yes.
揉ませる。約束する。
ダメだよマリアちゃん。そんな約束しちゃダメ。
おお、約束したから揉ませる。
I'm like punching my leg now, trying to just get out.
マリア、約束は守る。
I don't want this conversation.
絶対守る。
マリア、お前本当に素直ないい子だな。
Why am I getting like Lupin the Third vibes from Badler right now? He just really wants to have like a woman, essentially. That, or it's like the preferred jokes are only in the start of episode 1 pretty much. Oh, thank God. Because to be honest, I'm kind of getting sick of every time he's on screen going, oh, let me touch him. It's also like Brook in One Piece, because I'm reading that. And it's actually, One Piece is actually pretty good, but it's like Brook the skeleton in One Piece. He always asks people if he can see their panties. This guy I expect to go to every female and go, can I touch your boobs? Can I put my hands on your chest?
お前と結婚する未来の旦那さんは きっと幸せ者だぜ。
っていい話にすり替えつつ約束を保持してんじゃねえぜ。マリア、その約束はなしなし。
約束取り消し。
Yeah, I'm canceling the promise. If not, I can just call, like, whoever I need to cancel it. You know, the police.
やっぱりバトラ君も揃って4人で集まらないといとこが集合した気がしなかったね。この6年はやっぱり寂しかったよ。
そうだな。こういうふざけた話にはならなかったな。でも建設的な話はできてたと思ったぜ。将来に対する心構えとか受験とか就職とかよ。
悪うございましたね。俺が来たらおまぬけなドタバタばっかりでよ。
でもマリアは今年のが楽しい。
そうだね。僕も同感。今年が一番楽しいよ。
Maria's sincere words probably spoke for everyone present. George Aniki stroked Maria's head and she giggled like a happy kitten. So cats can giggle? It's like me getting told by somebody cats chirp.
お食事のご用意ができました。
George, yo, Shannon! Then Badler goes, yo, let me touch. A timid knocking sound and the equally timid voice of a young woman came through the door. Guarantee you someone's gonna mention it. Jessica answered brightly.
Shannon!
I guarantee you Badler's gonna say something about her tits.
マトラは覚えてるだろ?
Oh, I remember him. He was that perv. Alright, after this badge, yeah, okay. I didn't even read that. There's still several people who must have been about our age.
ご無沙汰いたしております。バトラ様。6年ぶりでございます。シャノンです。
Trembling a little as she noticed me, she bowed deeply.
ジェシカにも驚かされたが、シャノンちゃんにも驚かされたぜ。あんたもすっかり美人になったじゃねえのよ。
It's coming, I can feel it. I can feel it. It's in the air.
しかしよ、この島じゃよっぽど食事の栄養価が高いんじゃねえ
Hold
の
on,
か。
he might have skirted past it. It was in the air and he might have drifted around.
何を食ってどこを鍛えたら。
Never mind, he drove right into it.
になるんだか。
He started drifting, but he drifted too much and drove straight into it.
ジェシカとどっちがでけえか、ちょいと触って確かめさせてもらうぜ。
At least it's somebody not related to him this time. I'll give him that. With both hands poised and saliva dribbling from my mouth, I closed in. I never want to say that again in my life. For the sake of justice and my personal honor, I'd like to point out that I don't suffer from some strange disease that makes my lymph nodes itch till I scratch my neck open, and which can only be prevented by fondling breasts. This is just a battler-style method of communication. If I slowly close in on her like this, odds are 8 or 9 out of 10 that I get slapped or clobbered, right? So I can use this battler-sama original technique to spark a gag like that and break the ice. Well, it also means I really do get to touch them on that 1 in 10 chance though, right? Yeah. Like that ever happened. At that point, my hands were less than a centimeter away from Shannon Chen's boobs, but the counter-strike had yet to come. Could I get banned for, you know what? No, it's not just straight up nudity. I don't think I can. She blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment when she realized what was going on. But she just stood there, with both hands politely joined in front of her, not even trying to resist or cover her breasts. Whoa, I wasn't planning on this. But please hit me right now, or I'm seriously gonna... Please tell... Which is why I was glad that Jessica chose that time to drive her elbow into the back of my head. Okay, at least he doesn't do it on purpose. At least he's like, you know what? I know I'm gonna get hit, so let me do it to break the ice. It's a terrible way to break the ice, because then you'll be probably a convicted sexual predator, But, you know, like you said, 1 in 10 chance of touching them. You know what? That's how I'm gonna talk to every single female now. Wink.
なんで私が感謝されんだ？
いやいや、すまんぜシャノンちゃん。魅力的な胸に思わず吸着されそうになっちまった。つうか、さすがにあの間合いまで来たら犯罪確定だろ。ダメだぜ、抵抗しなきゃよ。
ですけど、バトラ様は大切なお客様ですし。
あのな、お客様でも犯罪は犯罪。
True.
女の子の胸はだいたい10センチくらいからが防空識別圏だな。
Now, this is the first time I've ever heard of this mechanic in this game. An air defense identification range. So, in this game called Life, yeah, I like how it like, iCal was like, yo, you might not want this guy to use pervert. I like how the bot that I have, the chat bot, goes, yo, no, pervert, bad word. So I had to just allow the term pervert. Because compared to some other words you could be using, it's not that bad. There's way worse words than pervert, to be honest. But yeah, never heard of the Adir mechanic in the life simulation. Oh yeah, I gotta re-click on.
2センチ圏まで侵入してきたら、これはもう領空侵犯だぜ。スクランブル発進で即ビンタを食らわせてやれ。
そんなことできません。私たちは家具ですし。
Of course, she didn't want her breast touched, but if guest so desired, she was prepared to sacrifice herself to suit their wants. A girl like this needs some urgent protection.
今時こんな献身美徳な子がいるとは。
And yes, he does have some morals.
軽いめまいすら覚えるぜ。でもダメだ。ダメなんだ。俺がいやらしい顔で迫る。カットハウス。いや、エッチ。そういうお約束じゃないとオチがつかねえんだよ。頼むよ、お願いでよ。俺を引っ叩いてくれよ。
Look, dude, coming from me, the king of terrible bits, you need to know when a bit ends. Like, this bit was over as soon as she wasn't going to do anything. This bit's over. You need to stop with this bit. The gag is not funny anymore. It will never be funny at the moment. You just need to end it. You just need to stop.
Go, bachi bachi, to.
お願いは聞けません。家具ですから。でも命令ならお聞きします。それが務めですから。
She was like brainwashed or something. Furniture.
じゃあ命令させてもらうことにするよ。次からバトラ君が胸に触ろうとしてきたら平手打ちで反撃すること。いいね。
はい、仰せつかりました。以後そのようにさせていただきます。バトラ様、ご承知おきくださいませ。
Shannon Chen announced this while bowing elegantly to me. Her expression was radiant. I gave her a thumbs up to show her I was fine with that.
6年前はお手伝いさんの連れ子がついでにお手伝いみたいな印象だったんだけど、すっかり一人前の使用人さんだな。今年で何年になるんだ？
はい、おかげさまで10年ほどお使いさせていただいております。
10 years, man, damn. She's the kanji for a name or red as Shannon. Now, here's another name that's far from typical for a Japanese person. Back in the day, I was a kid myself, so I appreciate her name without paying it much attention. And since her name has been stated, a young but experienced servant, she's normally calm and performs her job flawlessly, but she messes up when she gets nervous. Furthermore, Shannon is nothing more than a pseudonym that she uses when on duty, not her real name. Aha, but I've found something! She has a mark on her leg. I found that one out. Let me look. Because she doesn't have one. He doesn't have one. He has one. She has one on her thigh. They obviously have one. She does not. I'm confirming with the people who don't. And then they obviously do. So she has a symbol on her thigh. Mark that down, brain. Symbol. Thinking about it now, though, her name's pretty unusual, even though she's not a member of the Ushiromiya family. But she has a symbol on her thigh. Maybe it's like a servant's professional name or something. If so, that might explain why her name's so similar to Kanon-kun, that kid I met earlier in the Rose Garden. She's a long-term servant who's served here since she was 6 years old. Her appearance has changed so much that I couldn't match her to the person of my memories, but we both knew each other 6 years ago. That shy part of her had always been there, but she did seem to have developed the allure you'd expect of a girl her age, especially in her breasts, yes.
さっき会ったカノン君は彼女の弟なんだよ。
Oh, so that's her brother. So they both have symbols. But he has like a different symbol than her though. Right? Hold on. Let me take a good look at her symbol again. Yeah, because his symbol has more pronounced wings, unless that's just how small it is. And then that's that, so yeah, okay. So I don't know if the symbol shapes mean anything, but I do know that she has a symbol.
弟というわけでは。
Okay, stop confusing me.
でも、
Brother,
私のこと
not
を
brother.
姉と慕ってくれます。
It's one or the other.
何か失礼なことはしませんでしたか？
No, he was just kind of antisocial.
相変わらずいつも通りだぜ。もうちょっと愛想よくすればいいのによ。
カノン君がご迷惑をおかけしたようで。
別に迷惑なんか何も。
Keep on accidentally skipping and stuff.
同じ男としてわかるさ。ありゃ気難しい年頃だ。愛想が悪いのは当たり前だぜ。
マリアもよく言われる。愛想悪いって言われる。カノンと一緒。
I don't know if that's a good thing.
マリア様は愛想悪くなんかありません。
I don't trust this kid, man. I still
一緒
don't.
が良かった。
食事の準備ができたんだっけ？
はい。失礼いたしました。お食事のご用意が整いましたので、皆様をお屋敷へご案内いたします。
Shannon bowed again formally and returned to her duty mode. We realized that if we made her stick around for any more light conversation, it would actually make it harder for her to do her job. We got up off our butts to avoid interfering with her work any further.
じゃあお屋敷に行こうか。みんなもお腹が空いてたところでしょ。
だな。
I'm always hungry. In real life.
ゴーダさんがいる時の飯は楽しみなんだよ。あの人、どこぞの有名ホテルでシェフをやってたらしくて、かなり料理の腕があるんだぜ。
ほうほう。そりゃ楽しみ。
He's always I noticed Badler always speaks with clenched teeth.
行こうぜマリア。
I'm just making observations at the time. I also am going to point out that weird thing above the couch, but that's probably nothing. That could just be background.
犬みたいに食い散らかす。
ダメダメ。バトラ君の言うことはいちいち真に受けちゃダメだよ。全部冗談なんだから。さあ行こう行こう。
Under Shannon Chan's guidance, we head towards the mansion. Met once again by the magnificent Rose Garden, we continued onward as the intimidating mansion of the Ushiromiya head family came into view. It had apparently been built shortly after the war, so you could feel the dignity of almost a half century hanging about it. The building was gorgeous on the surface, but old as it was, equipment such as its AC and heating were apparently quite frail. According to Jessica, midwinter was especially tough, what with all the drafts. Haven't these people ever heard of a kotatsu? I have. That's where it's like a table with a blanket. You can rest your feet, or warm your legs. As we entered the entrance hall, an aged servant greeted us. He also has a symbol. As we entered the entrance hall, now him I remembered. Genji-san, who had been working here longer than anyone, filled the role of head servant. There's a lot more people that have symbols than I thought would. Head servant, leading all the other servants who work for the Ushiromiya family, has served Kinzo longer than any other and has earned his greatest trust. Since he serves Kinzo directly, Kraus and Natsuhi think of him as Kinzo's spy. Total clicks. I've clicked 2,281 times. Somehow. Well, now it's 2,282, 2,283. As our eyes met, which I assume is also the space bar, actually. As our eyes met, he greeted me with a calm, composed voice. His bow wasn't as graceful or refined as Goda's. But despite simplicity, he communicated his feelings very well.
Genji-san! 本当にお久しぶりっす。お元気そうですね。
おかげさまで健やかに過ごさせていただいております。バトラ様こそご立派になられました。親方様の若き日に少し似てこられましたな。
俺がじい様に？ってことは、さぞやじい様は若い頃モテたろうな。
ここからはシャノンに代わって私がご案内申し上げます。どうぞこちらへ。
Shannon-chan bowed deeply and watched us leave. After that, we head towards the dining room under Genji-san's guidance. Genji-san, just like Kumasawa-san, stood in stark contrast to us young people who had grown beyond recognition over the last 6 years. His appearance was exactly the same as in my memories from 6 years ago. It was as though time had stopped since the last time we met. Genji-san was an extremely quiet and diligent person. He was basically grandfather's close aide or caregiver. And you might even call him grandfather's companion of many years. In fact, it seems he was by grandfather's side even more often than my late grandmother was. According to Jessica, grandfather trusted him more than any of his blood relatives. But I wonder how long he served. Never got the details, but I heard something about him being here since the very beginning when this mansion was first constructed. Which would mean that he's dedicated half of his life to serving here. It's easy to see why he's so trusted. As we passed through the massive hall that extended up into the second story of the mansion with no separating floor, I spotted something that hadn't existed in my memory of 6 years ago. A painting that I believe was in the image for me putting the game in my Twitch stream. I believe. So is this the Golden Lady? Is that what it's called? I gotta confirm. Again, sorry if you hear audio. Yep, Golden Witch. Yeah, again, sorry if you hear audio from a different stream. I gotta load up Twitch. I should probably mute Chrome when I do this again. We'll click back on that. And then hit H so I can see what that said. It was an awfully big portrait hanging right in front of the stairs that rose to the second floor. Without thinking, I stopped walking, captivated by it. Since I'd stopped so fast, Maria, who was falling behind me, ran into my back.
Ah, 悪い。なあ、ジェシカ。 あんな絵前はあったっけ？
I pointed at the big prominently displayed portrait in the hall. Everyone else stopped too.
ああ、そっか。バトラが来てた頃にはあれはかけられてなかったっけ？いつからだったかな。
確か僕の記憶が正しければ一昨年あたりだったと思うよ。
So, 1 year before the Torii Gate disappeared.
さようでございます。一昨年の4月に親方様がかねてより画家に命じて描かせていたものをあそこに展示なされたのでございます。
This music's got some like eerie stuff going on in it.
あのじいさまがね、わざわざ描かせてか。
The portrait suited this western mansion, and that woman in the elegant dress gave off a sense of refinement. I couldn't have guessed her age, but her sharp eyes and the strong will she seemed to possess made her look youthful. She seemed somehow different from the composed, middle-aged women you often see in famous pictures. If she had normal black hair, I might have assumed it was a portrait of my long-deceased grandmother in her prime. However, she had beautiful blonde hair and didn't look Japanese at all.
んで、誰だい？この
Maria answered that simple question enthusiastically, as though proud she knew the answer. Hold up, that dress has got the same color as the symbols. I guess.
Maria 知ってる。ベアトリーチェ。
Oh, that's Beatrice.
ベアなんだって？
Okay.
ベアトリーチェ、魔女だよ。バトラ君は昔聞かされたことない？
魔女？ってこの島の？
I think I already said this, but Rokenjima is a small island only 10 kilometers in circumference. However, it's actually pretty massive considering that only the Ushiramiya family lives here. So only the harbor and the area around the mansion were set up to be lived in. Beyond that, the island remained as untouched as when it was uninhabited. The vast and empty forest had absolutely no lights, phones, or people passing through. To understand how dangerous that is, you need to forget your common sense as a city dweller. After all, if you happen to fall down a hole in the depths of the forest and sprain your ankle, no one would come save you no matter how much you cried or screamed. Then, once the sun went down, the forest would be wrapped in complete darkness, since there were no streetlights. And since there were no signs, it would be easy to get lost and confused, losing your sense of direction inside that dark forest. Nowadays, most people see a forest as a peaceful place, but to the people of bygone eras, before the lights of civilization drove out the night, forests were as geographically separated from civilization as the sea. There were oceans above the ground. Fishermen who go out into the ocean are putting their lives at risk, despite their technical knowledge. In the same way, hunters who go out to the forest are in danger, despite having specialized knowledge of their own. If children were to go play in such a dangerous forest, something terrible might happen. Someone's parents must have thought so. Maybe grandmother first said it, or maybe it was grandfather himself. Or perhaps the story's been passed down on this island since ancient times. There's a terrible witch in the forest, so you must not go in. At some point, this ghost story of Rokenjima was born. This is the legend of Rokenjima's witch. That's why, when we talk about a witch on this island, we're referring to the master of that vast and savage forest. Come to think of it, when I stayed at this mansion as a little kid, during those eerie nights when the wind and rain pounded on the windows, I remember being terrified by a story of the forest witch who roamed around searching for human sacrifices. So Beatrice, huh? When Aniki mentioned it, I searched my memory and was sure I recalled hearing a name like that when I was little.
なるしかしあの魔女伝説の魔女にベアトリーチェなんておしゃれな名前がついてたとはとんと忘れてたぜ。じいさまめ、孫たちが信じないもんだからわざわざ絵に描きやがったか。
No, he had a portrait made because he knew her. You're probably a witch child.
じいさまの妄想の中の魔女だよ。
A grandchild of a witch.
この絵を掲げた頃から現実と幻想の区別がつかなくなり始めた。私たちにとっては想像の中の魔女に過ぎないけど、じいさまにとっては彼女はこの島にいる存在。
Well, according to Kinzo, he himself wants to see her again.
いる。だからそれを理解することができない私たちにもわかるようあの絵を描かせたって言うんだけど気持ち悪いったらありゃしないぜ。
And I gotta like stand up and check my lids. I've been sitting down for a while. So if I sound a little more far away, it's because I'm standing.
お嬢様、親方様にとっては大切な肖像画です。親方様の前でそのようにおっしゃられることがございませんよ。
分かってるぜ。頼まれても言わねえよ。
Jessica. Oh, now I gotta read. So hold on. Alright. Jessica glanced at the portrait with an irritated gaze before turning away.
行こうよ。食堂にみんなを待たせてるよ。
お腹すいた。
Only a small portion of this island was controlled by the Ushiromiya family. All of the lawless remainder was the domain of the witch, Beatrice. You might even call her the true ruler of Rokenjima. I felt a faint revival of that unsettling sense of misfortune which I'd felt when I learned of the tutelary god shrine being struck by lightning. And I remembered that Kumasawa-san tried to tell an ominous story about Rokenjima before Jessica stopped her. I don't know what she was planning to tell us about this island, but I do know one thing. It isn't the Ushiromiya family that rules Rokenjima. It's the witch, Beatrice. That's right. After all, this is the witch's island. I'm sorry, I'm thinking. I'm giving plot. When I looked around, everyone was already heading towards the dining room. I hurriedly chased after them. We walked up to the huge double doors that led to the dining room. Genji-san knocked.
お子様方をお連れいたしました。
That just sounds like he's about to sacrifice us. I brought the children.
失礼いたします。
The doors were opened and we were invited inside. The dining room, which looked exactly like you would imagine a rich person's dining room to be, had a super long table that was obviously positioned with no purpose other than to make the guests conscious of their rank. Our parents were already sitting in accordance with that ordering.
遅えぞガキども。早く席につけよ。
The old bastard pressed us to sit. The only gaps in that group of people were the spots we were supposed to sit, which only made us feel our tardiness all the more. The seat at the head of the table, called the incipience chair, was for the most highly ranked, reserved for grandfather. It was still empty. He probably wanted to show up last for dramatic effect. From the perspective of someone facing the incipience chair head-on, the seating order went from left to right, with the lower-ranking seats progressing in rows of two further away from it. So the left-hand side of the first row, closest to the incipience chair, was where Uncle Crouch should have sat since he was the second highest in rank. It looked like he hadn't arrived yet, so that seat was empty. Across from his chair on the right side of the first row sat the eldest daughter of the family, Aunt Eva, who was the third highest in rank. The left-hand side of the second row was for the fourth highest in rank. There sat my damn dad, Rudolph, the third of the siblings. Across from him on the right side of the second row sat Aunt Rosa, the youngest sibling. At this point, you might expect their husbands and wives to come next. But nope, the left-hand seat in the third row, ranked number 6, belonged to Jessica. Opposite her was George Aniki. I sat next to Jessica, and Maria sat across from me. Then finally, next to me on the left-hand side of the fifth row sat Aunt Natsuhi, the 10th highest in rank. Opposite her was Uncle Hideyoshi. Next to Aunt Natsuhi in the 6th row was the final seat on the left-hand side, sat Kairi-san. The seat opposite to Kairi-san was empty, even though silverware had been set there and everything. According to this ranking system, that spot was where Aunt Rosa's husband should be sitting. Even though he wasn't supposed to be coming, his place was made up. Normally, ranking systems of this sort give spouses equal positions as their partners, but the Ushiromiya family system was unique. Maybe it's a remnant of male chauvinism. If you start with the assumption that a woman's womb is just something to be borrowed, then the grandchildren of direct descent would come first, directly followed by the grandchildren. I didn't expect us like a sociological lesson here. This is just sexism. Like, okay, nice, I guess. I didn't expect this to be just thrown in there, but I will say, Badler does have morals. In other words, spouses have no blood ties and are therefore placed at the end of the line. It's terrible, but by this system, my grandmother would be ranked even lower than me, if she were still alive. In their youth, they obey their father. After they get married, their husband, after aging their children. There's the old saying, women have no home in any realm. Long ago, when I was still incapable of figuring all this out, I thought it was so great that we could all chat in our little groups, adult siblings with adult siblings and cousins with cousins. However, now that I can re-examine the seating order after growing up a bit, it stirs up some very complicated feelings in me. Aunt Natsuhi, who was married to the eldest son and was the de facto number 2 in managing this family, sat to my right, which meant that she was 2 steps lower than me in the ranking order. It was hard to imagine what might be going on inside her heart. That's why I made a small apologetic gesture towards her before sitting down.
お久しぶりですね、バトラ君。ずいぶん背が伸びましたね。
ああ、はい。食ったり食べたり食事したりしてたら、いつの間にかこんな身長に。
さすが男の子ね。身長はいくつくらいあるの？
180かな。つうかおばさん、そこは食べてばっかりじゃねえかってつ。
え？ああ。ごめんなさいね。
After a short pause, she did laugh with me, but it seemed like she couldn't quite figure out what she was supposed to be laughing at. This woman is Aunt Natsuhi. Oh, character time. Let me read up. No, I didn't. Okay. Krause's wife manages the household of the Ushiromiya head family in place of her husband, who takes little interest. For this family conference again, she was the one who took charge of making all the preparations and arrangements, possesses a strong sense of responsibility and a great deal of pride. However, neither her husband nor his siblings understand her very well, so her position is far from enviable. So, she's the wife of the eldest son of the family, meaning she's my father's older brother's wife. Is it simpler if I just call her Jessica's mother? It feels bad to say it like this, but while I didn't exactly dislike her, I didn't particularly like her either. She hardly ever spoke with us kids, and all my memories of her involve her talking to the adults about complicated things with a scary look on her face. In fact, since we hardly ever exchange words, I spent a long time trying to figure out how I should approach her, though my efforts seem to have ended in failure. The silverware sat neatly on the table, but the meal itself hadn't been brought in yet. As a general rule, you couldn't start a meal until the person sitting at the head of the table arrived, so as long as grandfather didn't come, lunch would be put on hold indefinitely. Not even the appetizers would arrive. Simply put, the silence in this room was caused by our parents enduring their hunger while they waited for grandfather to arrive. However, the grandfather from my memories would always show up on time to meals like this. He was the kind of person who would never be so late that it kept everyone waiting, especially after the entire group had arrived. Well, the whole group didn't arrive yet, obviously, because Krause isn't there, so he's still waiting.
俺の記憶じゃ時間に厳格な人だったと思うんだけどな。
まあ、
They're busy
6年
talking,
前は
that's
そう
what's
だったか
going
も
on.
な。
Krause is busy potentially yelling at Kinzo, or Kinzo's just playing dead.
最近はそうでもねえよ。というか、もう自分の世界オンリーって感じで、さすがに今日くらいは足並みを揃えてくれるって思ってたんだけどな。まあ、私は来ない方が気楽で嬉しいけどよ。
Oh man, man, Jessica even got that tooth going, that little snag tooth. When her mother scolded her, Jessica stuck her tongue out and looked away. No way around it. Might as well wait until our host arrives. When I glanced at the clock, I saw that it was almost 12:20. Still decent time for lunch, like 12:20, not bad. Ushiromiya Kinzo, the aged family head of the Ushiromiya head family. This man could be seen in his study. There he is. There's the big man right there. The aged head of the Ushiromiya family, brimming with energy despite being pronounced to have only a short time left to live. He's got double symbol going on, but this one's the one that is seen everywhere, right at the top. Amassed a vast fortune, but has never made any announcements about his inheritance, which worries his children. Strongly influenced by the West and a rabid fan of the occult, his study is packed with mysterious grimoires. With his spectacles on. Wait, I think I missed a line? Yep, the clock had already passed noon, but he didn't even attempt to rise from his seat. With his spectacles on, he built up a growing pile of books with elaborate bindings, which he then read intently. He couldn't really say that he was having too much fun to stop. Rather, he filled the room with a sense of impatience, or perhaps a sense of impending danger, as though every second wasted was a tragedy. In a sealed room, a dense dust danced through the air, which was thick with the stench of chemicals that exuded a mix of suspicious odors. Those odors were somehow sweet and heavy. If anyone with a normal nose came in here, the first thing they do would be to open a window and ventilate this room. The knocking against the study door had been going on for a while. A voice calling father sometimes mingled with the knocks. As Kinzo heaved a deep sigh, he snapped shut the old book in his hands and slammed it on the table. Then he yelled at Kraus, who was still knocking on the door.
Yakamoshi! その音は止めぬか愚か者。叩けば扉は開かれると誰が教えた。そのバカ者は貼り付けにしたぞ。お前もそうされたいのか。
お父さん、年に一度の親族会議の日ではありませんか。皆下に集まっています。どうかおいでください。
Kraus called out to his father through the door. Kinzo always shut himself up in the study, heading it when nearly anyone, even his family, entered the room. For that reason, Kraus had no choice but to call to him from the corridor like this.
私にかがうでない。皆とは何か。私をここから引きずり出そうとする者どもなのか。ならば殺してしまい。
Oh, he do got double symbol anyway. He's got one on his collar. So he got three symbols on his body. He got three symbols. He got them three. He's got the hat trick for all you soccer fans.
黙示録の虹はそれでも私をここから連れ出そうとするバカ者どもに飲ませてやれ。残りは酒につけるのだ。ああ、源氏はどこだ。源氏を呼べ。苦界の魔手を用意させろ。緑の妖精のささやきが届かぬ。ああ、源氏はどこだ。源氏を呼べ。
He's gone, dude. He's out. On the other side of the door, Kraus, Nanjo, and Genji kept waiting for the master of the house, who stubbornly refused to come out.
すっかり嫌われてしまったようだ。もう私の声では何も届かんよ。
Oh, Kinzo's voice actor is, to me, the best one so far. He's going crazy on here. He's going crazy on here. I haven't encountered a better one. He's going wild. Kraus shrugged as though saying it's no use and smiled bitterly. From the beginning, he hadn't really expected his father to respond to his calls. However, since it was the duty of the eldest son, he tried as a formality. He's so in character, it's crazy. He really seems insane. That's what I like sometimes about Japanese voice actors. They get so into the character. I guess it's because of the way that they view jobs as like, hey, you got to put everything into your job, because that's what that's what's keeping everything afloat. That job. So it's like, hey, we got to put everything into it. So it's not like America, where half the time it's like, oh, I don't care about this job, I'm gonna half-ass it. At least that's what I've heard. I'm not sure if that's actually a thing. I know for Japanese businessmen it is. But I don't know about anybody else.
あんたの顔を見に息子や娘や孫たちが来てるんじゃないか。ちょっと顔を見せてやったらどうだね。 うるさい、黙れ。私に意見するというか何じゃ。貴様など呼んではおらぬ。私は源氏を呼べと言ったのだ。さあ急げ、すぐに呼べ。時間は常に有限だ。人たちはすでにラッパを構えているぞ。なぜにそれがわからぬか、愚かな羊どもめ。
So an apocalypse is about to happen, according to him. Kenzo slammed an old heavy book against the table over and over. That racket clearly expressed his great displeasure. Kenzo put his spectacles down and flew up from his chair. He spread his arms wide open as if to sing to a packed opera house, as if appealing to someone, and yelled.
なぜだ。なぜにいつも私には邪魔が入るのか。すべてを捨てよう。すべてを捧げよう。その見返りに私は一つしか求めないというのに。おお、ベアトリーチェ。お前の微笑みをもう一度見られるならば、私は世界中から美少を奪い取り、すべてをお前に捧げよう。おお、イナゴの軍団長たちよ。世界中から美少を刈り取り収穫せ。すべてが汚らわしい。すべてが煩わしい。
He kind of went crazy on that cough there. He went a little
な
nuts.
ぜこの貴重な一日に私は邪魔を受けねばならぬのか。
Sounds like someone's just trying to shove something down his throat.
源氏を呼べ。
何を怒鳴ってるのかもさっぱりだな。もう頭がどうにかなっているのだね。
クラウスさん、実のお父さんにそりゃあんまりじゃないかね。
親父はすでに死んでいる。ここにいるのは親父だったものの幻さ。
There we go. He's also double symboled up.
いずれにせよ、本人にここを出る意志がない以上、どうにもならんね。
金蔵さん。
Choking coughs continued to pour from the study.
私は下に戻る。ゴーダの自慢のランチをこれ以上無駄に冷ましてしまうことはない。親類たちにとって当家での数少ない楽しみだろうからな。
Kraus spun around. He looked at his watch, mumbling, acting as though he had wasted time doing something he knew would be in vain.
源氏さん、親父殿がお呼びだ。相手を頼む。
かしこまりました。
南條先生、食事に行きましょう。いつまでもここにいると、この甘い匂いで味覚までおかしくなってしまう。
Without waiting for Nanjo, Kraus went downstairs. Genji heard Nanjo to go and eat. Nanjo glanced between the study door and Kraus's back as the latter disappeared down the stairs and let out a deep sigh.
すまんが、源氏さん、頼みます。
はい、お任せください。
お酒はなるべく与えないように。あれは常習性が強すぎる。源氏はまだか。何者が源氏を阻んでいるというのか。源氏はどこだ。源氏を呼べ。
さあ、ここはお任せ。
すみませんな。
Nanjo bowed slightly and descended the stairs. Genji watched him leave, then knocked on the study door.
親方様、源氏でございます。
源氏か。何故私をこれほどに待たすのか。そこには誰もおるまいな。
はい、私だけでございます。
Kinzo returned to his seat in the study and pressed an old-fashioned switch on the table. After a small delay, the heavy sound of the door unlocking could be heard. Kinzo was convinced that his family wanted to make a mess of his study. Or perhaps someone had once opened the window for some air and ended up scattering things that, to him, were important research materials. terrible mood. Kinzo had outfitted his room with a formidable lock, preventing anyone from entering without his permission, and thereby sealing himself in a jail of his own making. Genji, whom he trusted the most, was relatively free to enter the room, but even that didn't always hold. If Kinzo was in a bad mood, even Genji wouldn't be able to enter. Anyone else would be limited to holding a conversation through the door, unable even to see Kinzo's face. And most of the time, what they got could hardly be called a conversation. However, this didn't trouble the rest of the family much. After all, it just wasn't worth the effort to disturb this aging family head who was impossible to please and always stayed shut away, immersed in his research. Taking advantage of his refusal to leave his room, they supported his isolation, putting his care entirely into the hands of the servants.
Genji, いつものやつを頼む。私は忙しい。
はい。
Genji headed to the corner of the study. There, suspicious-looking bottles boasting venomous colors were on display. They were actually liquor, but considering the shady atmosphere of this room, one might easily suspect them of being some ghastly poison. Inside the study, the mysterious collection of books gathered by Kinzo had grown into a mountain. They were bizarre, ancient, or banned books, all of them either forbidden, cursed, or sealed. But if you tried to call them old books, Kinzo would fly into a rage and say, "Call them grimoires." There were also many mysterious objects that presumably held some meaning with regards to black magic, like candles suspiciously melted and molded into strange shapes. The constellations drawn on a certain celestial globe contained quite a few shapes that would draw puzzled looks from anyone familiar with today's night sky. The carelessly strewn about books contained many illustrations, all of them of a religious or mysterious nature, including some depicting demonically grotesque subjects or bizarre diagrams of various magic circles. And above all, a sweet poisonous smell filled the room, profoundly assaulting the eyes and noses of those who entered for the first time. Eventually, it must surely make a person go numb and lose their grip on reality. Inside that study, Genji prepared Kinzo's usual drink with a well-trained hand. No one would even think of drinking such an ominous dark green liquid in a complex and ornate glass, unless someone first told them it was alcohol. He poured a little into the glass. Then he placed a cube of sugar in a strangely shaped spoon and poured water from a pitcher over it. Strangely, when the transparent water was poured, the dark green liquid turned a cloudy white. It was a strange optical illusion, as though the water had caused a chemical reaction and made the drink become even more unrecognizable as liquor. Then Genji added original flavors Kinzo loved, fine-tuning its taste. There was no recipe. Its success was measured only by Kinzo's mood swings when he drank it. It had taken Genji many decades to learn how to do it right. Genji placed the glass on a tray and walked over to Kinzo. By this time, Kinzo was gazing out the window. Kinzo had regained his composure and was now unrecognizable as the shouting, screaming, yelling man from a few moments ago. Looking at this man from behind as he tilted his glass and gazed down at the scenery beyond the window, he projected a sense of dignity and intelligence. To allow Kinzo to set his glass down at any moment, Genji motionlessly waited behind Kinzo and to his left, as though he were a living sideboard. Then, without averting his eyes from the window, Kinzo held out his glass. There was only a mouthful remaining. It was not a gesture intended to set it upon the tray, but a motion to hand the glass over to Genji.
我が友よ。
もったいないお言葉です。
私とお前の中に儀礼はいらぬ。飲め、友よ。
いただきます。
Genji, respectively, received the glass and inclined it a little to taste its contents. After that, he gulped it down.
お前が作るのを真似ているのだが、どうにも同じ味が出ぬ。お前が作る方がうまい。
So wait, he's just making relish that you put on hot dogs. Headcanon confirmed. That is not headcanon. That's not actual canon, that's my headcanon.
親方様のご指導の賜物です。
Kinzo smiled at his loyal subject, who refused to put aside rank even when asked to. However, he was not making fun of him. His smile was relaxed, as though chuckling at a close friend's old unshakable habit.
互いに老いたな。年を数えることも忘れてすでに久しい。
今日まで過ごすことをお許しいただけたのもすべ。
Kinzo gave a faint smile as if to say he didn't need any flattery.
今日まで本当によく私に仕えてくれた。息子たちは誰もが私を変人呼ばわりした。大勢いた使用人も皆私を恐れてやめていった。お前だけが今でも私に仕えてくれる。
もったいないお言葉です。
私の余命もそう長くはあるまい。息子たちは私の遺産がいつ転がり込んでくるかをうろうろ待つハゲタカばかりだ。クラウスの愚か者は金を湯水のように使い、1枚の金貨を売るのに2枚の金貨を捨てておる。それで金を稼げたなどと妄言を。エヴァは金の亡者だ。あやつは私を鶏か何かだと思っておる。死んだらガラにして出汁まで取る気だ。ルドルフの間抜けは女遊びばかり。ローザはどこの馬の骨ともわからん男の赤ん坊など産みおって、ジェシカは無能で無学だ。ジョージには男としての器がない。バトラーは後宮家の栄誉を自ら捨ておった愚か者だ。マリアなど見るのも汚らわしい。なぜだ、なぜに後宮の血はこうも無能なのか。私の築き上げた栄光を受け継ぐにふさわしい者はおらんのか。ああ、分かっておるとも。これがベアトリーチェの呪いであることも分かっておる。黄金の魔女め、それが私への復讐のつもりか。
But you still want to see her, so that's kind of up to
憎
you.
みたくば憎むがよい。逃げたければ逃げるがよい。逃がさぬ、逃がさぬ、逃がさぬ、逃がさぬわ。お前は私のものだ。常に私の腕の中でなくてはならん。私の生涯のすべてなのだ。我が鳥かごにて永遠に私だけにささやき続けるのだ。ベアトリーチェ、なぜに微笑み返してはくれぬ。
Dude has thoroughly derailed this train. Kinzo's thoroughly went off track. He went so off track that he's on a completely different track across the country. After howling, Kinzo choked once again. Genji set the tray and glass down and rubbed his master's back. Genji's facial expression did not change. It was always like this. When his seemingly deranged fit subsided, Kinzo regained his composure once again. It was like seeing two different people, wild Kinzo and a composed Kinzo, living together inside one body.
故に私は決心した。このままぼやききった余生を怠慢に過ごすことなどもはや耐えられはせん。この身に最後にとするコインがあるならば、それを悪魔たちのルーレットに託してみたい。魔法の力はいつもかけるリスクで決まる。日本古来の呪術である牛の国参りがそうであろう。7日間儀式を目撃されてはならないというリスクを支払うからこそ魔力が宿る。 困難なリスクが生じれば生じるほどに魔力は強く生じるのだ。神話に登場する数々の奇跡は天文学的リスクに奇跡的な低確率を得て成就した驚愕すべき魔力の結晶なのだと言える。
I'm gonna let you know right now, there's too many big words going on right now. Crystallization, probability, occurrence, astronomical, all in the same sentence. I had to read that. It's like 1 in the morning and I had to read that. That was not fun to read.
モーゼが海を割ったのは神の奇跡ではない。蹂躙の計りに乗せられ軍勢によって航海に追い詰められた絶対絶命のリスクが奇跡の魔力を生んだのだ。同じことが同じ規模で繰り返されようとも再び海が割れることはないだろう。なぜならモーゼは力ある者たちのルーレットの麻生木ナユタをかけたよりも多く存在する目の中に一つだけ刻まれた奇跡を見事引き寄せることができたからだ。
Can I play Demon Roulette, or does that mean I have to have, like, summon
そ
Satan?
の天文学的確率に勝利できる力。
Because I want to summon Satan to play crappy roulette.
奇跡をつかみ取る運気はすなわち魔力なのだ。強大な魔力を売るためには絶望的なリスクを背負わねばならぬ。魔力もたぬ者はそれを賭けでなく自暴自棄と呼ぼう。しかし真に魔力ある者はその奇跡をつかみ取り神秘を成就させるのだ。もしも私にその魔力があるならば私はその奇跡をつかみ取るだろう。生涯を費やした願いを実現できるだろう。
Kinzo looked up to the sky outside the window. He spread his arms as if appealing to someone up in the sky.
もし私にその奇跡を手にする資格があったなら、おー、ベアトリーチェ、ベアトリーチェ、お前の愛くるしい笑顔をもう一度だけ見せてくれ。どれほどの月日を経ようともお前の面影が消えることはない。ただお前の美少が見たい、それだけだ。お前から授かったものを全て返そう。あの日からの栄光を全てお前に返そう。富も名誉も黄金もいらぬ。お前に授かった全てを返そう。
So again, I'm gonna assume that he essentially made a deal with this witch to become
私はた
famous.
だお前の美少が見たいだけなのだ。ご賞だ。
But then he like fell in love, and then she left, and then he's like, "Yo, I want you back. Come on. I want to see your smile." His nonsensical yells became a scream, and then a wail. Kinzo slumped to the floor, tearing at it with both hands. Genji had no choice but to wordlessly watch over his master's lamentations.
やあ諸君、当主様は具合が優れられないとのことだ。せっかくこうして1年ぶりの会合に集まってくれた諸君と昼食を共にできないことを非常に残念にしておられた。ゴーダ、ランチを始めてくれ。
かしこまりました。それでは本日の昼食を始めさせていただきます。
南條先生、そんなにお父様のお具合は悪いの？せめて顔くらい見せてくれてもいいわよね。
体調というよりは機嫌ですな。こればかりはつける薬がありませんので。
おいおい、機嫌ってまたかよ。そりゃないぜ。こちとら秋のクソ忙しい時期にスケジュール都合してご機嫌伺いに来てるんだ。それをよ。
よかったじゃないか、ルドルフ。ご機嫌は伺えたんだ。それとも不機嫌な親父殿を私に代わり、お前が説得して連れてきてくれるのかね。
まさか。
Rudolph shrugged. Apparently, though Rudolph was willing to be indignant, and House of centered his father was, he wasn't particularly disappointed to be spared a face-to-face meeting.
夕食までにはその機嫌治りそうなの？
I don't know, his voice is okay after screaming so much. I don't know either. He just goes crazy.
クラウス兄さん。
そんなことは知らん
Well,
よ。
no, my voice can still be pretty good after doing like a grovelly like impression. Granted, it does get shot if I continuously do it, but it definitely, once you get the practice in, your voice definitely gets more used to it.
親父殿に直接聞いてみるといい。もっとも声をかけない方が機嫌の治りは早いと思うがね。
源氏さんだけだよ。じい様の機嫌を直せるのは。情けないぜ。自分の親の機嫌を使用人に直させるんだからよ。
ジェシカ、余計なことは言わなくていい。
She'd planned for a complaint to be heard only by her cousins, but it had reached even Krause's ears. Scolded, Jessica scowled and turned away sulking.
機嫌がうんぬんってことは病状はそんな悪くないんじゃねえの？元気がないってんならともかく機嫌が悪いってのは少なくとも気はしっかりしてる証拠だぜ。
おじい様は特に強い気力をお持ちだからね。でも体が必ずしもそれに伴えるとは限らないよ。去年からずっと余命3ヶ月って言われ続けてる。最初の診断が正しいならおじい様は気力だけで流られてるってことになる。気遣ってあげないといけないよ。
Lunch started with the family head seat still empty. The man who should be sitting there had already grown old, and the brilliant glory which had rebuilt the Ushiromiya family in the span of a single lifetime was being forgotten. Even though they were beginning the meal with that seat still empty, no one felt it was that odd anymore. Oh, hell yeah, son. Austin 316. Gonna stop a mud hole and a grandpa. The Ushiromiya Family Conference was held once every year on the first weekend of October. When I hear the glass break, I turn it to stone cold. Give me a hell yeah. If a normal family were to hold the so-called family conference, you'd expect it to be nothing more than a reunion of rarely seen relatives who greet each other around buckets of sushi or something. New chapter. I doubt any character things changed. Just take a quick look. Especially at her. Pause. Nothing. Nothing. Nothing, I think. Symbol. Alright. Also symbol. Let's check. Tips? No. Grimoire? Ah! Kotatsu, which I know. Large Japanese numbers. Okay, let me read this. I don't know what this is referring to. Asogi and Nayuta are very large ancient Japanese numbers. Modern Japanese is more likely to express numbers of this size using powers of 10, just like Western languages. The English counting system expresses numbers using a thousands-based system. 1,000, million. But Japanese uses a system based on 10,000s instead, which can make converting between the two quite confusing. From 1 all the way up to Nayuta, it goes Ichi, Man, Oku, Cho, Ge, Gai. From about here the numbers are not common knowledge. Jo, Ko, Kan, Sei, Sai, Goku, Gokusha, Asugi, Nayuta. Multiplied together, Asugi Nayuta give a number so large that it doesn't have a Japanese name. Well, let's say this. Well, nah, we'll leave it. However, part of the family's great fortune had been lent out to grandfather's children, and no one in this family was considered an adult until they had met with success in business, so this meeting literally was a conference. How much of the fortune was invested? What sort of business was conducted? How much profit was earned? As a result, how much of the fortune borrowed from the main family could be repaid? Or possibly, how much more would be borrowed for future business ventures? What lessons had they learned? And what could they learn from their mistakes? Seems that topics like these were discussed very seriously in the past. My dad said it was like lying on a bed of nails. Apparently, it used to be a very serious family meeting where people were bathed in scornful and angry voices. Some people even got slapped despite their age. However, that had become a thing of the past. Now, with everyone pursuing their own business ventures and achieving success, it was becoming more of a normal yearly get-together. Even so, telling grandfather about recent events was extremely stressful. So while it was nothing more than a simple get-together for us grandchildren, it was still a real stomachache for our parents. The absence of the man who was the source of all this trouble, regardless of the reason, probably made today's lunch taste much more delicious. The phrase, while the demon is not around, everyone can relax, comes to mind. Anyway, let's introduce Jessica's father, whose face I haven't seen for 6 years. The man sitting to my father's left is his older brother and Jessica's father, uncle. Now we can read his character bio. Kenzo's first child leads the family conference as the eldest of the 4 siblings. However, the other siblings expect that he plans to claim the entire family fortune for himself, and the antagonism between him and the others grows increasingly severe. A real estate investor, he has put a vast amount of money into the development of a resort. However, his results have been harshly criticized. This name sure is easy to read. Kraus. Now that we've gotten used to the string of weird names, our perspective is totally skewed, so Kraus doesn't actually seem that bad. It even starts to sound kind of cool. Just like with Aunt Natsuhi, I didn't have many memories of speaking with Uncle Kraus. He had never been one to chat to children, and I felt like he was always talking with the adults, just like Aunt Natsuhi. According to my father's gossip, he was a spiteful and violent man. If what he said is true, Uncle Kraus used to be very domineering from his position as the oldest sibling, and was despised by all the other siblings. Though, despite that, those siblings all seem to be chatting happily together. Oh well, even if their relationship was bad when they were children, sometimes when people grow up and live apart from each other, their relationships change. That's probably what this was. After all, they all had children of about the same age. By sharing the same family environment, they probably profited by exchanging opinions. Maybe because of that, a short while ago, the circle of parents began to discuss the exams Jessica and I would be taking. Jessica, in order to escape questions about exams from my father on her left, purposefully faced right while firing off a rapid series of comments, not giving him any chance to get a word in. Moving on, let's look at the end, opposite from Kraus and the others. In the very latest seat at the table, an old gentleman with a sturdy physique sat facing Kairi-san. This was my first time meeting him. I had only just been introduced to him, but it seems he's grandfather's personal doctor, a man called Nanjo. Oh, is that the last one that I tried to figure out what it was? Yes. Kinzo's attending physician and longtime friend, once ran a hospital in Nijima, but turned it over to his son and now enjoys his old age in peace. One of the very few people that Kinzo trusts, now that he's held captive by an unrelenting suspicion of others. Big-hearted by nature, he has maintained a long friendship with Kinzo, unperturbed by his tendency to fly into a rage at the slightest provocation. Heard he used to own a huge clinic on the nearby island of Nijima, but he turned it over to his son and began living a life of leisure in his old age. He had known grandfather since the very beginning when the mansion was first constructed on this island, and had built up a relationship over several decades. I thought at first that the two of them might have gotten to know each other through grandfather's suspicious hobbies, but it seems he was actually grandfather's chess partner. I see. That kind of hobby seems very like our grandfather, what with his love of all things Western. Nanjo is probably the only person who could enter Rokenjima, despite being neither a family member nor a servant. He looked like a calm old gentleman as he listened to the discussion between Kairi and the other women who sat nearer to him. Considering how long he stayed by the side of our short-tempered grandfather, his generous heart was probably nothing to laugh at. Still, even if he was a family doctor, having anyone outside the Ushiromiya family attend the family conference was a little odd. Made me think that grandfather's condition might have worsened so much. It'd be a major topic of discussion at today's conference. After all, George said something like that just a second ago. Something about how we've been getting continuous reports since around last year that grandfather didn't have long to live. It's nasty to think about it, but consider how rich grandfather is. At the time of his death, his wealth will suddenly be released, probably along with a fair share of our parents' stomach acid, and it'll lead to ulcers for everyone. After all, this sort of thing just gets messier when there's more wealth to be divided. There's a good chance they'll be talking about stuff like that at the family conference. Still, it's not like it's got anything to do with us kids. Finally, even though he hasn't shown up, let me introduce our grandfather. The person who should be sitting in that incipient chair is Ushiromiya Kinzo. It really sucks. Everyone else in the family has these weird names, but he's got this perfectly normal one himself. If only his name were written Kinzo, but let us call him Goldsmith or something. I'd totally freak out. As you can probably guess by now, he's a frightening person with an extremely short temper. I'm one of his grandchildren, not a son, and I haven't seen him since elementary school. Thanks to that, I have no memory of being beaten myself, but our parents were apparently raised with an iron fist. That earlier conversation between my dad and Uncle Kraus about who should go convince grandfather to come down seems pretty darn funny once you know their backgrounds. You can't really tell grandfather's story without covering that pivotal event back before the Showa era. Until the Meiji and Taisho eras, the Ushiromiya family was great and prosperous. They owned several spinning mills, making them rich enough to just double over laughing every day as the money kept rolling in. Incidentally, grandfather was a member of a branch family and had pretty much nothing to do with the main family. Not only was he weighed down the list of people who could inherit the headship, but he had hardly any contact with the glamorous main family. However, during the Great Kanto earthquake in 1923, the mansion owned by the Ushiromiya family in Odawara was flattened. The spinning mills in Tokyo were all burned down in a huge fire, and the Ushiromiya family lost most of its wealth and family members in an instant. So once they started trying to figure out who the successor to the Ushiromiya family should be, they apparently found no one remaining except Kinzo and his branch family. In Kinzo's later reminiscences, he referred to this as good fortune so great that it overturned fate. With that, grandfather's boring everyday life did a 180. He was entrusted with reviving the dying Ushiromiya family, which had lost nearly all of its wealth. However, just because he had been entrusted with this task didn't mean he could accomplish it. Apparently, those around him weren't really expecting much. However, this is when grandfather began displaying his extraordinary talent and good luck. Grandfather used all of the family's remaining wealth, as well as everything from the hair on his head to his toenails, as collateral in order to borrow a massive amount of money. Once he built up a gigantic war chest, he immediately invested in business. It was like someone tumbling down a hill on a bike without any brakes, and then jumping onto a neighboring bike, and then another one, just like some crazy street performance. I'll bet everyone thought grandfather had no business ability whatsoever. However, after several miracles and turns of good luck with coincidences piling up and every chance taken advantage of, he was suddenly in control of powerful connections with the occupying forces. At that time, MacArthur and the GHQ were the ultimate authority in Japan. Grandfather, in a twinkle of an eye, began succeeding in business under the protection of the occupying forces, quickly becoming very rich. By this point, it's probably safe to say that information, not luck, saved the day. He must have made some seriously deep connections with the occupying forces. Grandfather knew beforehand about emergency demands that would be made for the Korean War. No, it was more than that. He must have predicted those emergency demands from the very beginning when he started investing his money. The history books made it sound like all of Japan made a large profit off of the emergency demands during the Korean War, but that isn't actually true. Only a very limited number of the super rich played the money game and made an easy profit. Most of the citizens remained poor. In other words, grandfather was a member of this extremely lucky group of winners. I'm pretty sure this all happened during 1950 or so. The Great Kanto earthquake happened in 1924, so that means grandfather was able to revive the near-dead Ushiromiya family in only about 20 years to a level even higher than it had ever been before. With that, you'd think he'd revive the main family in Odawara, But for some reason, he went and did something as crazy as buying an entire small island in the Izu archipelago. Buying an entire island is not something you can ordinarily do today. However, grandfather was clever. He contacted the GHQ and applied for the establishment of a marine resource base. He acquired this island as a business property, then tossed that project aside and claimed it as his own plot of land. After the war, there were prevention measures against food shortages, and having the sponsorship of the GHQ meant that nobody could oppose him. From what I've heard, the Tokyo metropolis of that day offered this land to him practically for free. Later, Tokyo made difficulties by telling Kinzo to return the land, but the pushy GHQ intervened. Anyway, it seems under-the-table bribes did their work well. In the end, the city gave up in frustration. Grandfather, with considerable skill and good luck, managed to weather the stormy seas of that period, obtaining a fast fortune and his own island. Of course, it probably wasn't all luck. He was obsessed with all things Western, which helped him cultivate his English skills. He was able to use this to his advantage and sink his teeth into the GHQ. A mansion was built on the island soon after. This mansion, in fact, grandfather, with his love of the Western style, made this once uninhabited island a canvas upon which he could realize his dreams to his heart's content. He now had the Western mansion of his dreams, overflowing with emotion and atmosphere, and a beautiful garden featuring all sorts of roses. And he had a private beach where nobody other than himself would ever be permitted to leave a footprint. This would be a dream come true for any boy. After that, he made good use of his huge fortune, becoming a large stockholder in the extremely stable iron and steel industry, and was able to live an easy and comfortable life just using the dividends. Well, he's just that incredible. This kind of person usually has the ability to foresee and predict the future. At least, that's how they're portrayed after the fact. But grandfather denies all of that, repeatedly saying that he was simply blessed with extraordinary luck. Anyway, even a lord like that can't help but grow increasingly eccentric when locked up alone on an island where all his dreams are made real. Everyone knows that he's had a Western obsession from the start, but none of our parents really know when his bizarre black magic hobby began. Did his love of black magic begin way back when he became fascinated with everything Western? Or did his miraculous stretch of good luck while reviving his family cause him to feel a mysterious power in himself? At some point, grandfather began to make the research of black magic his life's work. He filled his study up with suspicious books, chemicals, and magical items as he became increasingly bizarre. From what I've heard, those around him warmly watched over him, figuring that someone who had achieved success in life had a right to do as he pleased. But there's no way that's true. They were probably just creeped out, thinking that's disgusting. I don't want to get involved. Anyway, that agitated period was an age of big gambles, with both opportunities and risks. Let's say grandfather was born in this time period. He would have had no opportunities and would probably have advanced like a chess piece from mandatory education to college at a leisurely pace, never becoming more than an average salary man. If that happened, he'd probably have sat somewhere, happily talking behind his boss's back. No, not in a fancy dining hall like this, more like at a table in some bar. Then again, I'll bet this family conference would be a whole lot more relaxing if that were the case. Okay, that's enough about the old geezer. More importantly, let's talk about this incredible lunch.
前菜の刺身のサラダで俺はすでに確信してたね。郷田さんは大したシェフだぜ。しかも魚は近海で取れたやつだろ。スーパーの刺身とはわけが違ったぜ。
Well, I would hope so. I would hope that the supermarket sashimi would be different from the guy who is a chef, who's an actual like chef cooking it for you, catching everything fresh.
育ちがバレちまうだろうが。
Everyone let out a big laugh. Damn it, you say that even though you love those cheap pubs.
僕も仕事の都合で珍しいところで食事をすることもあるけど、それらと比べてもこれはかなりのものだよ。郷田さんは多分その道じゃ少しは知られた人だったんじゃないかな。
よくは知らねえんだけどよ。老舗ホテルでのれんを分けだか派閥の分裂だかややこしいことがあってよ。そのトラブルで辞めざるを得なくなっちまったんだってさ。それでその時偶然おふくろが使用人の求人を出してたわけなんだよ。
As As Goto removed the empty plates, he began to recount his own bumpy past without losing his
世
smile.
の中というのは難しいものです。しかしそのおかげでこうして今日後ろ宮家で再び料理人として腕を振るう機会を賜ることができました。大勢の方の笑顔も嬉しいですが、お仕えすると決めた限られた方々にだけ喜んでいただくために繊細なお仕事ができるのもとても楽しいことでございます。これもすべて機会をくださった奥様のおかげです。
Goto-san respectively bowed his head towards Aunt Natsu.
応募のあった中でゴーダが一番腕が良かったからです。客観的判断に基づくもので市場はありませんので感謝には及びません。
Dang, why does Aunt Natsuki always have to sound so indifferent? If only she spoke with a bit more kindness, she might leave a different impression. Shannon-chan and Kumasawa-san entered from the hallway with the serving cart.
失礼いたします。
それでは本日のデザートに移らせていただきます。
Goto-san and the others laid the beautifully adorned dessert out in front of us all. I guess it's true when they say you have another stomach for dessert. I thought I'd already filled up on delicious food, but as soon as I laid eyes on that dessert, my stomach started yelling more. I don't know much about desserts, but this looked really good. A white pudding-like substance was garnished with 2 shades of red sauce, and elegant rose petals adorned the dish. Normally, during a high-class meal like this, you're supposed to wait for the chef to extol the virtues of this particular meal before eating. However, Maria's completely indifferent to strict rules like that, so she got excited by this beautiful and delicious-looking dessert, jumping into the fray as soon as it was placed before her. Aunt Rosa scolded her, calling it bad manners, but George responded by saying, "Now, it's okay."
こっちの酸っぱい。こっちの酸っぱい。バトラ、こっちのは外れ。ふう。
Maria exclaimed as she sampled the 2-color sauces.
なんだと？当たりと外れがあるのかよ。よし、俺も味見をしてやるぜ。
Apparently, one sauce was sweet, and the other sour. Despite it being bad manners, I also stuck my little finger in and licked it. Whoa, well, the sauces were sour enough to make you pucker up. If it were yellow, I just expected lemon, but I couldn't guess what kind of sourness would be red. The blood of the demons! I decided to ask Shannon, who was putting away the serving cart behind us.
Shannon-chan, この酸っぱいのは何のソースだい?
This food sounds so good. Well, yeah, but I need to see it. I can't look at food and be like, "Oh, that sounds good," and then it'll place in front of you and it looks like crap. I need to see it. You know, I need to see the food in order for me to be like, "That looks good," or smell it. I can't go off of here. I gotta see it and smell it. Shannon-chan hesitated to speak. Maybe her job was just to set the table, so she doesn't really know. Still, even considering that, she seems pretty stressed. Maybe I shouldn't have asked. Or did they use some ingredient that we'd be better off not knowing about? Demon blood! While Aunt Natsuki made a gesture that seemed to indicate an oncoming headache, Kumasawa-san, who was setting the table at the opposite seat, began to chuckle.
何の材料を使っていると思いますか?
Demon blood.
驚きますよ。
Your blood?
わ、全然わかんねえぜ。というか、熊沢のばあさんがそういう笑い方すると不気味でならねえぜ。
Pig's blood. Some sort of blood.
で、何なんだよ、正体は。
内緒ですよ。お耳を拝借。
Kumasawa-san leaned across from the other side of the table. I leaned forward myself when she asked. Their interest caught Jessica, George Aniki, and of course Maria also put their ears closer.
この酸っぱいのはですね、実はお魚のサバの絞り汁ですよ。
I just gonna be like, it's made from blood. Get me out of here! That's crazy. We all thought horrified. Only Maria accepting it, nodding sagely.
サバは酸っぱいよ。 絞ったらこうなる。
When Maria started clamoring that mackerel were sour, the adults were unable to contain
違
their
うわ
laughter.
よ。酸っぱいのはしめ鯖でしょ。
Whispered to Maria that mackerel sour only once prepared as shimisaba. Ah, now I totally remember. Kumasawa-san was always like this, wasn't she? I think I remember her tricking me too in all sorts of ways when I was young. The most lethal has gotta be that one. Those flimsy black things in Chinese dishes. They're Kigurage mushrooms. She told me they were penguin meat. I went all around school like a smartass telling everyone, didn't I? It's kind of fucked up though. If like I like how he thought, oh, that's penguin meat. Penguin meat? Let me go tell everybody. It's not like, how are we getting penguin meat? What would penguin meat taste like? I want to kind of eat penguin, but I don't because penguins are penguins, dude. I don't want to touch them. Let them live. Let them swim in icy waters.
冗談ですよ。今からゴーダさんがソースの正体を教えてくれますからね。
Goda looked a little put off about his masterpiece being laughed at for such a bizarre reason. After clearing his throat once, he introduced the dessert.
それではデザートのご説明をさせていただきます。本日はご来賓の皆様が大層お気に入りでございましたバラの庭園にちなみまして、パンナコッタをローズガーデン風に仕上げてみました。散らしてございますバラの花びらは当家の庭園より先ほど採取してきたものでございます。ソースはストロベリーとローズヒップの2色の赤をご用意しました。ストロベリーの甘味とローズヒップの酸味を交互にお楽しみになってください。なお花びらは観賞用となっておりますので、避けてからお召し上がりくださいませ。
No, I'm gonna chomp on some rose petals.
それではどうぞお楽しみください。
Whoa, man, I almost want to applaud before you. Just like with medicine, reading the detailed description first seems to make it work a whole lot better. Aren't you supposed to, like, know what to do with medicine? Is Badler just popping pills now? As Goda-san elaborated on details of this dessert, it started to feel even more appetizing. Seriously, should you call him subtle or just talented? The dessert was probably planned from the beginning, but taking the hint when we all stopped in front of the rose garden earlier today, he displayed an incredible and timely awareness by just adding a few rose petals from that garden. This combination of sweet and sour was also exquisite. If it was just sweet, you'd just get used to it and bored halfway through. But if you reach the sour sauce at that point, you'd get a really vivid taste. And then once you return to the sweet sauce, all the sourness in your mouth will be replaced with an enjoyable sweetness. I'm sure everyone else felt the same way. Every time Goda-san passed by one of our seats, someone praised the taste in his presentation.
いかがですか、奥様。
相変わらず見事です。お客様をおもてなしするに値します。
恐れ入ります。奥様、ご存知ですか？ローズヒップには頭痛に効く効果もあるそうですよ。奥様に特にお気に入りいただけるかと思い、特別にご用意させていただきました。
He seems too helpful.
そう。
He's too helpful. Unlike overly helpful people.
ほら言ったでしょ、夏日姉さん。ローズヒップは頭痛に効くって。
みたいね。効くといいんだけど。
はあ、ゴーダさん、あんたには惚れるで。なあ、後であんたの待遇を聞かせてや。無理ならあんたの欲しい年収指立ててくれるだけでもええんやで。あんたの腕がこの島だけで独占されとるのは人類の食文化に対する冒涜や。その腕わしの会社で振るってお客の皆さんを喜ばせてみる気はないかのう。
秀吉さん、うちのゴーダを引き抜かれるのですか？これは困った。ゴーダの待遇をもっと良くしないと引き抜かれてしまいそうだ。
そうした方がいいわね。じゃないと引き抜かれて3食が熊沢さんのサバ料理にされちゃうわよ。
これは手厳しゅうございます。すっかり根にもたれてしまいまして。
Ah, funny! Everyone let out a huge laugh. According to Jessica, Kumasawa-san's mackerel jokes were a running gag that her parents have long since gotten used to. Kumasawa-san often claimed that mackerels had precious nutritional value, which could slow aging, make people smarter, and more. Supposedly, while it couldn't stop the outward signs of aging, helped prevent aging on the inside. Since she was still spirited enough to tell these kinds of jokes at her age, there must be something to that theory.
それでは失礼いたします。夕食にはふるってたくさんのサバ料理をお召し上がりいただきますので。と
期待してるよ。今晩はしめサバでキュッとしゃれ込みたいぜ。
それは素敵ね。ついでに日本酒の美味しいのも出てこないかしら。
ええ、ございますよ。六軒島名物のサバ焼酎なるものがございまして。
Kumasawa-san, together with Shanin-chan, bowed and pushed the serving cart away. It was pretty funny to watch Goda-san, who looked like his show had totally been stolen, explain in a serious voice that we would be having calf steak for dinner.
熊沢さん、さっきはありがとうございました。
As she pushed the serving cart, Shannon bowed her head very deeply.
なんもお礼を言われることなんてありません。
Kumasawa may have played dumb, but she had obviously understood and saved Shannon in the nick of time. Back when Badler had asked about dessert, Shannon had unfortunately hesitated. There may have been several ways to dodge the question, but all of them would have required some quick wits. Shannon, who hesitated when hard-pressed for a response, was always suffering because of the small weakness. If only Shannon had a little of the craftiness needed to cleverly shake off a mistake like Goda, her life would have been a bit easier. The fact that she could perform other tasks flawlessly made this weakness even more unfortunate. However, there are some who understood Shannon's honest nature, and her ability to gloss over a mistake can draw attention away from it. That was why Kumasawa had smoothly come to her
さっ
rescue.
き源氏さんが午後のシフトに変更があるとおっしゃってましたよ。確かシャノンさんは夕方までお休みがもらえたと思いました。羨ましい。
すみません。シフト表を確認していませんでした。
そうそう。オーブンでこれからちょっとサバを焼こうと思ってるんですよ。できたらお休みの前にちょっと手伝ってくれると嬉しいですね。
はい。喜んでお手伝いさせていただきます。
To Shannon, Kumasawa was like a mother among the servants. The dining hall needed to be cleaned up, so we were chased out. Instead, tea was being served in the parlor. Apparently, they prepared the black tea that Aunt Rosa had brought for Aunt Natsuki. Maria said she also wanted to have some black tea, but my old bastard said she couldn't and told his children to go play outside.
バトラ君、みんなで表に散歩に行かないかい？
バラでも見に行ったらええ。でも天気には十分注意するんやで。空はまだ明るいが、天気予報はふるふると繰り返しちょる。
Hey, rain don't hurt nobody. It's the lightning that kills.
マリアは海がいい、海がいい。
あら素敵じゃない。砂浜で遊ぶなんて普段はなかなかできないものね。
そっか。よし、じゃあみんなで浜辺でも行こうぜ。
行こう行こ
う。マリア、服を濡らさないようにするのよ。靴もよ。
濡らさない。
素直で可愛い。バトラ君、マリアちゃんの面倒ちゃんと見てあげてね。
No, I'm gonna throw her in that water. I'm gonna pick. I'm gonna hold. Look, I'm gonna pick her up, throw her in the water, like that guy did to that dog in the movie, in a movie that Hulk Hogan was in. Straight up just pick him up,
お
throw
前
him
も
in.
切り絵に頼まれると素直で可愛いじゃねえか。たまには俺の言うことも素直に聞いてみろよ。
へっ、まっぴらごめんだぜ。行こうぜみんな。ほらほら。
The children flew out of the parlor. They were replaced by Genji, who pushed the serving cart in and prepared to serve the tea. The parlor was filled with a sublime aroma, which delighted everyone while they waited to sate their thirst.
ルドルフのところは家族仲がいいじゃないか。良いことだ。
よせよ。兄貴のところには負けるぜ。
そうよ。ジェシカちゃん、本当に可愛らしく育ったじゃない。これも夏日姉さんの教育の賜物ね。
どうも。
Natsuki answered coldly. The conversation broke off then, and the parlor fell silent. Maybe Hideyoshi couldn't bear the silence because he broke it himself with an exaggerated gesture.
しかし成長は早いもんやで。いつまでも子供だと思っとったが、図体はみるみるでかくなり、いつの間にか大人の仲間入りや。バトラ君なんか見違えたで。
体は大きくなりましたけど、まだ子供です。うちの主人も未だに子供ですけれど。
子供と大人の境ってどこなのかしらね。私未だに大人になったって自覚が持てない。
情けないじゃないか。一児の母の言うことではない。
そうね。私たちももう子供じゃない。大人同士よ。だから感情的にならず、知的な会話をしたいわね。
When Eva smiled with sharp sarcasm, everyone seemed to get more tense. Felt as though that pleasant tea aroma had been tossed out the window.
知的な会話なら昔からいつも心がけているじゃないか。
All of the music stopped.
お前の嫌味は
Something's about
時
to
に
happen.
的を外している。昔から変わらない。
昔からいつもですって？
I played enough games when I played enough games where it's just music and talking, and then once the music stops, that's when something.
あらあら。その言葉をきれいに放送して、何十年か前のこの部屋に届けてあげたいわね。
That's when the craziness
ねえ、
happens.
ローザ。
Rosa gave a vague smile. She knew that, whether she agreed or disagreed, she'd earn the displeasure of one of her siblings. It was a bit of worldly wisdom that had been essential for someone growing up as the youngest sibling.
よせよ姉貴。ガキどもがいない間に本題に入ろうじゃねえか。それこそ知的な話よ。
As Rudolph glanced over the faces of all present, some let out a slight sigh and some let out a small look of resignation cross their face. They were approaching their unavoidable, true agenda.
去年の時点で余命3ヶ月だったんだ。ってことは、すでにマイナス9ヶ月ってことじゃねえか。いつお迎えが慌ててすっ飛んでくるかもわからねえ状態ってことだぜ。
当主様は今でも健在でおられます。このような不穏当な話を日も明るいうちからなさろうとするなど、ルドルフさんの正気を疑わざるを得ません。
So it sounds like some people want this dude dead already, and it sounds like some people are like, now hold up a minute.
だがな、夏日さん。こういうしょっぱい話はいざことがあってからじゃ遅いんや。今が元気だからこそ余裕あるうちにしとくもんなんやで。これも財産のエチケットみたいなもんや。
諸君の関心は親父殿のようじゃないか。南條先生、あなたから説明してくださいませんか。彼らもそれをお望みらしい。
Najo had been standing by the window and staring out at the rose garden, let out a single cough when he realized that he was being called.
南條先生、お父様の具合はどんな感じなんですか？
まずはじめに 私が去年申し上げました余命3ヶ月という言葉が一人歩きをしているようですので、その
言われずともわかるわ。余命というのはあくまでも見込みであって約束ではないとおっしゃられるのよね。
さようです。ですから皆さんからたびたびお尋ねを受けますが、いつ亡くなるのかと。人の命は体と心に支えられております。
So break both.
体が弱れば危うくもなりますが、それを補う心の強さがあれば小康状態を維持することもあるのです。
体はともかくお心はまだしっかりしていて意気健康でいらっしゃれるということですね。
キリエ、すまんがしばらく黙っててくれ。
ごめんなさい。
さようです。金蔵さんの体はすっかり病魔に蝕まれております。ましてやあのような強いお酒をたしなまれ続けてはとても。
崖っぷちなのも酒のせい、ながらえてるのも酒のせいか。酒豪の親父らしいな。
それで先生、もちろん見込みで結構なんですけども、お父様来年の今日まではさすがにどうかしら。
当主様に対してあまりに無礼な質問です。
Natsuki jumped on Eva, but not even bothering to hide her astonished expression. Eva stared back daringly, but Hideyoshi realized what was going on and tried to smooth things over with a forced smile.
ああ、夏井さん、カニーな。エヴァ、お前も少し言葉を選ばんか。
ごめんなさい。お父様の容体が気になって仕方なかった。
そうですか。それは気づきませんでした。
南條先生、聞かせてやってください。父親の寿命を気遣う娘の麗しい家族愛じゃないですか。
Kraus laughed sarcastically, and Eva, smiling sweetly, returned an identical chuckle.
来年までお元気かという質問ですが、医者の私としてはとても難しい。この小康状態がまだしばらくは続くようにも思いますし、何らかの発作が来ればその時にはどうしようもないかもしれません。何しろ六軒島は孤島です。すぐに救急車が飛んでこれるわけではありません。本来ならば本土のしかるべき大病院に入院していただきたいところなのですが、
親父殿は高尚な研究を中断されたくないと仰せだ。去年無理に連れ出そうとしたのがあだになったらしい。外へ出れば病院に閉じ込められてしまうのではないかとひどくお疑いになられていてな。すっかりこのざまなのだよ。
南條先生の診察は受けておられるの？
親父殿は南條先生には心を許しておられる。機嫌が良ければ診察も受けられるようだよ。
容体を見はするが、薬を勧めようとも入院を勧めようとも聞き入れてくれん。本当に見るだけですがな。
お医者嫌いの方もおるもんや。しかし困ったもんだのう。
Nanjo sighed deeply. The purpose of an examination is to determine what medical treatment would be appropriate. Receiving an examination and then not following the advice given makes the whole thing pointless.
つまりおさらいすると、相変わらず余命は3ヶ月。瀕死のまま、あとどれだけ長らえるか見当もつかねえってことだ。
ルドルフさん、言葉を少し慎まれてはいかがですか？
ああ、すまんね。昔からこういう口の利き方なんだ。勘弁してくれ。
南條先生のご意見は分かりました。クラウス兄さんから見てどうなの？
実を言うと南條先生とは異なる意見でね。とても余命3ヶ月の重病人とは思えないというのが本心だ。怒鳴り声は相変わらず健在で、いつぶん殴られるかとヒヤヒヤしっぱなしだよ。長男にだけ親父の世話を押し付けるのは実にフェアではないね。
来世では俺より後に生まれろよ。さて、話を戻そうぜ。そんなわけで、公正中立なお医者の先生の見解じゃ、いつお隠れになっちまってもおかしくない状態だ。兄貴には悪いが、ここは専門家の意見を採用させてもらうぜ。となりゃ、決して親父の財産を話し合うことは時期尚早ではないってことさ。
お父様の個人資産はおそらく数百億にも届くでしょうね。でもそれは綺麗な現金で揃ってるわけじゃないわ。お誕生会のケーキみたいに綺麗にナイフが入ってカットできるほど単純じゃないでしょ。
姉貴の例えは面白いな。そうさ。ケーキの上にはイチゴやらチョコの家やらが乗ってて、綺麗に等分するのが難しいことだってあるだろう。それを加味してどういう風にナイフを入れるのか先に相談しておくのは大切なことだと思うぜ。
それを当主様が存命のうちからさも他界なされたかのように声高に議論される皆さんの気が知れません。
あら、必要な話よ。だって遺産相続はその時点で直ちに行われなきゃならないものよ。
And I'm just so silent because I'm taking this all in. I'm invested right now.
ましてや栄光ある後宮家の財産は莫大。事前に入念な相談が必要なことはお分かりでしょうが。
There hasn't really been anything that's kind of sticking out to me.
当家の資産はあなたのご実家とは大違いなんだから。
失礼な。私の実家は関係ありません。
Natsuhi responded indignantly, though in a low voice, and the already dark atmosphere grew even more
予算
hostile.
買えば。夏日さん、堪忍な。口が悪いのは許したってな。
Hideyoshi tried to smooth things over by glancing at both with a forced smile, but it only resulted in making the hostility between Eva and Natsuhi even more intense.
これ以上はお邪魔なようですな。失礼させていただきましょう。
Nanjo rose from her seat and exited the parlor. To an outsider, it may have seemed like a normal act of courtesy, but his back was watched by several glances envious of his ability to escape. After the doctor had exited and his footsteps had disappeared into the distance, Kraus recrossed his legs.
つまりお前たちの言い分はこうかね。親父殿の余命は短い。遺産分配について早急かつ具体的な協議に入りたい。何を焦っているのかね。確かにお前たちの言う通り、後宮家の財産を算定し分配するのは簡単なことではないだろう。なればじっくりと算定すべきじゃないのかね。お前たちは今晩のうちにもケーキを切り分けたいと焦っているように見える。そうだろう、ローザ。何を焦ることがあるのかね。
焦ってるわけじゃない。でも兄弟の間での取り決めは必要。それはいつでもいいことだけれども、お父様の具合が悪くなっていてその日が近づいているというなら、先に話だけしておいてもそれは請求とは言わないと思うし。
Rosa shot a glance at Eva and Rudolph. As the young sibling in the family, it was hard for her to be cross-examined by the eldest.
それはお前の本心かね。兄弟で一番素直で綺麗な心を持っていたお前がそんなことを言い出すとは思えんね。そこの二人に吹き込まれたんじゃないのかね。
よせよ兄貴。ローザだって兄弟だぜ。親父の遺産に公平な権利がある。関心を持つのは当然じゃねえか。 親父だっていつかは必ず死ぬし、それは遠い未来の話でもない。むしろ兄貴が悠長すぎるくらいさ。まるで遺産分配から話をそらしたくて仕方がないように見えるぜ。
それはどういう意味ですか？主人にやましいところがあるとおっしゃいたいのですか？
He's trying to accuse you of taking it all.
まあ夏日さん、話は聞いておくなあれ。
兄さん、今は大変強気だそうじゃない？そうよね。去年以降空前の好景気で円は上がる一方、ドルが100円に至るのだって夢物語じゃなさそうよ。それに与党は来年頃に保養地整備法を成立させようっていうじゃない。今や日本中のリゾート開発会社がどれだけ軍資金を集められるかって奔走してるところよ。
詳しいじゃないか。これから日本には空前の好景気が訪れる。親父殿が後宮家を再興した時と同じくらいの大規模な需要拡大の時代がね。日本国民は死に物狂いで働き、高度経済成長を実現して世界で一番豊かな国民となる。国民の消費は増大し、それを回収できる施設があぶく銭を手にする時代になったのだよ。今や国民のニーズは3種の電化製品ではない。スキー場、ゴルフ場、総合プール、リゾートホテルにテーマパーク。数年前に開業したデルゼニーランドには行ったかね？
Dude, not that Devil's Knee Land. The copyright free Disneyland? Dude, I love that place.
素晴らしい遊園地じゃないか。あそこでは大人も童心に帰り家族で楽しむことができるんだ。かつて家族を顧みずに滅私奉公することだけが美徳だった時代はもはや終わろうとしている。我々は世界で一番豊かな国民としてようやくそれを享受できるようになったのだよ。
クラウス兄さんの読みは大したもんや。わしも数年前に聞いた時はそんなアホなと思ったわ。でもな、 G5 のプラザ合意聞いてから変わったんや。円はみるみる強くなり、地価はこれから天井知らずに上がるやろ。日本が世界経済の中心になる日も遠くはない。兄さんは時代を見る目のあるお人や。それだけは間違いないで。
秀吉兄さんに同じで、兄貴は10年越しで時代を読めてるよ。その嗅覚は親父譲りだろうな。大したもんだぜ。だが親父と違ってちょいと見通しのタイミングを読み違っちまったところはあるよな。
兄さんは必ず日本が好景気を迎えると信じてあちこちにリゾート計画を起こし、そのほとんどで失敗し続けたわ。兄さんの読み通りの時代は確かに訪れつつあるけど、その時期を読むことには失敗したわね。早すぎたのよ。そして焦って清算して結局は傷口を広げたわ。本当に嗅覚が当てになって好景気が訪れることを読めていたなら清算するわけない。これって兄さんが自分で自分の才能を信じてない証拠じゃないの？
失礼な。主人を侮辱するつもりですか？
Natsu's forehead creased as she rose from the sofa. Eva, paying this no heed, stared at Cross with a confident smile. I'm actually saying things now. Woo. Cross, who also maintained his confident appearance, told Natsuhi to sit down.
よさないか、夏日。昔からこういう言い方しかできないやつだ。少し落ち着きなさい。また頭痛に触る。
兄さんに才能がない証拠は私たちのすぐ近くにもあるわよ。だって兄さん、この島をリゾート化するって張り切ってたじゃない？素敵なリゾートホテルも建てて、庭園もきれいに整備して。私は素人だから分かりかねるけど、相当のお金を使ったんでしょう。
だからなんだというのですか。主人の事業はあなたとは関係ありません。
いいや、そいつは違うぜ、夏日さん。六軒島は兄貴のものじゃない。親父のものだ。もちろん建てたホテルは兄貴のものだぜ。なんなら俺たちは今夜の宿泊料を払ってやってもいいさ。な、ローザ。
それはまあ持ち合わせで足りるなら。
リゾート化できればこの島の資産価値は上がる。支出がかさんだことは事実だが、未来に大きな収穫を期待できる。そうなれば結果的にお前たちにとっても有益なはずじゃないか。
それはわかるわよ。この島の価値が上がれば、それを遺産分配する時の私たちの取り分も増えるもの。もちろん島や屋敷を4分の1ずつ切り取れとは言わないわ。それを算定したお金で解決してくれればいいだけの話よ。
そこまで分かっているなら、私の事業に何の不満があるんだね。
不満じゃねえさ、不安なのさ。第一兄貴、あのホテルいつになったら開業するんだ。このままじゃ俺たちの手垢だらけになっちまうぜ。
そうよ。大切な商売道具でしょ。確かに開業するまでずっと鍵をかけておくわけにもいかないわよね。少しは使って風通しを良くしないと建物は傷んじゃうもの。でも私たちが年に一度泊まるだけのゲストハウスって言うんじゃちょっと豪勢すぎやしないかしらねえ、ローザ。
そうね。
Well, here's what I'm gonna say about this. I say, I'm about done. It's almost time for me to chill and be done with this. So I'm going back to the title screen. I'm gonna switch the capture over to the ending soon. Go hit that exit button. Go switch on over. Go switch it over to ending soon. So, then we streaming. Breaking news, you know. It's probably playing audio, I think, or it was playing audio of breaking news. But the stream is ending soon. Yes, I'm tired. Oh, I'll go to bed. Kinda. That's where and hopefully next time when I stream this at some point, don't know when that will be, but it'll be at some point. I will know exactly. Hopefully I remember anything that I'm doing. Yeah, it was pretty fun to play that game. I have formed my waifu for now for the first stream, and that is Kairi. Just because it reminds me of the waifu that I had for 7 Deadly Sins, because she looks slightly similar, so I just decided to stick with that. I'm going to, for anybody who cares, play these because these weren't played when I was streaming, so I'm just going to play these now, the follow notifications, if they even go through. Or do I have to do that and then hit it? Oh no, it's not showing. I don't really care. At least it's not showing for me. Because I did not add it. That's why. Yeah, let me switch that back. It's because I didn't add an alert box to the ending soon screen. So, we'll do it again next time. We'll do it next time. But anyway, that has been the stream. I'm ending it soon. I'm going to do a YouTube outro real quick. So if you don't want to stick around for that, you can go now. There's nothing else. Nothing more to be said other than a YouTube outro. Alright, good to know. Good to know. Things pick up pace really quickly. Good to know. I feel like I'm at a terrible spot to stop, but I need to. But either way, I have been your host, Sean Tyler, from the Saberleaf Network. Make sure when you're watching this on YouTube, like, comment, subscribe, other stuff they usually do. Ring the bell notification, do whatever you want, comment, share it. Follow my social medias down below. Go to my Twitch channel to watch when these videos are live. Other than that, can't really think of anything. Name of Progress Episode 2 is coming out eventually. Other than that, stay golden, Pony Boys, and I'm out. Because that's not a My Little Pony reference, that's an Outsiders reference. Read the damn book, people. Read it.